HQN Books and Harper Audio present The Inheritance by JoAnn Ross, performed by Anne-Marie Gideon. Prologue. Aberdeen, Oregon. Conflict photographer Jackson Swan had traveled to dark and deadly places in the world most people would never see, nor want to. Along with dodging bullets and mortars, he'd survived a helicopter crash in Afghanistan, gotten shot mere inches from his heart in Niger, and been stung by a death-stalker scorpion while embedded with the French Foreign Legion in Mali. Some of those who'd worked with him over the decades had called him reckless, rash, dangerous. Over late-night beers or whatever else passed as liquor in whatever country they'd all swarmed to, other photographers and foreign journalists would argue about whether that bastard Jackson Swan had a death wish or merely considered himself invincible. He did, after all, rush into high-octane situations no sane person would ever consider, and even when the shit hit the fan, somehow he'd come out alive and be on the move again, chasing the next war or crisis like a drug addict chased a high. The truth was that Jack had never believed himself to be immortal. Still, as he looked out over the peaceful view of rolling hills, the cherry trees wearing their spring profusion of pink blossoms, and acres of vineyards, he found it ironic that after having evaded the Grim Reaper so many times over so many decades, it was an aggressive and rapidly spreading lung cancer that was going to kill him. Which was why he was here, sitting on the terraced patio of Chateau de Madeleine, the towering gray stone house that his father, Robert Swan, had built for his beloved war bride, Madeleine, to ease her homesickness. Oregon's Willamette Valley was a beautiful place, but it was not Madeleine's childhood home in France's Burgundy region, where much of her family still lived. Family. Jack understood that to many, the American dream featured a cookie-cutter suburban house, a green lawn you had to mow every weekend, a white picket fence, happy, well-fed kids, and a mutt who'd greet him with unrestrained canine glee whenever he returned home from work. It wasn't a bad dream, but it wasn't, and never would be, his dream. How could it be, with the survivor's guilt that shadowed him like a tribe of moaning ghosts? Although he'd never been all that introspective, Jack realized that the moral dilemma he'd experienced every time he'd had to force himself to remain emotionally removed from the bloody scenes of chaos and death he was viewing through the lens of his camera had left him too broken to feel or even behave like a normal human being. 10 years ago, after his strong, robust father died of a sudden heart attack while fly fishing, Jack had inherited the winery with his mother, who'd professed no interest in the day-to-day running of the family business. After signing over control of the winery to him and declaring the rambling house too large for one woman, Madeleine Swan had moved into the guest house next to the garden she'd begun her first year in Oregon, a garden that supplied the vegetables and herbs she used for cooking many of the French meals she'd grown up with. His father's death had left Jack in charge of 260 acres of vineyards and 20 acres of orchards. Not wanting nor able to give up his wanderlust ways to settle down and become a farmer of grapes and cherries, Jack had hired Gideon Byrne, a recent widower with a 5-year-old daughter, away from a Napa winery to serve as both manager and vintner.
"Are you sure you don't want me to call them?"
Gideon, walking toward him, carrying a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, asked, not for the first time over the past weeks.
"The only reason that Tess would want to see me would be to wave me off to hell."
In the same way he'd never softened the impact of his photos, Jack never minced words nor romanticized his life. There would be no dramatic scenes with his 3 daughters, all now grown women with lives of their own, hovering over his deathbed.
"Have you considered that she might want to have an opportunity to talk with you? If for no other reason, to ask, why I deserted her before her second birthday and never looked back? I'm sure her mother's told her own version of the story. And the truth is that the answers are too damn complicated, and the time too long past for that discussion.
It was also too late for redemption. Jack doubted his eldest daughter would give a damn, even if he could have tried to explain. She'd have no way of knowing that he'd kept track of her all these years, blaming himself when she'd spiraled out of control so publicly during her late teens and early 20s. Perhaps, if she'd had a father who came home every night for dinner, she would have had a more normal, stable life than the Hollywood hurricane her mother had thrown her into before her 3rd birthday. Bygones, he reminded himself. Anything he might say to his firstborn would be too little too late. Tess had no reason to travel to Oregon for his sake. But hopefully, once he was gone, curiosity would get the better of her. His girls should know each other. It was long past time.
Charlotte, then, Gideon pressed. You and Blanche are still technically married. Technically, being the operative word.
The decades-long separation from his southern socialite wife had always suited them both just fine. According to their prenuptial agreement, Blanche would continue to live her privileged life in Charleston without being saddled with a full-time live-in husband who'd seldom be around at any rate. Divorce, she'd informed him, was not an option. And if she had discreet affairs from time to time, who would blame her? Certainly not him.
That's no reason not to give Charlotte an opportunity to say goodbye. How many times have you seen her since she went to college? Maybe twice a year?
You're pushing again, Jack shot back. Hell, you'd think a guy would be allowed to die in peace without Jiminy Cricket sitting on his shoulder.
Though, of the 3 of them, Charlotte will probably be the most hurt,
he allowed. His middle daughter had always been a sweet girl, running into his arms, hair flying behind her like a bright gold flag to give her daddy some sugar. Big, wet kisses on those rare occasions he'd wind his way back to Charleston. Or drop by Savannah to take her out to dinner while she'd been attending the Savannah School of Art and Design.
The girl doesn't possess Blanche's steel magnolia strength.
Having grown up with a mother who could find fault in the smallest of things, Charlotte was a people-pleaser, and that part of her personality would kick into high gear whenever he rolled into the city.
And call me a coward, but I'd just as soon not be around when her pretty, delusional world comes crashing down around her.
He suspected there were those in his daughter's rarefied social circle who knew the secret that the Charleston PI he'd kept on retainer hadn't had any trouble uncovering.
How about Natalie? Gideon continued to press. She doesn't have any reason to be pissed at you, but I'll bet she will be if you die without a word of warning, especially after losing her mother last year. Which is exactly why I don't want to put her through this.
He'd met Josette Syrah, the ebony-haired, dark-eyed French-Jamaican mother of his youngest daughter, when she'd been singing in a club in the spirited Oberkampf district of Paris's 11th arrondissement. He'd fallen instantly, and by the next morning, Jack knew that not only was the woman he'd spent the night having hot sex with his first true love, she was also the only woman he'd ever love. Although they'd never married, they'd become a couple, while still allowing space for each other to maintain their own individual lives, for 26 years. And for all those years, despite temptation from beautiful women all over the globe, Jack had remained faithful. He'd never had a single doubt that Josette had as well. With Josette having been so full of life, her sudden death from a brain embolism had hit hard. Although Jack had immediately flown to Paris from Syria to attend the funeral at a church built during the reign of Napoleon III, he'd been too deep in his own grief and suffering fatigue, which, rather than jet lag, as he'd assumed, had turned out to be cancer, to provide the emotional support and comfort his 3rd daughter had deserved.
Josette's death is the main reason I'm not going to drag Natalie here to watch me die. And you might as well quit playing all the guilt cards, because I'm as sure of my decision as I was yesterday, and the day before that, and every other time over the past weeks you've brought it up. Bad enough you coerced me into making those damn videos, like I'm some documentary maker."
To Jack's mind, documentary filmmakers were storytellers who hadn't bothered to learn to edit. How hard was it to spend anywhere from 2 to 10 hours telling a story he could capture in one single, perfectly timed photograph?
"The total length of all 3 of them is only 20 minutes,
Gideon said equably. There were times when Jack considered that the man had the patience of a saint, which was probably necessary when you'd chosen to spend your life watching grapes grow, then waiting years before the wine you'd made from those grapes was ready to drink. Without Gideon Byrne to run this place, Jack probably would have sold it off to one of the neighboring vineyards years ago, with the caveat that his mother would be free to keep the guest house, along with the larger, showier one that carried her name. Had he done that, he would have ended up regretting not having a thriving legacy to pass on to his daughters.
"The total time works out to less than 10 minutes a daughter, which doesn't exactly come close to a Ken Burns series,"
Gideon pointed out.
"I liked Burns's baseball one,"
Jack admitted reluctantly.
"And the one on country music. But hell, it should have been good, given that he took 8 years to make it."
Jack's first Pulitzer had admittedly been a stroke of luck, being in the right place at the right time. More care had gone into achieving the perfect photos for other awards, but while he admired Burns's work, he'd never had the patience to spend that much time on a project. His French mother had claimed he'd been born a pierre roulante, rolling stone, always needing to be on the move, which wasn't conducive to family life, which is why both his first and second marriages had failed, because he could never be the husband either of his very different wives had expected.
"Do you believe in life after death?"
he asked. Gideon took his time to answer, looking out over the vineyards.
"I like to think so. Having lost Becky too soon, it'd be nice to believe we'll connect again. Somewhere, somehow."
He shrugged.
"On the other hand, there are days that I think this might be our only shot." "Josette came again last night." "You must have enjoyed that." "I always do."
Although Jack suspected Gideon believed he was suffering end-of-life hallucinations, he was seeing his true love more and more, and not just in his sleep when she'd appear to calm the night horrors that had plagued him for years, but occasionally in the middle of the day, or he'd wake in the morning to see her perched on the edge of his bed, soothing his forehead with her gentle hand. When death came, would Josette take his hand and lead him to wherever he was going next, the same way she'd led him into her bed that first night? The night when, beneath a full moon shining its silvery light through the window, he'd discovered the difference between having sex and making love. They sat there for a time, drinking the 2006 Pinot Noir Gideon had brought along. They didn't talk. Jack damned the fatigue that was claiming him more and more every day. Worse than that, it was stealing his sense of self. He no longer felt like the man who'd embedded with the troops at the front of the spear in the race to Baghdad during shock and awe, or who'd captured the photos of Fallujah that had won him another Pulitzer. He'd always insisted that age was just another number, and he could run rings around any of the younger photojournalists, many of whom were, to his mind, too risk-averse to be in the crisis business. But over the past months, age had caught up with him, followed by his old nemesis, death, who was coming up behind, about to finally catch him.
"This is damn fine wine."
Jack held up the bottle. A shimmering ray of sun from a Pacific Northwest rain shower penetrated the dark green glass, making the wine gleam like liquid rubies.
"One of my best decisions, in a lifetime of fucked up ones, was hiring you. One of my best decisions was letting you talk me into leaving Napa for Oregon," Gideon said. The fact that you'd actually built a house for Aubrey and me before coming down to recruit me demonstrated you were serious, and in it for the long haul. I did my research, and people said you were the best in the business, having not only gained knowledge working those 2 years in Burgundy, but also that you had a magic touch. People exaggerate. I considered that possibility, but decided that if your ability with grapes was even half what others claimed, you were still at the top of a very elite pyramid. So I hired you for your skill set, both in the vineyard and management.
Jack's speech was labored, his breathing painful.
I had every intention of keeping hands off the business. Which you have. I'm smart enough to know what I don't know, and all I knew about wine back then was drinking it. But over the past 10 years, you've become the closest thing I have to a friend. Even, perhaps, the son I never had.
Feeling as if he was drowning, Jack coughed again, trying to shake things loose in lungs scarred by years of oil field smoke, dust, and cigarettes.
I probably should have told you that a long time ago. It would have complicated things. Probably. And while you might have avoided that, depending on how things shake out with the girls, you could be facing your greatest complication yet. It'll work out,
Gideon assured him.
I've got faith in you.
It had to work out, because if his plan didn't work, what generations of Swans had built would be lost. He pushed himself to his feet, patted Gideon on the shoulder, and feeling as if he was climbing Mount Hood, managed to walk the few yards to the guest house to see his mother for the last time. One of his many regrets, when it came to relationships, was how he'd stayed away from the vineyard for so much of his adult life. Rose White, who, along with having grown up on the property, had spent 20 years as an army nurse before retiring to serve as Maison de Madeleine's housekeeper, opened the door and greeted Jack with a smile. "Your mother's taking a short nap, but I was about to wake her so she'll sleep the night. She spent most of the morning, right before it started raining, outside with a sketch pad, plotting out changes she wants to make in her herb garden. I certainly hope I have her energy when I'm 96.
She's always insisted that daily wine is the secret of a long, well-lived life.
I'm not going to argue with that, Rose said, especially when the wine comes from this vineyard. Jack opened the door quietly, not wanting to jar his mother awake. Watercolor paintings of the vineyard in all the seasons hung on jeweled purple walls that echoed the hue of the grapes that she'd lived her life surrounded by. Tabletops and a wooden dresser made from trees harvested on the property to make room for the original orchards were crowded with photographs of the family, including 2 different wedding photos, one taken in an old stone church in France, the second beneath a greenery-covered arbor here on Swan property. Her eyes were closed when Jack quietly pulled up a chair next to the bed.
I wasn't sleeping, she insisted the moment he sat down. I was merely resting my eyes. If I'd been asleep, how would I know you'd come in?
He took her age-spotted hand, trying not to notice, despite being able to spend an hour outside, walking the garden rows, planning this summer's yield, how much frailer she'd become since the last time he'd been home. As the heart that many had accused him of not possessing ached, Jack covered the hand wearing the same simple gold wedding band his father had put on her finger so many decades ago.
I was dreaming of your father. Good dreams, I hope. We were back in France during the time he was hiding in our cellar, when I knew for certain that I loved him. Your father's generation was labeled the greatest generation for having saved the world. It wasn't just Dad risking his life.
His mother had been a true war hero, joining the Maquis, the guerrilla bands of French resistance fighters, and had been awarded the French Médaille de la Résistance, the British George Cross, the highest award given to a civilian, and equal to the Armed Forces Victoria Cross and the U.S. Medal of Honor.
"I only did what I had to do,"
she insisted, as she always did when the topic would come up.
"But the point I was about to make was that in your own way, you are every bit a hero as your papa."
Because he didn't want their last words to be an argument, Jack merely shrugged.
"You are,"
she insisted, her gaze showing the determination that had kept her family, her father, and so many others alive, a strength of will that had helped save her country.
"Those photographs you take make the world aware of the evil that still exists," she insisted. "In your own way, you've spent your adult years risking your life to save the world. I am so very proud of you, mon fils."
"Thanks, Mom."
He had to choke the words past the lump in his throat.
"It isn't fair," she complained. "A parent shouldn't outlive their child."
She blew out a breath as her eyes brightened with tears she firmly resisted letting fall.
"But of course, as your father so often reminds me, life isn't always fair."
Her use of the present tense had Jack wondering if his father appeared to her the way Josette did to him. He smoothed the few strands of silver hair that had once been a burnished auburn from her forehead.
"I've got to go."
"I know."
She took hold of his hand, touching it to her lips.
"Allez avec Dieu, mon fils."
Go with God, my son. After all these years in Oregon, her English, which still carried a bit of France in its accent, had become that of a natural-born American. But when excited, tired, or under stress, she'd slip back into her native language. As he left the room, Jack's own eyes were swimming.
"How was it?"
Gideon, who was waiting in the main house's great room, asked.
"Better than I'd hoped. She talked about Dad. If he hadn't died, they'd have been married over 70 years. I wonder how the hell they pulled it off."
The idea seemed as impossible to Jack as achieving peace on Earth. Jack coughed, a long, painful honk that made him feel as if he were hacking up a lung. Despite being surrounded by death, he'd never given much thought to his own. But when he'd received his cancer diagnosis, he'd immediately made the decision to come home. Yet, rather than die in this sprawling house he'd grown up in, he didn't want his daughter's thoughts of it to be those of death and suffering, but hopefully a place where they could discover their Swan family roots he'd never taken time to explore. He'd chosen a local hospice for when his body told him it was time.
"Take me to Passages,"
he said, as they walked out the door. The rain had stopped as he looked beyond the vineyards to where Mount Hood's icy peak had risen majestically above its self-made clouds.
"It's time."
Gideon called Rose from the hospice, telling her that he'd be spending the night. A night, the nurse had told him, that would probably be his employer and friends' last. Although everyone at Maison de Madeleine had known it was coming, he could hear the crack in the 60-something woman's voice when she assured him that she'd clean her employer's room.
"You'll also need to prepare 3 rooms in the guest wing," he said. "We may be getting company."
"The girls," she guessed.
"We'll see."
"I should start making food for the funeral luncheon."
Jack said he didn't want a fuss.
"Jack won't be here to complain. His girls might be of a different mind," she said. "One's a famous actress and writer, the other a Southern socialite, and the third is French. They're fancy over there." Not that Rose had ever been to France that Gideon knew of. "And you know a lot of people in this valley will want to show up to celebrate Mr. Jack's life." Gideon strongly doubted the oldest, most neglected of the 3 daughters would be in any mood to celebrate their absent father's life, if she did make an appearance.
"Why don't we decide on all that if they come?"
he said, rubbing his chest where his heart was aching. Jackson's passing had not taken long. Unsurprisingly, despite his firm instructions that his mother was not to be brought to the hospice, Madeleine had insisted on being with her only son at the end. For a man who'd lived so many years surrounded by violence, Jack had gone peacefully, slipping into that void where, despite claiming to have become an atheist during his years of documenting the world's horrors, he'd come to believe, at the end, that Josette would be waiting for him. Having lost his own wife too young, who was Gideon to argue with that? So much was up in the damn air, he thought, as he returned to the vineyard and the house that would have looked more at home in France's Burgundy region than Oregon's rural Willamette Valley. Although they didn't know it yet, 2 women he'd never met and a third who'd visited every summer would soon be holding his and his 15-year-old daughter's futures in their hands. 1. Sedona, Arizona. Tess Swan sat out on her wraparound deck, overlooking the tree-lined, burbling crystal waters of Oak Creek, while Rowdy, her rescued Irish setter, lay at her feet, basking in the sunshine. The bright, endless blue sky overhead vividly contrasted with stunning, luminous crimson buttes and towering monoliths. A light spring rain had fallen early this morning, washing the high desert air clean and leaving it scented of piñon pine, juniper, and perfume from the carpets of eye-dazzling scarlet, gold, blue, and pink spring wildflowers. The view that inspired reverent feelings in so many visitors usually filled Tess with a sense of peace. Her home was a haven she'd created in order to unplug from her hectic life and connect to what was really important. The brochures handed out at the visitor center claimed that the town was a cathedral without walls. In actuality, it had no cathedrals. The only ancient established holy sites were those considered sacred by local Native American tribes. It had no major airport. Most of the small town's 3 million annual visitors flew into Phoenix's Sky Harbor International Airport, then took the 2-hour drive, rising 3,000 feet from the cactus-studded Sonoran Desert, ending with a spectacular view along the Red Rock Scenic Byway. The former sleepy little farming town had become the New Age capital of the country in the 1980s, when a psychic claimed that the same type of powerful energy vortexes that existed at the Great Pyramid in Egypt, Machu Picchu in Peru, Bali, Stonehenge, and Urs Rock in Australia could also be found in Sedona. Since Arizona was easier for Americans to visit than the other locations, tourism boomed, driven in large part by those who believed the claim that by simply visiting a vortex and closing your eyes, you could tap into the frequencies of the universe, and thus change your life. Tess, who'd drastically changed her own life, didn't believe the vortex hype. But to the despair of those original longtime residents, what had changed was the personality of the town. New Age stores popped up like weeds, offering crystals, aura readings, and spiritual tours of the vortexes. Chain stores, fast food, hotels, resorts, and outlet malls followed. There were times when she found the relentless barrage of wellness, purification, and enlightenment a bit too over the top. E.T. meets Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Even her real estate agent had insisted on doing a sage cleaning of the house before turning over the keys. While she remained a skeptic, even after 8 years of living here, she couldn't deny that the dramatic scenery of red mesas and buttes and the endless, almost blindingly blue sky was emotionally uplifting. But not today. "I don't understand the problem," Phyllis Newhouse, her agent, said, yet again. They'd been having the same conversation for the past month, even before she'd turned in what she'd planned to be the final book of her latest contract. "The series is doing great. Each book hits the top of the Times, sells more copies in all formats than the previous ones, and not only does the TV series always show up on the weekly ratings lists, it continues to climb with each season. There's a huge audience. Why would you want to write anything else?" Tess decided that admitting to her agent that she'd been hit with her first serious case of writer's block might be oversharing. I need a change. That was true. After 8 years spent writing a wildly popular series of novels set in a fictional mid-American high school, Tess was beginning to feel stuck in a rut. Most of her own school years had been a small room carved out of a vast television soundstage, where between the ages of 8 and 16, she'd played a pair of crime-solving twins, one a nerd, always needing to chase down facts, the other preferring to rely on her intuition. Even more unrealistically, they managed to pull off these feats without their parents, one a principal, the other a classics teacher at a ritzy boarding school, having a clue. Literally. In real life, she'd spent the few months of the show's off-season attending Beverly Hills High. While, admittedly, the student body at BHHS didn't mirror the middle American one where she'd set her fictional high school novels, her characters shared the same universal trials and tribulations of teens anywhere. Her storylines dealt with peer pressure, navigating cliques, first loves, heartbreak, self-image, bullying, substance abuse, eating disorders, and gender identification. The latter subjects had never been addressed in her perky detective series and were only lightly brushed over in the after-school movies she'd also been cast in. Although she'd been out of high school for over a decade, Tess wrote from internal personal truths and was self-aware enough to realize that she'd been working out her own neuroses on those pages. Having moved past the recovery stage of her life, Tess was ready for the next chapter. The only problem was that she hadn't come up with any idea what that chapter would be. Meanwhile, she did know that it was time for her fictional teens, who'd entered high school from various and often very different middle schools. Diversity, her agent and editors had proclaimed happily over dinner in a restaurant where the entree prices could feed a family of 4 for a week, to graduate and move on with their lives. I had lunch with Danielle yesterday, Phyllis revealed. Danielle Williams was the new publisher who'd been promoted from the Australian branch of the company to bring new eyes and fresh energy to the list. Sales and marketing were there as well, and we believe we've come up with a dynamite idea that will make everyone happy. What's that? We follow your suggestion and graduate the kids out of Pleasant Meadows High. Finally. And have them move on to college. That's your dynamite idea? Tess could feel the nails being hammered into the coffin of her career. Phyllis had taken her on as a client when many in the publishing world had been reluctant to give her a try after she'd so spectacularly blown up her music career with a public meltdown while on a European tour. And for that, Tess would always be grateful. She'd been happy at her publishing house for over a decade. During that time, she'd had supportive editors who could often see the entire forest whenever she'd find herself stuck writing down in the trees, and had made her books better. The art department continued to give her covers that practically leaped off bookstore shelves into readers' hands, and sales and marketing had played a huge part in getting her to where she was today. But if there was one thing she'd learned, first in the television business, then in music, and now publishing, was that the powers that be could often be resistant to change. If nothing was broken, why fix it? Your audience has a strong connection with the characters, both in the books and the TV series. But even I'll admit they've been in high school a very long time. So, Phyllis suggested, you'll simply explore those challenges as they enter their new adult age, which, while allowing more conflict and more mature content, also gives you the opportunity to bring in additional characters to expand your world. But it's still the same world, the same characters. They'd only be older. If she'd wanted to do that, she'd have already made the move. She didn't want to simply move on from young adult to new adult. She was done with them. Done. 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 Just give it some thought, Phyllis urged. Sleep on it. I'll bet you'll see a new world of possibilities. I'll do that, Tess agreed, only to end the call. Great. I'll pass the news on. Tell them that I'm thinking about it, she clarified. I don't want anyone talking about a new contract yet. She needed to reinvent herself, to take a much-needed break until she'd found the right story, one she could be excited about, which, in turn, would hopefully translate to not only new readers, but also current ones who might not have realized that they were ready for something new, too. When Rowdy roused and uncharacteristically growled low in his throat, she glanced over and saw red dust being kicked up by a car headed up her hill. Fortunately, she wasn't on a so-called vortex, but that didn't stop the occasional tourist from ignoring the private property signs posted at the turnoff to her road. Someone's coming, she said. I've got to run. We'll talk soon. She pressed end before Phyllis could throw out another argument. Having an idea who her trespasser might be, Tess leaned back in the chair, folded her arms, and waited. Her first clue that her visitor wasn't a local was the Hertz sticker on the Range Rover. As he got out of the SUV and walked toward her, his dark suit, definitely overdressed for Sedona, was yet more proof that he wasn't from around here. She also had a very good idea who he was, the man she'd been doing her best to ignore for the past 24 hours. I told you that I wasn't interested in anything you have to say. After hanging up on the Oregon attorney 3 times yesterday, Tess had blocked Donovan Breeze's number.
True, he agreed easily. But when a client hires me to do a job, I get it done. And as I said during our abbreviated call, your father—
The correct term would be sperm donor. As a writer, Tess was very particular about word choice.
Jackson Swan, he continued, switching on a dime while not backing down from the conversation, hired me to handle all his business.
Meaning he paid for that Armani suit. Okay, she was being rude, but the man was trespassing on her land.
It's Tom Ford, actually. I believe in buying American. And if you're trying to insult me, you're going to have to do better than that, he said easily.
He held out a hand to Rowdy, who, having apparently decided the stranger didn't represent a threat, bounded over to him.
We attorneys develop thick hides pretty fast. Mine's like Kevlar. And getting back to my reason for having come all this way, I also handled Jackson's estate.
Even annoyed that her traitor dog was not only licking the man's hand, but also wagging his fringed red tail, Tess caught the past tense immediately. And damn it, felt something shift inside her. Something sharp and painful she thought she'd put behind her years ago. Are you implying that you've come all this way to tell me that he's dead?
I'm afraid so. And the reason I'm here is that he insisted you be told in person.
Yet, you kept calling.
Only to make an appointment to save us both time and inconvenience in the event you weren't currently in Arizona. But you hung up on me as soon as I mentioned his name. 3 times. Then blocked both my numbers.
Most people would have taken the hint that I didn't want to talk about Jackson Swan.
Well, since I'm here now—
After trespassing.
Point taken. You can call the police, sheriff, or marshal, or whoever represents the law around here if you want. Meanwhile, I'll make this short. You're one of his heirs.
Whatever he's left me, I don't want it. I've done well enough on my own.
So he told me.
That caught Tess's unwilling attention. And what exactly did he tell you about me?
Nothing personal, he assured her. Just about your television show, which my sisters couldn't get enough of, by the way, your movies, and a bit about your pop star years.
Which I'd rather not revisit.
Understood. But you went on to establish a remarkably successful career. New York Times best-selling author, plus a popular television series made from your work.
Adapted from my books. I certainly don't write the scripts.
No way would she ever claim another writer's work, even when those writers veered away from her storyline to, as it had been explained to her, up the drama and build more sexual tension. Meaning a lot of steamy scenes that weren't in her books. Scenes that undoubtedly would have to be written into the stories if her characters moved on to college. Nope, not happening. Those scripts wouldn't exist if you hadn't provided 3-dimensional characters and the framework for an addictive storyline.
You know what they say about flattery getting you anywhere?
I've heard it.
Well, FYI, it doesn't work on me.
I'll keep that in mind. And FYI, it wasn't flattery. I know all about every book you've written.
He held up a hand to cut off her planned remark that stooping to lying would be even less effective than flattery.
My 12-year-old niece and all her friends are addicted to your Pleasant Meadows High series. Whenever Jamie visits, that's my niece's name, she fills me in on all the details. At the moment, she's desperately waiting for the next book to find out if Madison ends up with Ethan or bad boy Brock.
He paused.
I don't suppose you'd be willing to share and help me gain major uncle points?
Sorry. Tess suspected with his good looks and much easier-going attitude than she'd expect for a city lawyer wearing a designer suit, the man had probably already scored major points with his preteen niece. It's top secret. He shrugged broad shoulders that narrowed down to a long, rangy torso that had Tess picturing him as a cowboy as she mentally switched out the suit to Wranglers and a snap-front shirt. A fawn Stetson on his dark head, well-scuffed boots, would spurs be overdoing it? In place of those Italian shoes.
I figured you'd say that, he said.
As admittedly good-looking as he was as a lawyer, he would make a hot cowboy. Perhaps she should try her hand at a Western romance.
But a guy can always try. And speaking of trying...
No. Tess shook her head as the too sexy for his Stetson cowboy faded away, leaving her arguing with the deceptively easy-talking but annoyingly stubborn attorney. If my sperm donor left me anything, you have my permission to donate it to charity. Just write up any paper in the legalese you people converse in, and I'll sign it.
That would be difficult.
You're the attorney. Figure it out.
As I said, it's complicated.
And you're not going to tell me what precisely it is, are you?
Sorry, he said. Attorney-client privilege applies to the actual details of any inheritance until the will is officially read.
Which will be when? Not that she was the least bit interested. Liar. Damn the man. He'd piqued her curiosity.
As soon as I can get his daughters together. Jack warned me that you wouldn't be all that cooperative. But as I said, he instructed me to deliver word of his death in person. I'd already decided to go in order. From the eldest, who would be you, to the middle, to the youngest.
Youngest? Lawyer man had just garnered her attention again. I have one half-sister who lives in Charleston.
Charlotte, he agreed. She's next on my list.
Tess knew all about Charlotte. She'd even based a ditzy blonde Southern Belle transfer student 3 books ago on the half-sister she'd only learned about when she'd read an article in the LA Times about Jackson Swan winning his 2nd Pulitzer Prize. A sister she'd never had any interest in meeting, but had admittedly Googled, merely out of curiosity. Were her mother and father still married?
Yes.
Then why aren't you notifying her mother?
I'm sorry.
His chocolate brown eyes revealed what seemed to be sincerity.
But again, it's client privilege.
And you're saying that Jackson Swan had a 3rd child?
He nodded. That would be Natalie.
The man had many failings, Mr. Breeze, most of which, for some unknown reason, he was never held accountable for. Yet, even he couldn't get away with bigamy.
He and Josette Seurat were together for 26 years, but never married. They had 1 child, Natalie, whose story is hers to tell.
Although Tess had convinced herself that she didn't give a damn about her father's desertion, that he'd been long dead to her, that little newsflash stung. Jackson Swan managed to spend 26 years with the same woman? And a daughter. The one of the 3 of them he'd apparently decided to keep.
They were together until Josette died suddenly last year, though they didn't have what most people would consider a traditional relationship. Your father, Jackson, he corrected at her sharp look, never gave up racing around to conflict hotspots. I have my own ideas about why he was so unrelentingly driven, but I'm not a psychologist, so it's just a guess from having known him all my life.
You started representing him at birth? He laughed at that, a deep, rich baritone that undoubtedly appealed to both women clients and jurors. The lingering cowboy image faded as she envisioned him as a high-profile divorce lawyer, helping a steady clientele of abandoned wives achieve, if not revenge, then a substantial settlement. He'd be a great white shark ripping apart errant husbands while at the same time providing empathy and reassurance to his clients, like a golden retriever comfort dog. "My father handled Jackson's business while I was growing up," he said. "Whenever Jack came to Oregon, he'd stop by Portland and have dinner with my family. When I was young, he was like a favorite uncle, always showing up with cool gifts. By the time I reached my teens, he had me fantasizing about a life of death-defying adventure." "And when you grew up?" "I decided that risking my life every day works well in novels and movies, but would be overrated in real life. Jackson was a friend. He could also be a challenge." Tess wanted to ask why the man she did not want to talk about, to think about, kept going to Oregon, but since she'd already insisted that she had no interest in him, managed to hold her tongue. "Josette was a free spirit herself, which I always thought was why they meshed so well. Neither put expectations on the other." "How lovely," Tess said, her tone as dry as the Arizona high desert air. "I'm sorry. I was merely attempting to give you some family background for when you meet Natalie." "That's unnecessary, because I've no intention of meeting her." "Your sisters?" "Half, and total strangers." "Aren't you a little curious?" "No, not even a little bit." "May I ask a question?" It was her turn to shrug. "I suppose." "Is it all lawyers you dislike? Any lawyer handling Jackson Swan's legal affairs? Or is it just me?" "It's not you," she said. "I'll admit you'd begun to win me over with that story about your niece and my books." "You liked hearing she and her friends read them?" "No, well, that too. But mostly because you sat through her recitation of the stories, and even knew the characters. I haven't met many, perhaps any, men who do that." "Sounds as if you've met the wrong men," he said mildly. "And believe me, it's a lot easier than when she used to paint my nails. One time, I got an emergency call from a client who'd just been arrested for bank robbery. It turned out to be a case of mistaken identity, but I'll admit it was a bit humiliating showing up at the police station with my "I'm feeling sashy" purple fingernails. "You didn't take it off first?" "My sister was out of polish remover, and my client was having an anxiety attack, so I didn't want to take the time to stop at a drugstore." "That's impressive." And showed a great deal of self-confidence. He had to have gotten ragged by the cops. "Thank you." "But I think you mean sassy." "No, it was a part of a Miss Universe collection, thus the sashy reference. My niece loves sparkly nails and collects tiaras, along with your Pleasant Meadows High series. She's also a fan of any books or movies featuring princesses. But, as frivolous as that may make her sound, she's also in STEM." "Sounds as if your niece is a girl of eclectic tastes and talents." I realize most proud uncles say this, but Jamie is brilliant. At the moment, she's torn between becoming a NASA engineer and heading up an all-woman team to establish a permanent colony on the moon to use as a base to explore other planets. Or becoming president. More recently, after seeing you on the Today Show, she's considering writing. She's already on the school newspaper and has had 2 short stories chosen for a class anthology. Good for her. We were all very proud, though the stories are pretty dark and grim. It's the age. Adolescence is when kids begin to think about life and death. She smiled, really smiled for the first time since his arrival. When I was that age, I filled my journal with doom and gloom poems that always ended tragically. But you changed. My life changed, she said, and wasn't that an understatement? I began to view situations with more nuance. Most of my characters are good, but flawed people. Even Maureen, Queen of the Mean Girls, has a tragic home life with her mother dying of cancer. But that's still a secret. My lips are sealed. Dual dimples flashed when he put a finger to his lips. With his thickly lashed brown eyes, curly medium brown hair, and those dimples, he could have played any lawyer on TV. He continued, "Now that we seem to be getting along so well, you're going to drag me back to the unwelcome topic of my sperm donor's funeral." At the moment, there's no funeral planned. Jack didn't want to fuss. But if the three of you want to plan something... I don't know about the other two, but I have no interest in pretending I'm unhappy about his death. Damn. As soon as she heard her words spoken out loud, Tess realized she truly wasn't unhappy. But she was angry. How dare the bastard die before she could confront him and show him how successful she'd become, that he'd made a mistake deserting his family. When she'd been younger, before her life had blown up in a spectacular public scandal, she dreamed of him one day showing up on the set, marveling at what a brilliant actress she was. And because she'd been a normal adolescent girl, she'd wanted to hear from her father that she was pretty, smart, talented, wanted. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a manila envelope. "Here are the details, and the location of my office in Aberdeen, Oregon. That's about 30 miles southwest of Portland. I've also included some flight options you might want to consider." "Not going," she insisted. "Look, I understand your feelings," he said. "I honestly do. But you really do need to come check out your inheritance, because there are some serious decisions to be made." "I've made my decision. I'm not going. I don't want anything from Jackson Swan." "I get that. My problem is that there are contingencies that all three of you are going to have to sign off on. And although I'm going beyond my charge, we're talking about property that requires your presence." There you go again, trying to pique my curiosity. But she did finally take the folder he was still holding. "How much property?" The Swans were early settlers in wine country, although back then wine wasn't a viable crop. So your ancestor grew cherries. "You're saying I inherited a cherry orchard?" She liked cherries, especially in pie, but that didn't mean that she had any intention of becoming a farmer. These days, a small part of the property is cherries. The main business is wine. There's also a house and other items. My job, in any inheritance situation, is to help the parties develop a strategy on dividing property, real and otherwise. Once again, I don't want anything. Understood, but you're not the only person involved here. So, what you're saying is that it's not all about me. I'm saying, yet again, that there are decisions that need to be made, and as your father's attorney, I'd hate to see any of you have regrets. Believe me, this isn't the way I advised Jackson to handle it. It's hard for heirs who haven't been told up front about inheriting a business, especially when they're not given any indication what the deceased would want done. Let me put it this way. I care about what Jackson Swan wanted for the future of whatever property he left behind as much as he cared about me, which would be zilch. That's too bad. So, since you don't care, it shouldn't take that long to check things out and sign off to the other two heirs. But the terms of the will state that it must be done in person, at the site. And if one of the heirs refuses to take part, the entire business would probably be sold off and the proceeds given to charity. Sounds good to me. And you're being pushy again. Playing on my sympathies toward two women I've never met. I'm merely doing my job the way my client laid it out. Lucky you, she muttered. He must have been one of your more challenging clients. She was curious, damn it, just as Jackson Swan had planned. He was that, but at the same time, he was the most interesting, which is why I'm not surprised to discover that at least one of his heirs didn't fall far from the cherry tree. I'm nothing like him. She'd spent her life trying to be the exact opposite of her father. You both chose creative careers and your own paths, especially when you left music and turned to writing. That wasn't exactly my choice. It no longer stung. Like her characters who'd had disaster rain down upon them, she'd persevered and moved on. Perhaps it seemed that way at the time, The music business is filled with comeback stories. Yet, when you finally reached a stage in your life where you can make your own decisions about your life, you chose a different path. One that appears to suit you well.
There you go with that flattery again.
Not flattery, truth. You also appear to have inherited your father's strength and tenacity.
Some have called it stubbornness. Her mother, for starters, and more recently, Phyllis. And you're no slouch either. I keep turning you down, yet you keep pitching.
Just doing my job.
He glanced around, taking in the scenery.
This is stunning country, but Oregon is just as spectacular. And green.
I've been to Oregon.
Oh?
He arched a brow.
What part?
Damn. He had her there. PDX, she admitted, but we flew past Mount Hood, which looked as if I could reach out and touch it, and I had a cup of what was billed as world-famous clam chowder while waiting for my flight out.
I don't know if it's world-famous, but Moe's is certainly well known for its chowder. The recipe and original restaurant have been around since right after World War II, and Hollywood stars like Paul Newman, JoAnn Woodward, and Henry Fonda ate there.
Those dimples flashed again.
And now they can add your name to the roster of stars.
I'm no star. Though she had been once. The TV gig had been fun. She'd enjoyed the challenge of playing dual personalities, and while the show could admittedly get a little saccharine, the writers had written in enough family conflict, all of which would be resolved by the end of 60 minutes, minus time for commercials. Double Trouble had been a feel-good show, suitable for all ages, which had made it a national meeting place on Wednesday nights, leading off the network's primetime lineup. Tess had literally grown up on that show, but after what had happened, she hadn't been able to watch reruns for years. Until late one night, while channel surfing, she'd found it available for streaming. And after spending nearly a week binge-watching every episode, she finally realized why all the media back then had claimed that she was a natural actress, like young Jodie Foster decades before. What no one had realized was that except for the mystery-solving part, it had never felt like acting, because the cast had all come to feel like family, certainly more than her own. Although much of the storyline had centered on the twins using their talents to solve light crime, no one was ever murdered, vehicles were never carjacked, and children were still safe from predators. The overriding theme of Double Trouble celebrated the American family, and if there were times that critics suggested that the loving, purposefully exemplary family, written and produced by William Moore, who played Tess's screen father, was too perfect, the audience had continued to keep the show in the top 10 of the ratings for each of its 9 seasons. Her real-life mother had gotten divorced twice during those years, while her TV mother had given birth to twin girls and still managed to be a school principal who baked cookies for class events and was always there to offer her daughters, Ella and Emma, her motherly wisdom. Realizing that he was patiently waiting for her to return to the conversation, Tess shook her head and raked her fingers through her long mahogany curls. I'm sorry. One of the annoying things about writers is our minds can drift off. And getting back to our topic, one of the best things about being a writer is that most of the time, except for the very occasional book tour, I'm pretty much anonymous.
And you prefer it that way?
After my flameout, which you're surely old enough to have witnessed along with most of the rest of the world, the answer is yes. I absolutely prefer to keep my life private. Bad enough that she would undoubtedly show up in Jackson Swan's obituary.
Which is why you rarely do book tours and choose instead to hide away here in Arizona's Red Rock country?
I'm not hiding. A lot of residents know who I am, but they're used to famous, she put the word in air quotes, people filming movies or buying vacation homes here, so I'm no big deal. He rocked back on his heels, put both hands in his pockets.
So, you never made it to Oregon's wine country?
She shook her head. No, I would have liked to, but back when I was getting established, my publisher put me on a tight tour schedule that had me in Seattle one day, Portland the next,
then down the coast to San Francisco, Los Angeles, and on to San Diego that same week. I have been to Napa. Double Trouble had filmed an episode there when she was 12. Oregon's a lot more down-home than Napa. Unlike the traffic jams of tourists, rental cars, and tour buses, the Willamette Valley still has empty roads, smaller wineries with crowd-free tasting rooms, and lawns set aside for picnics. And, as an added incentive, and since Jackson left it up to me to handle the disposition of his wealth, I might as well tell you that the Swan family vineyard is not only one of the best just in Oregon, but the whole country. And if awards count for anything, which in the wine business they do, then also the world. Perhaps you've heard of Chateau de Madeleine Vineyard? That got Tess's attention. Get out. You're telling me that Jackson Swan owned that winery? It was established by your grandfather, Robert. He converted part of the family's cherry orchard to vineyards after he returned from World War II, though the wine business didn't really take off until the boom of the 1980s. Damn. You've just hit on one thing that makes the trip tempting. I buy their Pinot Noir. It's fabulous. Which still didn't change her mind about wanting any part of the man's estate. All she knew about wine was drinking it. She had no desire to get into the grape-growing business. You won't get any argument from me about that. He glanced down at his watch. I'd better get going. I've got a flight out of Phoenix this afternoon. Give it some thought, he said. If you decide to come, just call, and I'll meet you at PDX and drive you to Aberdeen. If I do go, I'll probably drive so I can take my dog. Rowdy's a rescue. I've only had him a few months, and it wouldn't be fair to board him again so soon after him having been in the shelter. While Portland traffic isn't anything like Los Angeles, it can be a confusing drive for a newcomer any time, but especially during morning rush hour. Also, the bridges can make drivers nervous. I grew up driving on LA's infamous 4-level stack, she said. I doubt any of your bridges would be a problem. Point taken, but if you're driving, you won't be able to enjoy the river view as much as you would as a passenger. It's just a suggestion, but it's less than a 2.5-hour flight. You could bring Rowdy with you. I'll meet you at the airport, and you can rent a car in Aberdeen. You'll be staying at the house, where Rowdy would be welcome. That way you could save travel time, but still take a few days off and explore wine country. And the coast. Tess wondered if he practiced litigation. Not only was he good at reading people, knowing she'd resist being pressured, he'd also proven to be persuasive. She could easily imagine him winning over a jury. As, damn it, he was winning her over. He's flown before, from the rescue group in Amarillo, and had arrived at Phoenix's Sky Harbor International Airport with his tail wagging. And luckily I still have his crate. Whatever you choose to do, the estate will cover all expenses, both traveling and while you're in Oregon, for each of his heirs. It sounds as if Jackson was a great deal more responsible with his money than he was with his children. He was a complicated, complex man, as you'll undoubtedly learn when you come to Aberdeen. If I come. If, he agreed, and although he had his neutral attorney face on again, she could see the glint of satisfaction in those brown eyes. Tess stood on the deck, watching as he strolled back to the Range Rover. And over the birdsong, she heard a new sound. He was whistling. 2. Damn, Tess muttered, as he drove away in another cloud of red dust. That's all I need, more complications in my life. And what the hell was she supposed to say to her half-sisters? It would be like playing a part, she decided. More improv than script, but she was always good at that. William used to like to try to throw her off by saying lines that hadn't been there during their morning read-through. But she'd not only become used to the dialogue he'd toss in from left field, she'd actually enjoyed it, too. It made them seem like a real family. Until that memorable day when William Moore, beloved by all for being America's perfect father and husband, not only to his TV children, but also to his own 5 kids and wife of 20 years, had been caught in a torrid affair with the show's makeup artist. Sponsors who'd staked their reputation on the all-American family began pulling out as soon as tabloid headlines exploded onto grocery checkout stands all over the country. It had taken all of 3 weeks for the show to be canceled, putting Tess out of work at the ripe old age of 16. Shaking off that bad memory of those days, Tess now called her mother, who had apparently finally found true love with husband number 4, a Greek shipping magnate who owned his own private island. "I suppose it's not surprising," Amy Curtis Swan Kendall Mathis Christopoulos said when Tess told her of Jackson's death. "Quite honestly, with the risks he took, I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. One of the reasons I divorced him was because I didn't want to be a widow in my 20s. He died of lung cancer. Again, not surprising, since he smoked like a chimney, and not just tobacco, but I am truly sorry. He might have been a miserable husband and father, but I finally realized that was because he was so driven and wounded, not just physically, but emotionally." Her mother had told her that before, reassuring her that his leaving them was not Tess's fault. Tess hadn't believed that excuse about his being emotionally wounded when she was young, and now, while she accepted that might be possible, given the nature of his work, she didn't care. The fact remained he'd deserted his family and never looked back. He had 2 other daughters, with 2 different women. "You told me about finding out about the second on Google a few years ago, but I had no idea there was a third." "Why would I make that up?" "No, of course you wouldn't. So he married 3 times?" "No, the daughter I told you about, Charlotte, is from wife number 2 in Charleston. They never divorced. The other is from a woman in Paris he lived with off and on for 26 years. There was a long pause, making Tess think one of their phones might have dropped the call. "Mom? I'm sorry. I was thinking about how many times Nikos and I have been to Paris. Wouldn't that have been weird if we'd run into him?" "Paris is a big city, Mom. It would have been pretty unlikely." "True, but I could have been sitting next to his mistress in a restaurant or shopping in the same boutique and never would have known it." "Would you have cared?" Another long pause. "Let's just say no woman ever forgets her first love," her mother said finally. Surprised, Tess didn't know how to respond to that. She'd been in her 20s when she realized that the reason for her mother's multiple marriages was that Amy Curtis was one of those women in love with the idea of being in love. She'd never know if her mother had found that with her Greek husband or had decided that marrying a man with more money than he could spend in a lifetime was a worthwhile compromise. After another pause, her mother picked up the momentarily dropped conversation. "So, this lawyer, Donovan Breeze, apparently his father was my sperm donor's attorney for several years." Even with the somewhat scratchy connection, Tess could hear her mother's long sigh. "I do wish you wouldn't call Jackson that." "What would you have me call him? Daddy? Maybe if he'd stuck around, that would fit. I'm a writer. I choose my words to fit a situation, and since I have no memory of him, as far as I'm concerned, his only contribution to my life was all those fertile tadpoles swimming in his semen." "Must you be so crude?" When Tess didn't immediately respond, her mother went off on a different track, reminding Tess that she'd never said anything negative about her first husband. When asked about their marriage, she'd simply stated that they were young and had made a mistake not getting to know each other well enough to realize that their desired lifestyles were incompatible. "He sent monthly child support for years, until you found out about the checks when you were 11 and insisted I stop accepting them, even though they were going into an education fund for you." "I was earning enough for us." They'd moved into a house in Beverly Hills by then, just north of Sunset Drive's iconic palm trees. "I didn't need his money." Perhaps he needed to send it. Why? To ease his conscience? Try telling that to someone who cares. Another sigh. "Let's not argue," Amy said. "So, getting back to my question, why did his attorney go see you?" "Apparently, I inherited something." "What?" "You're not going to believe this. A winery. He says I need to go to Oregon for the reading of the will." "Your father was living in Oregon?" "Apparently so, at least at the end, in some town called Aberdeen." "He never said a word." "Well, although the lawyer was annoyingly vague, I may now be part owner of a vineyard. Chateau de Madeleine is a big deal, Mom." "I've never heard of it, but that doesn't mean anything," she answered. "I was never much of a wine drinker, and since marrying Nikos, when I do, it's either Greek or French, which has nothing to do with your situation, and not that you asked me, but I think you should go." "I don't want whatever damn inheritance he left me to soothe his guilty conscience, and I definitely have no desire to meet my two half-sisters." She'd have to Google Natalie Syrah, or perhaps he'd given her his last name, making her one of the Swan sisters. And didn't that sound like a country music trio? "I wasn't suggesting you accept it or reject it. That's up to you. But going to his funeral might provide closure." "I don't need closure." What she needed was a damn story idea. After promising her mother she'd think about it, solely in order to end a less than satisfying conversation for the second time today, she opened her laptop, which, instead of pages of words taking up the screen, was currently open to a game of Candy Crush. Maybe getting away and a change of scenery would clear her mind. Something had better help solve her problem soon, or she'd end up spending the next 10 years writing her characters through college. Then what? Marriages, careers, and babies. And if she wanted to make them even a bit realistic, affairs and divorces. Hell, if she wasn't careful, she could spend the rest of her life writing them into old age. Why didn't she write thrillers? She fumed silently. At least then she could kill her characters off at a prom, like Stephen King's Carrie, but with a lot less blood. The thought of writing romantic triangles among the group who'd aged into their 80s, living together in senior housing, was enough for Tess to go online and book her flight to Portland. 3. Charleston, South Carolina. Butterflies were fluttering their wings in Charlotte Aldridge's stomach. The conference room was already beginning to fill up with interior design students from colleges all over the country who'd come to hear her speak about using design to evoke human emotion by stimulating the senses. The soothing sound of a fountain, the eyes following a curve of a wall, the tactile sensation of varying fabrics beneath your fingertips. Being invited to speak at the American Society of Interior Designers' annual National Student Summit was a high point in her career, and took the edge off her dissatisfaction with how, over time, little by little, she'd felt not just her work, but also her identity being diminished. Being here today provided a much-needed boost to her confidence. Her workshop, which she'd worked on for weeks, was titled Function Meets Form Meets Feeling, and her goal was to teach the attendees how architectural form and decorative arts could empower well-being and affect the quality of lives. She stood at the front of the room, setting up her laptop she'd preloaded with a video and several still shots, when she heard a murmur like a building hum of bumblebees behind her. At the same time, the student volunteer who was going to introduce her came over and cleared her throat. Mrs. Aldridge, I think you forgot something." Charlotte looked over at her handouts, the tidily stacked note cards for her speech, and the video paused on the screen, waiting for her to press play. The conference coordinators had also provided a bottle of water. "No," she said. "Everything seems to be fine." "But," the young woman was wringing her hands. Then she leaned forward and whispered, "I'm sorry, but you're not wearing any clothes." Charlotte jerked awake from a restless sleep. The dream had seemed so real. She had to look around the room to make sure she was still at home in her own bed. She'd been having the nightmares for weeks. Along with varying versions of this one, another was having not studied for her environmental psychology for interior design final needed for her MFA. Others, more physically terrifying, of her being chased down one of the city's cobblestone streets late at night by a shadowy stranger, or drowning in a hurricane's tidal wave. Once her heart stopped its wild pounding, since the sun had begun shining through the plantation shutters, she managed to drag herself into the over-the-top master bathroom that was large enough to practically house a wing of its own. The walls and floors were marble, the steam shower could have fit a basketball team, and a massive chandelier hung over the freestanding soaking tub, which always had Charlotte worrying that one of these days it might fall into the water and electrocute her. Which was why, as much as she loved bubble baths, more often than not, she stuck with the safer steam shower. There was a large padded white ottoman separating the long marble his and hers counters, and the domed ceiling had been painted blue to represent the sky. She brushed her teeth and washed her hands in one of 2 hand-beveled crystal vessel sinks, which, like the rest of the room, felt excessive even for this private, gated enclave of Charleston homes. As she'd done every morning for nearly a year, she peed into a plastic cup, which she took to the counter where her digital ovulation test kit was waiting. She dipped the strip into the cup, then, because she couldn't bear to watch, sat down on the ottoman. It had turned out to have a use, after all, and waited. Until she and Mason had started trying to get pregnant, Charlotte had never realized how long 5 minutes could be. When the display finally flashed a solid smiley face, she felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps this was the universe telling her that the time was finally right. Mason had been scheduled to come home from his 3-day business trip to Las Vegas last night, but had called and told her he was stuck in meetings and wouldn't be able to make his evening flight back to Charleston. The morning after he left, and for the next 3 days, the face had been blinking, signaling high fertility. And though it wasn't as optimal as the smiley face peak fertility sign, she'd been looking forward to welcoming him home last night and hopefully making a baby. But a peak was perfect, which meant she had plans to make. She'd prepare his favorite dinner, the same one she'd made the first time she'd ever cooked for him. He'd often told her that that was when he decided to marry her. They always laughed about it because she'd taken it as the joke it was meant to be. Still, they'd had world-spinning sex that night, so hopefully memories of that seduction dinner would add some fire to their sex life, which had admittedly been sliding downhill. Their lovemaking had turned decidedly routine, which all the books had assured her wasn't unexpected. But if sex by calendar was what it took to have a baby, then that was what she'd do. There were times, and this was one of them, that she was annoyed that he'd been acting as if getting pregnant was a chore when he'd been the one who'd begun talking about starting a family 6 months after they'd returned from their honeymoon. When she'd suggested waiting a couple years in order to let them enjoy the early days of their marriage, and honestly, to keep the momentum going on her design career, he'd dropped the bombshell that he was planning a run for the Senate, and a candidate with an attractive family always polled better. It wasn't as if he was insisting that she quit work, he'd assured her. They would, after all, have a nanny and housekeeper. She needn't worry about losing her identity or turning into one of those insufferable new mothers who had nothing to talk about but their child.
There could actually be an upside, he'd said. By continuing to grow your high-end client base, which has generations of old money to donate, you could open up more avenues of campaign funding.
Which was when she'd belatedly realized how far ahead he'd been thinking about a political career. Wasn't that something you'd discuss with your fiancé before marriage? And if he had, what would she have said? As a senator, he'd be spending his weekdays in Washington, D.C. The same night he'd pressed for a child, he'd assured her that he had no intention of disrupting her life, taking her from friends, family, and her work, so he'd get an apartment in the Capitol. Her life wouldn't have to change all that much, he'd promised. But Charlotte knew it would. Having grown up with an absentee father, the idea of Mason being a weekend parent was less than appealing. And although she didn't want to be selfish, how would they be able to carve out personal husband and wife time during those short weekends he'd be back in Charleston, where he'd be having to meet with constituents? "You're borrowing trouble," she muttered to herself. She showered, put hot rollers in her hair, made up her face, and chose a white silk shift dress with a row of red and yellow tulips around the hem from her closet. It was still months before he'd have to declare, and maybe, just perhaps, he'd change his mind about moving from law to politics. It could happen. She'd already bought the Frenched organic lamb chops yesterday, intending to make them last night, after assuring the dubious housekeeper that had come with her husband and the house that she was perfectly capable of making dinner. Although Mason had effusively complimented her on her culinary talents that first night, it was basically a simple meal. All she had to do was rub an herb mix of thyme, oregano, and crushed rosemary over each chop, let them sit in the fridge for 30 minutes, and cook them in the cast-iron skillet she'd received as a wedding present from her mother. It was the same skillet Blanche Lillington Swan had inherited from Charlotte's grandmother, Matilda. But since her mother had a live-in cook, and never so much as boiled an egg, before the old skillet had been passed on to Charlotte, it had sat unused for decades. For sides, she'd serve roasted asparagus, sprinkled with grated Parmesan, and since Mason was a meat and potatoes man, she'd roast red, white, and purple fingerling potatoes to add more color to the dish. The wine would be an Oregon Pinot Noir. Mason, who considered himself a connoisseur, had explained that the wine was aged longer than many others in high-quality French barrels, giving it more body. She'd also have to go shopping for some new Ravish Me Now lingerie. The past 2 months, although he'd been the one pushing to get started on a family, Mason had become increasingly reluctant to follow the sperm meets egg plan that had proven helpful for many of the women on her infertility Facebook group. The detailed plan involved having sex every other day after she'd ended her period. Then, once she'd hit peak fertility, which was today, they were supposed to have sex 3 days in a row, take 1 day off, then repeat. There had been times, especially the past 3 months, when Mason had come home late and exhausted from work, that they hadn't stuck completely to the plan. So Charlotte wasn't hopeful. But as she had during their entire 2 years of marriage, she wanted to please her husband. Although things, in fact, might be strained right now, she was certain that once she got pregnant, fulfilling the bargain she hadn't realized she'd been making as they'd exchanged vows, he'd go back to being the dashing, romantic man who'd swept her off her feet. From day one, she'd done everything her mother had advised for a solid marriage. She kept fit with a sadistic private trainer, kept her hair southern glossy, her nails done with weekly manicures and pedicures, never left the house without lip gloss, and spent so much time smiling that she understood why so many of her friends had become addicted to Botox. Smiling, it turned out, caused lines. Despite his promise that her life wouldn't change, she'd allowed herself to be pressured to cut back on the career she'd spent 5 years studying for at SCAD and had worked hard for the 6 years after graduation to get off the ground in order to accompany him on various business-focused social events. By the time she and Mason had met, 2 of her homes had appeared in Southern Living magazine, another in Coastal Living. She'd become a fixture on Houzz and Pinterest, and was steadily growing followers on her blog and Instagram account. Back then, she'd begun to acquire some small commercial accounts, a tea house, a bakery, an architect's office, and had high hopes for obtaining more. As a newer sideline she hadn't anticipated, both the tea house owner and baker had wanted a grand opening, and 3 of her wealthiest clients had asked her to help plan a party to show off their newly decorated home. That was how she'd fallen into event planning, which, for a secondary career, was beginning to prove surprisingly profitable. Just blocks from Charleston's protected historic district was a 2-story brick Georgian house whose new owner, a local real estate development company, had plans to turn into a small but pricey boutique hotel. Her architect client, who designed the remodel, had recommended her for the job. And although she'd been up against some stiff, big-named competition, she'd won the commission. Mason Aldridge had been the handsome attorney who wrote up the contract, and as soon as she'd signed her name on the line flagged with a yellow post-it, Declaring the business part of the meeting over, he'd asked her out to dinner to celebrate her winning the deal. The restaurant, in the historic French Quarter, was one of the most romantic in the city, and so popular she was surprised that they'd managed to just walk in off the street until she learned that he'd called for a reservation during a brief moment he'd been away from the meeting. "You were that sure I'd go out with you?" she'd asked, looking at him over the rim of her wineglass.
Let's just say I was hopeful,
he'd responded with a smile meant to charm, which it had. Over a dinner of she-crab soup and Carolina crab cakes for her, grilled filet mignon with marinated shrimp for him, she discovered that he was 12 years older than she was, and like Charlotte, was a descendant of the first families of Carolina. She learned that his legal specialty was real estate, including, along with her boutique hotel, large international transactions from hotels to shopping centers located all over the world. Brushing over his own accomplishments, he'd flattered her by telling her how impressed he was with her career. She'd been a bit surprised when he told her that he'd never dated a woman who had her own business, but under the spell of his charm, the rich food and wine, she'd basked in his admiration. By the time she'd been talked into a chocolate martini for dessert, as she drowned in eyes as blue as a summer sky, she'd fallen. Hard. He'd swept her off her feet emotionally that first night as they'd strolled hand in hand through the quarter, and literally, when after their third date in as many days, he'd carried her to bed. He'd proposed at sunset in front of Sullivan Island's lighthouse 2 months after their first date. Although her mother had complained that it would take at least a year to plan a proper wedding, 6 months later, Charlotte and Mason had exchanged vows in a beautiful, formal ceremony beneath a moss-draped tree on the lawn of the Creek Club on Ion. Cocktails were served to their wedding guests on the wraparound porch, which offered panoramic views of the surrounding gardens and water. And after the sun had set, everyone moved inside for the sit-down dinner and dancing. Although she and her mother differed over many things, both had agreed that it had been a perfect low-country wedding to remember. Charlotte still had that ovulation test on her mind as she sat through a meeting of the Garden Club's annual visitation committee. Once a year, her neighborhood of 50 stately homes opened their lacy wrought-iron gates to the public as a fundraising event for a local animal shelter. Although Charlotte hadn't been allowed to have a dog or cat, she'd volunteered at the shelter in high school, cleaning out cages, cuddling cats, and taking dogs waiting for adoption for walks. Unfortunately, Mason, like her mother, was not a fan of animals in the house. Dogs shed all over the furniture, he'd said. They were also dirty. Did she have any idea how many germs were in a dog's mouth? And their nails would ruin the wooden floors. As for a cat, there was no way he was going to have his antique furniture and silk draperies clawed to pieces. She dropped the idea, even as she'd hoped that once they had a child, he'd change his mind. Charlotte realized her mind had drifted off when she noticed all the other women sitting around Melanie Lee's cherry dining table, capable of sitting 18 at a formal dinner, looking at her expectantly. "I'm sorry," she shook her head. "My mind was wandering. Mason's coming home tonight from Las Vegas, and I was planning his welcome home dinner." She did not mention that she intended to be dessert. "We're making a list of what each of us will be serving to guests." Melanie tapped the tip of her pen on a personalized Crane & Co. notepad. Charles Lee had dropped over $1,000 on the lacquered, dark blue, platinum-adorned, limited edition Mont Blanc pen to celebrate his trophy wife's being elected president of the Garden Group, a fact Charlotte knew because Melanie had shown it off at their first meeting. With the exception of Melanie, Charlotte liked these women, many of whom she'd grown up with. Yet it had occurred to her from time to time that they could have been clones, or bought in bulk from Costco. Today, although the calendar might not yet have declared it to be spring, the season had definitely turned south of the Mason-Dixon line. While not everyone had chosen a floral print Lilly Pulitzer shift like hers, All the dresses were as bright as those flowering in the gardens an army of landscapers had created into a showplace. That thought led to another that had been keeping her awake. If Mason ran for office and got elected, she'd undoubtedly be expected to attend political functions. What did women wear in Washington, D.C.? Although she'd subscribed to Town and Country magazine for years, she'd never paid all that much attention to anything other than the interiors of the featured couples' homes. I asked, "What are you planning to serve?" There was a definite edge to Melanie's tone. They'd been frenemies ever since Duncan Lansdale had invited Charlotte to the Azalea Ball their senior year at Magnolia Preparatory Academy. She'd accepted, having no idea that Melanie had harbored a secret crush on Duncan. She said the first thing that came to mind, the one item no Southern party would be without. "Cheese straws?" "Sally already volunteered for those." Melanie impatiently tapped the page on her notepad. "She makes the best of anyone." Sally should, since she'd stolen the idea of adding Rice Krispies to the mix from her, Charlotte thought. She really should have been paying more attention so she could have jumped in to claim those. "Pimento cheese finger sandwiches." "I'm making those." This from Shelby Carlson, who upon her marriage had obtained 2 teenage stepsons who didn't take up much of her time or energy since they spent the major part of the year away at boarding school. Damn. Charlotte knew deviled eggs, another party staple, would have been snapped up while her mind had been drifting, along with mint sweet iced tea. And she quickly found out red velvet cupcakes had also been claimed. "Fine, I'll serve tea cakes and peach tea." "Carol Ann is already doing tea cakes." Melanie's voice had grown tight with frustration. "That won't matter. No 2 bakers make them the same way." Tea cakes were as old-fashioned Southern as church fans, porch rocking chairs, and sweet tea. Part cake, part cookie, and part biscuit, the best ones, to Charlotte's mind, were flavored with vanilla bean, nutmeg, and lemon zest. And they should melt in your mouth. "People are going to be visiting several different gardens." Carol Ann Talbot tossed her long blonde hair, which Charlotte knew to be extensions. "Their culinary experience should be as unique as the garden they're visiting. They might not appreciate being served the same thing at different venues." It took an effort, but Charlotte managed, just barely, not to roll her eyes. "Surely you wouldn't be suggesting they'd feel cheated if they get offered tea cakes at 2 of the houses?" "You put nutmeg and lemon zest in yours." After this morning's test and wanting everything to be perfect for Mason's homecoming, Charlotte was already on her last nerve, and this woman was getting close to cutting that off. Butting heads with a tea cake purist who considered those ingredients a heresy hadn't been written in today's square of her sticker-adorned planner. She folded her arms and lifted her chin. She didn't have time for this foolishness. That's what makes them so good. Everyone has their own tastes. This way, visitors will be treated to different ones, which has to be preferable to the same old you find served at every tea or party south of the Mason-Dixon line. A united gasp suggested that she'd just crossed an unspoken line. She may as well have professed to dislike SEC Saturday football. "That's a great idea." Tara Dillard, her best friend since 2nd grade, jumped in brightly before things turned ugly. "Now that we've settled the various menus, I move to adjourn." "I second," Charlotte said quickly. "Well, that was a fun way to waste a morning," Tara said as they left the white Greek revival house the architect had modeled after 12 Oaks. "Why couldn't we have simply done this by emails or Google Docs?" "Because then Melanie wouldn't have been able to show off her newly redone house." The decorator had gone so heavily on gold leaf, Charlotte felt as if Marie Antoinette would have felt right at home. Has it ever occurred to anyone that it might be easier to have people simply mail in donation checks instead of putting on these elaborate events that take up so much time and money? People, especially when you get into the big spenders, lack entertainment with their philanthropy, Tara pointed out. That's why the theme-decorated Christmas trees and the spring magnolia ball bring in the most dollars. The garden party is also high on the list of big contributions because everyone wants to get ideas for their own gardens. I know you're right, Charlotte sighed. But it seems we could be doing something better with our time for the shelter than arguing over tea cakes. Are you saying that you'd honestly rather volunteer to clean out cages every week than bake for the garden tour to raise money for the shelter? No, though I have been thinking of signing up to walk some of the rescues. I'd think that would be hard. I'd want to bring every dog home. Which would be problematic given that you already own 3. Tara laughed. I have 3 kids. That way they don't fight over them. At least that was the plan. Spencer's still a toddler. Sharing isn't part of his skill set yet. Since I have a sitter for another 2 hours, what would you say to having lunch? I'd plan to do some shopping. As close as they were, Charlotte felt comfortable sharing the next bit. I just hit maximum fertility today and thought I'd get something so sexy that Mason wouldn't be able to resist ravishing me. Sounds like a plan. But he's not getting home until tonight, right? His plane lands at 7. It's noon. You've lots of time to find the perfect seduction lingerie to knock his boxer briefs off. She paused, her expression turning into a frown. Besides, I have something I want to talk to you about. Charlotte caught the hesitation in her friend's tone and hoped that she wasn't having trouble with her own marriage. Or worse yet... Oh my God, what is it? You don't have some deadly disease, do you? Nothing like that. I'm fine. So are Wyatt and the kids. Well, that's a relief. Don't scare me like that. I nearly had a heart attack. They went to Magnolia's, where Charlotte ordered the cucumber salad of baby greens, heirloom tomatoes, and black-eyed peas. Please hold the croutons, and I'd like the apple cider vinaigrette on the side. After dithering between the crab cake sandwich with Creole remoulade and the spicy buffalo fried chicken Cobb salad, Tara went with the salad. You can never go wrong with bacon, she said on a laugh, as the server took their orders to the kitchen. Charlotte secretly agreed and was a little envious until she reminded herself that she'd be having lamb for dinner tonight. Not that she'd eat more than a few bites. Mason was very vocal about preferring women to be model, sleek, and slim. Tara was always telling Charlotte that starving herself was not healthy, physically nor emotionally. But adding to Mason's tastes, she could never quite escape her mother's edict that a woman, especially a Southern woman, could never be too rich or too thin. While waiting for their salads, they discussed the paint chips and fabric samples for the master bedroom Charlotte had dropped off at her friend's last week, and their upcoming plans for the summer. Charlotte and Mason hadn't had time to discuss when or even whether or not he'd be able to get away during the busiest of construction months, but Tara, her husband Wyatt, and their brood were off to Disney World. That's brave of you. Charlotte took a sip of the Virgin Mary she'd ordered. She'd stopped drinking alcohol as a precaution in case she got pregnant. Being about to take off on vacation with so many young children might explain why Tara, usually the most zen person she'd ever met, had seemed on edge since they'd left the meeting. Mother's coming along. She has a sorority sister living in Orlando, so she'll be able to visit with her when she's not helping out with the kids. Sounds like a perfect solution, though I can't imagine my mother taking care of a toddler. You were a toddler at one point. True, but she had both a full-time housekeeper and a nanny. Being with her was a bit like how the queen appeared to be on the crown, leaving her children with the nursery staff and scheduling appointments with them after dinner and before bed, then sending them off to boarding school. I remember the year your mother tried that. You kept running away. I hated it, Charlotte agreed. The place was a nest of queen bees, and I missed my friends. Mostly you. We did have ourselves some good times over the years. Although it may have been due to her own anxiety, Charlotte seemed to feel tension building during the lunch, increasing after the server had delivered dessert. The warm pecan pie topped with vanilla bean ice cream made on the premises came with 2 forks for sharing. But even though her mouth was nearly watering, Charlotte resisted. You said you had something important to talk with me about, she finally said to her friend. I do. Tara put down her fork and took a long drink of the sweet peach tea they'd ordered after lunch. It's about Mason. Oh? From the way her expression had turned so serious, Charlotte could feel a storm coming, the way the sky would turn that eerie shade of yellow before the arrival of a tornado. Tara sighed. I've been struggling for 2 days to figure out how to finesse this, she said, rubbing her temple. Why don't you just say it straight out? Okay. Tara took a deep breath, then reached across the table and covered Charlotte's hand with her own. Mason wasn't in Las Vegas. Of course he was. He called me every night. From his cell phone, right? Which would have shown his local number on the screen. An inkling of unease skittered beneath Charlotte's skin. Yes, but why would he make up a story about that? Because he was in Savannah, with another woman. Charlotte's hand, which she jerked away, turned to ice. Her heart quickly followed. That can't be true. Who told you that? No one. I saw them myself. Wyatt and I decided that if we were going to brave Disney World with our boys, we owed ourselves a weekend alone beforehand, just to remind ourselves that we were more than parents, that we were lovers, too, which you'll learn once you're a mother is all too easy to forget. Anyway, we'd splurged for the mansion on Forsyth, and last night we were waiting for a taxi to take us to dinner when we saw Mason and another woman in the lobby. Fortunately, our taxi arrived before they saw us, so we were all saved an embarrassing moment. Perhaps he'd had an unexpected business meeting and made a stop on the way home, Charlotte suggested, wanting desperately to believe it. They didn't look as if they'd been conducting business. I'm sorry, Char. I've argued with myself trying to decide whether or not to tell you, but since you and Mason are planning to become parents, I wanted you to know before you ended up pregnant, and possibly a divorced single mom. Lillingtons don't get divorced. Wasn't that why her parents were still officially together, despite her father being gone most of the time and her mother having male friends who were always available to take her to charity events? It wasn't the happily ever after marriage that Charlotte had always dreamed of for herself, but she couldn't deny that it seemed to work for them. It must have been business. Mason's a workaholic. He even took work calls on our honeymoon. That could be it, Tara said. Her tone was meant to reassure, but Charlotte could see the sympathy in her friend's eyes. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't have brought it up. I just thought, if the situation were reversed, I'd want to know. I understand. I also sincerely appreciate you caring, and I realize this must be a difficult conversation for you. And wasn't that an understatement? But I'm sure the situation is perfectly explainable. I hope you're not angry with me, Tara said. Of course I'm not. Though the little niggling doubt that slipped through her belief that her friend must have been wrong had definitely put a pall on her plans for a romantic reunion. The thing to do, Charlotte decided, as they left the restaurant, each headed in a different direction, was to go ahead with her lovemaking plans. She had, after all, already bought the ingredients for dinner. And although she still believed there was an innocent explanation, hitting her husband with an accusation of adultery the minute he walked in the door was no way to welcome him home. It had to be a mistake. Even so, despite holding tightly to denial, she was no longer in the mood to shop for lingerie. 4. As she arrived home, a distracted Charlotte merely waved at the security guard the Homeowners Association employed to screen visitors from his booth at the black wrought iron gate. From the exterior, Charlotte and Mason's house, while only a decade old, looked as if it had been standing there since the South's antebellum period. Built of red brick with double doors that gleamed like sunlit snow, it had the towering white columns and front portico that had become the template for mansions and plantation houses of the time. The shutters were a deep forest green, while the front porch and second-story gallery boasted gleaming white railings. Like Melanie Lee's home, the stately house had been built to impress. She'd just parked in the 4-car garage that would not have been a feature in the pre-Civil War 1800s when her phone chimed.
Mrs. Aldridge.
The familiar voice of the guard, a retired cop working part-time to supplement his pension, said. "Hi, John." It occurred to her that while he always referred to her by her married name, he was just John. To be honest, she wasn't certain she even remembered his last name. But she did know that he had a 6-week-old granddaughter because he'd shown her the photos of the pink-cheeked newborn wearing a knitted hat to help keep her head warm.
"You have a visitor," he informed her.
"A visitor?"
"He says he's Mr. Swan's attorney, name of Donovan Breeze. The address on his business card has him from Oregon."
That didn't make any sense. Why would her father have an attorney who lived in Oregon? Although she knew he'd grown up in a small Oregon town he'd wanted to escape, she hadn't realized he'd ever returned. Concerned about what trouble he might have gotten into now, his work took him to dangerous places where he'd once been held prisoner for 3 months in a country ruled by a brutal despot, she decided this was definitely not turning out to be the day she'd been planning a few hours ago. "Please send him in, John," she said. Having had manners drilled into her at Miss Annabelle's charm school for young ladies, she hurried into the house through the interior garage door and took some shortbread and lemon ginger cookies from the freezer. Given the time crunch, she nuked them in the microwave instead of warming them in the oven. As the house filled with the aroma of baking, she chose some peach cloth napkins from the stack neatly sorted by theme and color in the linen closet and had just placed the cookies on a plate on a cherry butler's table that sat on a Persian rug between 2 sofas when the doorbell rang. Having never been west of the Mississippi, whenever she thought of her father's birth state, visions of cowboys herding cattle over wide-open spaces came to mind. This man was definitely no cowboy. Donovan Breeze was wearing a dark Tom Ford suit. Mason had an entire walk-in closet of suits sorted by season and color, allowing her to recognize it immediately.
"Mrs. Aldridge?"
"Yes, I'm Charlotte Aldridge." Something he undoubtedly already knew, because for some reason he'd come here specifically to see her.
"I'm Donovan Breeze, attorney at law."
He held out a crisp card printed on ivory linen. "Yes, John at the gate told me." She moved aside, inviting him into the front entry, where more columns led to a double-curved stairway that soared toward a ceiling where crystals dripped from a huge chandelier. The walls were covered with murals of life in early Charleston and gilt-framed paintings of stern-looking men and women she'd always assumed were Aldridge ancestors. Or perhaps not relations at all, but merely ones Mason's decorator had found scouring antiques stores. "Would you like tea? Or coffee?" He appeared surprised by the offer.
"Coffee would be great, but you don't have to go to any trouble."
"It's no trouble. I have a machine." She led him into one of 2 front parlors on either side of the entry hall. Another possible ancestor, clad in stately robes and a ruffled white cravat at his neck, glowered down at them from another gilt-framed painting, this one towering 6 feet over the fireplace mantel. When, after moving into the over-decorated house, Charlotte had suggested replacing the portrait with a more cheerful painting, Mason had reacted as if she'd wanted to paint graffiti on the wall. French doors, framed by a pair of tall windows, looked out over a sparkling blue swimming pool surrounded by Grecian-inspired stone statues that she often wanted to take a hammer to. There were times, and this was one of them, that although she had no reason to explain herself to this stranger, she longed to ensure a visitor understood that she'd married into this house, that it was not her personal style. At all.
"You made cookies?"
He seemed surprised. "The housekeeper made them. I merely defrosted them." Afraid of what he might be going to tell her, she was grateful for the excuse to leave the room and slow down her heart, which felt as if it was about to leap out of her chest. "Please sit down. How do you like your coffee?"
Really, you needn't.
"It's no problem." Her voice quavered. The sympathy in his cocker spaniel brown eyes didn't help.
Just black,
he said more gently than a man merely ordering a cup of coffee. She went into the kitchen, and as the coffee, ground from Ethiopian beans, dripped into a cup, she pressed her hands hard on the counter, steadying herself as she took several deep breaths. With every nerve screeching, she decided the one thing she didn't need was caffeine. By the time she returned to the parlor, she'd somewhat regained her shaky composure. "Is my father in some sort of trouble?"
No, at least not the kind you're probably thinking of.
He took a breath, dragged his hands through brown hair that had a slight curl. Again, that look of sympathy. She placed the cup and saucer on the table, then sat on the couch across from him. Southerners were admittedly infamous for not getting straight to the point, but she would have thought Westerners would be more direct. "I don't want to seem rude, Mr. Breeze, but why don't you just tell me straight out what you've come all the way here to say?"
I'm sorry.
Another swipe of his hair.
I'm afraid your father has died.
Her heart, which had momentarily frozen during her conversation with Tara and pounded like a jackhammer during that seemingly endless time the coffee had dripped through the machine, now felt as if it had been struck by an arrow and was in danger of shattering. "Of course he has," she murmured. She'd spent most of her life waiting for that day her father was never coming home again. As a child, once she was old enough to understand what he was doing during all those trips away, she'd worried continually about him dying. More so after seeing him interviewed on television from a hospital bed in some city whose name she couldn't pronounce and could no longer remember.
I'm sorry,
he repeated. How did he die? Saying that word out loud made it horribly, painfully true. And didn't this unwelcome news just cap off a wretchedly troublesome day?
From lung cancer.
Of all the possibilities that had been tumbling through her mind, that never would have occurred to her. My father had cancer? And hadn't told her? Some unseen force was tightening a clamp around her head as she felt the color draining out of her face. Did my mother know?
No. He preferred to keep his illness low-key.
She surprised herself by laughing at that, then realized how inappropriate it must have sounded. I'm sorry. It's just that if there was one person who was the antithesis of low-key, it was my father. He would have preferred to have died doing his job.
So he told me, more than once. If it's any consolation, he received very good palliative care and was able to stay at his Oregon home until the end.
That doesn't make any sense. This news, following what Tara had told her about Mason, made Charlotte feel like Alice, tumbling down the rabbit hole, or Dorothy, right after her house had landed on a wicked witch. Charleston was his home. If he'd been sick, he would have come back here.
Charleston is a lovely city, a beautiful one, from what I've seen driving in from the airport, but in many respects, he'd always seemed to consider where he'd grown up to be home.
I don't understand. All my father told me about his childhood was that he'd grown up in a town that was too small for his dreams, his ambitions. He'd also encouraged her to follow her dream. There had been that one time when he'd made it home for her 16th birthday that her mother had been very vocal about her opinion that Charlotte would never find a husband at an arts college where most of the males were probably gay. Her father had countered that the days of a young woman attending college to achieve her Mrs. degree were long over, and she shouldn't be so bigoted. Her mother had immediately shot back that she was only thinking of their daughter, and someone had to because he was never around to do so. Which was when Charlotte had left the room, gone upstairs, put her earbuds in, and drowned out the argument with NSYNC, while hugging the stuffed pink poodle that was a poor substitute for the real dog her mother refused to allow. A few minutes later, her father came in, gave her a big hug, and told her to always stick to her guns and follow her passion, wherever it took her. Although she couldn't imagine anyone's dream being to spend their lives in combat zones, her first semester at SCAD, she understood what he'd told her. Her dream was undoubtedly as impossible for him to imagine as his was to her. Did my father return to Oregon often? She wondered if he'd been visiting some woman, perhaps an old girlfriend from his past. She'd been a freshman in high school when she realized her parents had an open marriage. While not an arrangement she'd ever accept for herself, she knew many supposed pillars of the community who, in their private lives, didn't stick to the often stultifying social norms of the South. She'd even heard of private members-only restaurants that existed solely for men to dine with their mistresses.
I wouldn't say often.
The lawyer's voice broke into her thoughts as she worried that just possibly Mason could be one of those men.
Perhaps once or twice a year. More so the past few years as his mother, your grandmother, got older.
She's still alive? Charlotte had never seen any photos of her father's parents, nor had the couple visited Charleston, not even for her wedding. Once, when she'd asked about that, her mother had hinted at a Swan family rift and told her that it would be best not to discuss it with her father, given that it was a painful topic.
Yes, and doing well, considering her age. She's in her 90s.
She wondered if her mother knew that the woman who was technically her mother-in-law was still alive, which brought up another thought. I'm surprised my mother didn't tell me that my father had been ill.
Jack didn't want anyone to know.
But surely you've told her about his death. Charlotte had kept her phone on all day in case Mason called to update his arrival time.
Actually, I haven't. Jack was very firm that his daughters be the first to know.
Charlotte was still digesting the fact that her mother had not yet been notified when his full statement sank in. Daughters? But I'm an only child.
I'm afraid Jackson left it to me to tell you he has 2 other daughters, from different relationships.
That's not possible. My father never could have kept a secret like that.
Tess is the oldest, from his first marriage.
He was married before he married my mother?
To an actress. His daughter Tess was also an actress.
Tess Swan. Charlotte recognized the name immediately. She'd always thought it cool that she shared a last name with the star of her favorite program, the girl who was always showing up on Entertainment Tonight or the covers of glossy fan magazines. For a time, when she'd been in middle school, she'd even created a fantasy that they were sisters separated at birth by some family drama no one would discuss. I used to watch Double Trouble, she said, and bought her CDs until she quit recording.
She moved on to writing books for the past decade.
He answered the question she was hesitant to ask.
Books for young adults. They're very popular. There's even a TV series based on them.
That's nice. The only TV Charlotte ever watched these days was design or fashion programs. Was it possible to have sibling rivalry for a sister she'd never known existed? Tess Swan had not only had her own TV show for years, she'd also been a world-famous pop star, and now, apparently, a successful author. While Charlotte, who'd had a promising career only 2 years ago, was now reduced to blogging and designing master bedroom suites and pool houses for friends when she wasn't reading fertility books and arguing about tea cake ingredients. What about my other sister?
Natalie is the youngest. Her mother was a singer in Paris. She died last year. As you can imagine, it's been a rough time for her. As difficult as it's been to inform you and Tess of your father's death, it's Natalie I'm looking forward to the least.
Unlike that stab of jealousy toward the eldest Swan sister, Charlotte could only feel sympathy toward this third daughter she'd never known existed. What does she do? Is she a singer too?
No, she's a photographer.
Like our father. It wasn't lost on Charlotte that each of Jackson Swan's daughters had chosen some sort of artistic career, but it had been the youngest who'd followed most closely in his footsteps. Is she a conflict photographer too?
No, but like Jack, she mostly photographs people. Not portraits, but street scenes. She's having her first New York showing this week.
Damn. She felt another twinge of envy towards someone she didn't know, someone who'd shared her father.
The reason I've come here today is because Jackson left each of you something in his will.
What could that be? Claiming that stuff tied you down, her father had never been one to collect anything but cameras.
A house, and land, an orchard to be exact, and the Maison de Madeleine winery.
Her very difficult day was turning surrealistic. That's my husband's favorite wine.
Your husband has excellent taste. I can't get into specifics of the inheritance now, but there's a provision that the winery ownership might end up shared by his heirs, depending on what you all three decide. It's rather complicated.
Heirs. Charlotte had always wanted a sister growing up, someone to share girlish secrets with, to give her advice about boyfriends, to shop with, to provide a feminine warmth she'd never received from her mother. Now, amazingly, she had two. Do his other daughters know about me? He looked as if he'd rather be anywhere else, which gave her the answer. They do, don't they?
Tess and Natalie know about you,
he allowed.
but Tess didn't know about Natalie, and it appears you didn't know about either of them.
Another swipe through his hair revealed his discomfort with this task he'd been given.
Jack was brilliant at his work, but his personal life was a little complicated.
You think? Now a flare of anger rose to burn away her shock. She hated having been the only one of them kept in the dark. Her daily quote in her planner had read, "Your attitude plus your choices equal your life." And hadn't she once believed that? Now, as it seemed as if much of what she knew about her life was suddenly spiraling out of control, the grandfather clock in the foyer chimed the hour. Mason would be home soon. I'm sorry, and I appreciate you coming all the way to tell me this, but all this is a little overwhelming, and my husband has been away on a business trip. He's coming home tonight and—
No problem, he said immediately. I understand that all this has come out of the blue, and you'll need some time to process it. I have a plane to catch anyway.
He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a manila envelope.
I've made a list of possible itineraries to Oregon. The estate will, of course, cover all your travel expenses. And I'll pick you up in Portland and drive you to Aberdeen.
That's the name of the town?
Yes. It's small, but set in a beautiful part of the state. I suppose the word you could use would be quaint.
I could be there by the weekend. Sunday, perhaps, she said, thinking of those fertility days she didn't want to miss.
That should work. I'll get back to Tess and see, if she decides to come, if the reading on Monday would work for her.
Charlotte wondered why the eldest of the three Swan sisters might not want to go to Oregon, but with the clock ticking away, decided to wait for that story later. After seeing Donovan breeze out, the first thing she did was call her mother. "Did you know Daddy had another family before ours?" she asked, not bothering to say hello. "I did," her mother said in a shockingly matter-of-fact way. "He told me when we first met. He met the woman in Vietnam." "But their daughter isn't half Vietnamese." Charlotte had always admired Tess Swan's long, deep red curls. "Amy Curtis was a would-be actress on a USO tour. He was taking photos of the war for Time magazine and was assigned to cover her." "Why didn't you tell me?" "It never came up." "Of course it didn't!" For the first time in a very difficult day, Charlotte gave way to her emotions and yelled. "What child asks their parents, 'Oh, by the way, Daddy, do you have another family you failed to mention?'" There was no point in mentioning it. Jack wasn't in their lives. He'd moved on. As betrayed as Charlotte felt, it crossed her mind that her father's apparent desertion of his actress wife and their daughter could be the reason Donovan Breeze had implied that Tess Swan may not show up in Oregon. "Did you also know that he had another daughter? In Paris?" "Yes, but she and her mother didn't have anything to do with either you or me, so there was no point in mentioning them. How did you learn all this?" "A lawyer showed up at the door. Daddy's dead." There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then her mother answered. "I suppose that's not surprising, given his line of work." "It was lung cancer." Another pause. "I doubt he took that well, especially since I'd always thought he'd prefer to go out in a blaze of glory in some God-forsaken hellhole." How could she not care? Charlotte couldn't imagine what she'd do if Mason died. Even as difficult as things had been lately, she knew she'd be an emotional wreck, and certainly not as coolly unmoved as her mother appeared to be. "He left me an inheritance, part ownership in a winery in Oregon." "I knew he'd grown up on some sort of farm, but he never mentioned that. We didn't have that type of relationship." From what Charlotte had observed over the years, they didn't have any kind of relationship, which had, as she'd grown older, made her wonder how they'd ever gotten close enough to create her. "I have to get going," she said, desperate to end this conversation. Like so many other talks they'd had over the years, this simply wasn't working. "Mason's coming home tonight, and I need to get started on dinner." "Enjoy your evening," her mother said, then simply hung up. Enjoying the evening had been Charlotte's intention only a few hours ago. Now, with the bombshell news of her father's betrayal all these years, how could he keep the secret of two half-sisters from her? And Tara telling her about possibly seeing Mason in Savannah with another woman after he'd claimed to be in Las Vegas, Charlotte wished she could just go upstairs to bed and pull the covers over her head. 5. New York City. Natalie Sarah Swan loved New York. She reveled in the energy, the pace, the buzz, and tonight she quickly noticed a major difference from Paris. In her home city, although there were no actual fashion rules carved on a stone tablet, there was an agreed-upon uniform of classic pieces, clothing not worn for attention. Every Parisian woman knew that neutrals were your friend, and once you developed your look, you followed it, with no need to chase fashion trends. Here on Manhattan's Upper East Side, fashion seemed to be about individuality, making a statement. Dresses were worn tight and short to show off toned bodies. The dazzling mix of patterns and fabrics, the bright colors, the oversized accessories seemed to be all about having fun. Many she recognized from this year's spring collections. She'd once dated an up-and-coming designer who'd stated that if it weren't for the Americans, Saudis, and Kuwaitis refilling their closets with haute couture every year, the fashion business that so much of Paris thrived on would be in serious trouble. The gallery had an unobstructed view of the East River, with an outside deck for mingling, and as she sipped a glass of champagne, the only one she'd allow herself all night, she was cornered by a potential buyer, a volunteer docent at the Museum of Modern Art who, for the past 20 minutes, had been comparing her work to that of Helen Levitt, an American photographer noted for street photography around New York City. Levitt had been referred to as the most celebrated and least known photographer of her time. Her father had given Natalie a book of her photographs when she was 12. "Were you influenced by her work?" the matron, wearing an emerald the size of Alaska on the ring finger of her right hand, asked. Unlike the new spring look from Fashion Week in Paris, Milan, and New York, worn by the majority of the other potential buyers, the 70-something-year-old woman was wearing a pink Chanel suit trimmed in black, dating back to the 1990s. "While the majority of your scenes portray your own country, the feeling is much the same." "Levitt's photos are iconic, and it's impossible not to be influenced by others," Natalie responded. In my country, Monet often painted impressions of people living their everyday life. Although I use a camera, where he used a paintbrush, I enjoy capturing those fleeting glances of life. Natalie neglected to mention that her strongest influence had been her father. He'd taught her that a single moment captured on camera could reveal more emotions than 1,000 words. Although Jackson Swan's work captured the grim and brutal side of life, forcing people outside the bubble of their own comfortable lives to see the violence and suffering of others. Having seen firsthand how much he'd suffered, both physically and emotionally, for those photos, she'd purposefully chosen more carefree, optimistic moments meant to make viewers smile and hopefully feel joy. Although she'd been given a hyphenated surname at birth, she preferred to use only her mother's name in her professional life, to prevent having her work compared to her father's. Fortunately, the buyers of her photographs were not usually ones drawn to the dark and deadly events Jackson Swan covered, so only a very few people had ever made the connection. Yet, like Levitt, your work so often features children, the woman pressed on. Although Natalie was supposed to mingle with guests, she'd been told that this classically dressed septuagenarian had one of the most extensive private collections in the city. And in this situation, her job here was not just to look pretty and mingle, but to sell her photos, because the gallery needed to stay open, and she needed to eat. Children are freer with their emotions, she explained. You can catch them in moments of pure joy that most of us have lost over the years. By the time they're in their teens, they're more likely to pose the instant they see a camera. The selfie generation, the woman scoffed with a sniff. At least they're documenting life. An inconsequential life that in most cases does not need documenting. Natalie was trying to decide how far she could allow this conversation to slide downhill when she heard a familiar voice calling out her name. Donovan Breeze was wearing a dark suit, subtly striped silk tie, and shoes polished to a mirror gloss. While on other men that look could seem terribly stiff and stuffy, for some reason she found it undeniably sexy on him. He turned toward the woman and flashed his sexy dimples. I apologize for interrupting, but I have an important issue I must discuss with Miss Sarah. You could even call it a bit of an emergency. Oh, dear! The hand with the emerald flew to her breast. Of course, you two must speak. As she touched Natalie's arm with her other hand, a diamond large enough to sink the Titanic glistened like an iceberg in the moonlight. I did so enjoy our chat, dear, and hope the next time you're in the city, you'll pay me a visit. I'd love to share my collection with you and continue our discussion on art and life. I'd enjoy that, Natalie said, even as the naughty part of her mind was imagining taking off Donovan's tie. Slowly, teasingly. Grand. Now, I'll leave you two alone to talk while I go add another work to my collection. I was drawn to that photograph of the children riding the Jardin des Plantes Dodo Manège carousel. It takes me back to a childhood trip I took with my parents. I'd insisted on riding every carousel in the city, but that was my favorite. Her eyes twinkled with the memory, taking decades off her age. I rode the Triceratops. That's my favorite, too. Built at the turn of the 20th century, the carousel was dedicated to extinct or endangered animals. But I also love the Barbary lion. It was the first Natalie could remember riding as a toddler, sitting in front of Jackson, who'd promised to hold her tight. I felt very brave riding it with my father. The moment I walked in, I asked Brenda to put a hold on it until after I spoke with you. I'd already decided to buy it, she assured Natalie. But I'd wanted to hear what inspired you. That it's personal makes it all the better. She looked up at Donovan. I always dreamed of being an artist, she said. But apparently, my only talent is recognizing talent. This young woman's work is truly inspired, and I have no doubt someday When she's fabulously famous, I'll be telling visitors at MoMA about our evening together." She gave Natalie 2 air kisses, then returned to the party going on inside. The crowd, Natalie noticed, was beginning to thin out.
"You have a fan,"
Donovan said, sticking his hands in the pockets of his slacks and rocking back on his heels. "Hopefully more than one. The butterflies in my stomach turned into giant condors while I was getting dressed tonight." As his eyes skimmed over her, Natalie wondered what he was seeing. She dressed in a black and white striped La Marinière, which, in the 1800s, had been worn by the Navy. Now, every woman in France had various versions of the shirt in her closet. Though she typically wore it with jeans, tonight she'd paired it with high-waisted black silk toreador pants and a black cacharel blazer. She'd kept her accessories simple: black ballet flats and a jet-beaded Peter Pan collar necklace she'd inherited from her mother. After her mother's death, she'd impulsively cut off her long copper hair into a short, curly pixie style shaped close at the nape of her neck, accenting her almond-shaped, golden-brown hazel eyes. Although she didn't wear a lot of makeup, she'd found a bold red matte lipstick that gave her confidence, which she needed during these necessary showings. Her maman had been a glamorous extrovert, born for the spotlight. While Natalie was quieter, more introverted, Josette had never made her feel less. Not once had she given any indication that she'd wished her daughter were more of a mini-me than one who tended to view life through a camera lens.
"You look fabulous," he assured her. "I like your sexy new do, and your outfit is très chic, though your work speaks for itself. It'd sell if you showed up in jeans, a t-shirt, and sneakers."
"You've just described my working outfit." He'd called her sexy. Well, at least her hair, which was a start. Tamping down another flash fantasy of unbuttoning his starched white shirt, Natalie folded her arms. "So, what brings you all the way across the country?" Her father's birthday was next week. Perhaps his Oregon friends were throwing him a surprise party, and Donovan thought it would be nice if she showed up. No, that couldn't be it. All his friends knew that he hated surprise parties and never celebrated his birthdays.
"If I remember how old I am, someday I may get too sensible to go rushing into conflict zones,"
she'd heard him say numerous times when her mother would worry. And yet, ironically, it was Maman they'd lost first. Which brought up another thought. "Oh God, Donovan, please tell me he's not ill." She couldn't go through that pain again, not so soon after losing her mother, her best friend. The light left his brown eyes. She knew the answer before she heard it.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart. He's passed. From lung cancer."
He answered what he knew would be her next question and held out his arms. She stepped right into them, but not for the type of embrace she'd wished for whenever she was with this man. "I suppose I knew this was coming. After Maman died, he lost his spark. Despite refusing to acknowledge birthdays, he wasn't a young man, and his work had aged him."
It had to. Spending his life in such adrenaline-loaded situations was undoubtedly harder on him than we could ever understand.
As she'd grown older and found comfort and even security in the distance the camera lens provided, she'd occasionally wonder if her larger-than-life father was, deep down, more like her than he appeared. She'd decided the next time he showed up, she might suggest it to him. Perhaps get a window into that emotional wall he'd spent decades building, brick by brick around himself. Now, she'd never know. "True. Yet, I preferred to live in denial." She pulled away as she felt tears on her cheeks, wiping them away with her fingertips. "I'm going to get your shirt damp."
"It'll dry."
He took a white handkerchief, embroidered with his initials, out of his pocket and handed it to her. She'd gotten him a box of them just last year for Christmas, telling him that tissues simply weren't debonair. "How long will you be in the city?"
"I'm leaving tonight. although I'd already planned to surprise you by coming to your opening. Unfortunately, I'm also here for business reasons. Jackson left a will. The reading, if you can make it by then, is tentatively scheduled for Monday.
Is that also the day of the funeral?
There isn't going to be one. He insisted that he didn't want any fuss.
That sounds so like him. In his attempt to spare people pain, he didn't realize that funerals are more for the living than those who've passed on. She sighed. But if there's to be no service, surely it's not necessary for me to be there for the reading of the will. I doubt that I'll receive anything all that substantial, since he knew how well I'm doing. She felt as if a stiletto had stabbed her heart as she changed to past tense. As dangerous as his work had been, Jackson Swan had been so strong, so energetic, until her mother's death. So much larger than life, always seemed to take up all the oxygen in any room he entered. It's not as if he was married to Maman, which puts me in a different category from the other two.
You were his daughter. Not having some piece of paper making his and Josette's relationship official doesn't change that. Will never change that.
He took hold of her shoulders, his eyes, which had turned uncharacteristically intense, on hers.
Don't ever think otherwise.
She'd never had a reason to until now. Another thought suddenly occurred to her. There was more to Jackson Swan's estate than money, which he'd never seemed to care about. What's to become of the winery?
That's something to be discussed.
She was tearing up again. Realizing that they'd been out here long enough to have been missed, she saw Brenda, the gallery owner, looking out the glass door for her. I love the vineyard and would hate to see it be sold off. And then there was Gideon and Aubrey. What would become of them? A new owner intending to continue making wine would, if he or she had any sense, keep him on. But what if a developer wanted to destroy 4 generations of Swan family work by raising the fertile earth to build a subdivision of American McMansions?
Jack made provisions for how to handle things between you all, he assured her. But that's all I can tell you now.
Have I ever mentioned I hate it when you act like an attorney? In truth, she found it sexy. He was so different than other men she dated, most of whom were in the art world. Donovan wasn't stuffy, as she might have assumed a lawyer to be, but he was precise and preferred an orderly life, which, she suspected, had made her father a challenging client.
You've mentioned it, and as it happens, I am an attorney, he reminded her. You already know more than Tess or Charlotte. At least you've been to Maison de Madeleine.
He never had them visit? Not even Charlotte, whose mother he stayed married to?
No. The first time they heard about it was today. And before you ask why that was, it's because he'd made it very clear that my job was to be his attorney, not a counselor or a therapist. I never asked, and he didn't tell. But I suspect it was because he'd emotionally distanced himself from his first wife and daughter, Tess, when he left California, and his relationship with Charlotte's mother was less than cordial.
I suppose so. Her brow furrowed as she considered what she might be walking into. They're going to hate me, aren't they?
That's impossible. Everyone adores you. You're a ray of sunshine wherever you go. And believe me, Oregon can use all the sunshine it can get.
Flatterer? She went up on her toes and kissed one of his cheeks, then the other. There'd been a time, the summer of her 14th year, when Natalie had developed a wild crush on Donovan. An older man, about to enter his junior year of college, he'd treated her feelings in a gentle, kind way that hadn't left her embarrassed whenever she'd see him as she'd grown into adulthood. Even then, she realized that his kindness and tolerance was proof that he was a good and decent man. Jackson Swan's judgment had been terrible about many things. His choice of attorneys was not one of them. Unfortunately for her, every year she'd returned to Oregon for those 2 weeks with her father and grandmother, her feelings had grown more and more powerful, leading her to believe that her initial emotions hadn't been merely a schoolgirl crush, but the real thing, that Donovan Breeze was the one. But even if she was willing to risk losing his friendship by attempting to move their relationship to the next level, he'd never shown an iota of sexual interest. She knew he wasn't gay because during those summers she'd visit the farm, she'd hear gossip about all the different girls he was dating. The fact that none seemed to last very long suggested that he was either a player, which didn't fit his personality, or simply had no interest in a permanent relationship. She sighed, putting away the dilemma she'd been thinking of more and more often as summer approached, signaling her yearly visit with her father. I need to get back to work, selling my photos, which was the part of her career that she disliked. Unfortunately, it wasn't merely her income on the line. 50% went to Brenda, the first gallery in New York willing to take a risk on her.
And I need to get back to LaGuardia. By the way, while all your work is fabulous, I really like that photograph of the snowman sitting on a bench with the Eiffel Tower and the lone skier in the background.
It was a rare Paris snow day. She smiled at the memory. Overnight, the city had turned into a winter wonderland. I'm especially fond of that one because of the whimsy of the situation.
It caught my eye the moment I walked in, so I bought it before anyone else could.
Thank you. She kissed both his cheeks again. You couldn't have given me a more special gift. She saw Brenda waving her inside while a couple stood in front of a photo of Notre Dame, taken before the devastating fire, gleaming in the dawn light. Well, I guess it's back to business for both of us. I'll make arrangements and see you Sunday.
Or I could have my secretary make them and let you know the time.
He glanced around at what had become a crush of people inside.
You're dealing with enough right now.
Thank you. He knew her well. Although she'd never admitted it out loud to anyone but her mother, he understood her butterflies. Stage fright, Maman had reassured her before her first showing. It was perfectly natural. The difference was that for Josette, it had gone away the moment the spotlight turned on her. Natalie's butterflies would continue to flap their wings in her stomach until she'd escaped to her apartment or hotel room and stood beneath the shower and allowed the hot water to soothe and untangle her nerves. She was, she'd learned, a situational introvert. With friends and other people she knew, she could be comfortable and chatty. It was situations such as this, when she was thrown into a group of strangers, that created anxiety.
No problem.
He brushed his knuckles down her cheek, a light, casual gesture that warmed her skin. As they returned to the gallery together, Natalie pasted a smile on her face as she approached the couple who appeared to be waiting to talk with her. She learned early on that while some buyers simply wanted to take care of business and leave, many more, like the elderly woman who'd once ridden a wooden elephant-sized dinosaur, wanted to hear the story behind a particular photograph they were considering purchasing. If she'd glanced back, she would have seen Donovan pausing at the door, looking at her the way a man looks at a woman he wants to take to bed. 6. Charlotte couldn't stop her mind from spinning. How could her father have lied to her? Oh, not telling that she had 2 half-sisters out there wasn't precisely a lie, but only because the thought would never have occurred to her. Like she'd told her mother, why would she have ever asked? Whenever he'd return home, the first thing her father would do, as he'd walked into the house and dropped all his dust-covered belongings on the front marble floor, would be to shout out, "Where's my princess?" And from wherever she was in the house, whatever she'd be doing, she'd run to the door and fling herself into his arms and bask in the warmth of his love. And he had loved her. Charlotte had no doubt about that. One night when he'd come to see her at SCAD, they'd gone out to dinner and he'd gotten a little drunk. And later, back in his hotel room, he'd drunk a little more, opening up enough to give her a window into his life. A horrifying and painful look that had her wanting to put her arms around him. Not to receive comfort, but to give. "Why do you choose to do such work? when it takes such a terrible toll on you?" she'd asked, taking in the deep purple hollows beneath his eyes and a wan face accented even more by the amount of weight he'd lost since the last time she'd seen him. He'd taken his time to answer, turning the glass of scotch from the minibar around in his hand.
"I didn't choose my work," he said finally. "It chose me."
Then, as if realizing that he'd brought such a dark and heavy cloud down on a visit that had previously been a joyous occasion, he switched gears and flashed that smile that had always made her understand why her stiff, formal, uptight mother had succumbed to its charm.
"Just as creating spaces that not only are functional, but make people comfortable and lift their spirits is the work you were born to do."
"So?" He'd put the now empty glass onto the side table, slapped his large, scarred hands onto his knees, and said,
"Show me what you've been working on."
Grateful for the change in topic, she'd taken out the portfolio she'd created for her MFA project, a home for women and children needing protection from family abuse, a place where women could gain working skills and the confidence to achieve the careers they were working toward, a place where they'd receive counseling to remind them or often teach them, since so many had grown up in equally damaging homes, of their intrinsic value, which, in turn, would hopefully help them rid themselves of the gnawing guilt at having put their children in a situation of such physical and emotional abuse, a place where tears were replaced by laughter, and young voices were not always being told to remain quiet so as not to anger their fathers, or whatever partner their mothers had brought into their young lives.
"I've always known you were talented," he said, "but this displays a brilliance of not only understanding your clients."
She'd told him that she'd visited several women's shelters and homeless crisis centers, and with women whose children were being fostered because they were no longer able to care for them.
"But possessing the empathy to see needs that they might not even know they have."
Unlike her mother, who'd asked her why she'd chosen such a dark and depressing topic, his words of praise had had her basking in their glow. It was the last time Charlotte had seen her father. "I don't care what he wanted," she decided as determination rose, strengthened by the memory of that evening that had lasted until dawn. "His life needs to be celebrated." And if Tess Swan and Natalie Sarah Swan had a problem with that, she thought as she wiped away the tears that the memory had triggered, they could just damn well leave things to her. In the meantime, she had to finish preparing for Mason's arrival. Donovan Breeze's bombshell had, for a time, blown away her earlier niggling fear that she'd been trying to deny since her luncheon with Tara. Now she realized that if it was true, she'd have to decide how to deal with her husband having an affair. And even if he was innocent, she still had another problem she had to turn around. She had, while not paying attention, fallen under her husband's control in much the same way as the women whom she'd created her project for. Oh, she'd never been physically abused, but while working on the design, she'd come to realize that little by little, Mason had begun to control her emotionally. He'd set the marriage rules from the beginning so narrowly, with their joint focus on his, more important, career, that her confidence had begun to wane, causing her dreams to narrow in response to her husband's idea of what the ideal wife should be. It wouldn't do any good to pepper him with questions the moment he walked in the door. He'd only close himself off behind those icy walls he'd put up whenever he was displeased and refused to engage. She'd have to come up with a plan, one where she'd be able to control the situation. More recently, Mason had developed a habit of walking out of the house whenever they'd argue. After he'd return, minutes, hours later, or once even the next day, there'd be no words of apology, no kissing and making up. They merely picked up their marriage as if nothing had occurred. Not this time. Then again, she reminded herself, she was working solely on conjecture. She needed facts. Wiping away the tears on her cheeks, she called Tara, who cared for her enough to risk their friendship to attempt to save Charlotte pain. "What did she look like?" she asked without preamble, the moment Tara had answered her phone. There was a pause. Then, "She was tall and whipped thin, all angles instead of curves." "What color was her hair?" "Black, and cut into an inverted bob as sharp as her face." "I'm so sorry. I've been sitting here beating myself up for having told you." "You were trying to protect me. That's what friends do." "But you're probably right about me being mistaken. She wasn't at all the type of woman he'd be attracted to." "What do you mean?" "She looked cold, and not at all mannerly or decorous, like the women he prefers." Mannerly sounded like the elderly white-haired DAR matrons who had weekly tea at La Pâtisserie, and decorous was something pretty but having little use. Is that how people, even those who knew her best and cared for her most, viewed her? Charlotte realized, while considering the unpalatable thought, that the conversation had come to a pause. "It's hard to explain," Tara tried again. "Let's just say that watching her, if she'd been cast in 50 Shades of Grey, she'd be the one with the whip." "You're right. That's not Mason's type at all. It had to have been a business meeting. But could you do me a favor?" "Anything," Tara said quickly, obviously wanting to make amends. "Call Mason's office." She gave her the number. "And ask for Olivia Wainwright." "And what if I get connected?" "I don't know," Charlotte uncharacteristically snapped, then pressed her fingers against her eyes until she saw swirling rainbows and sighed. "I'm sorry. Just make up a name and say you're looking for a new firm to handle your considerable trust fund, and her name had come up." Despite the seriousness of the situation, Tara laughed. "If only I had a trust, considerable or otherwise." "You know that, and I know that, but Olivia Wainwright doesn't." "And if she makes an appointment?" "Then don't show up. You're going to give her a false name. I'm sure potential clients occasionally bail on an appointment. Or you can call later and cancel. Afterward, let me know how it went." "I'll do it as soon as we hang up." Charlotte was pacing the kitchen floor when the phone trilled. "The receptionist told me that she's out of town. On business." "In Savannah?" There was a long pause. "Yes." Charlotte hated the pity she heard in her friend's voice. "Thanks. What are you going to do?" "It still could be business," Tara suggested with weak conviction. "Perhaps there's a deal they're both working on." "That could be it." It occurred to Charlotte that this was the first time in all their years of friendship that they'd lied to each other. "Don't worry about telling me," she said again. "I'd rather find out from a friend than be blindsided by stopping by his office to take him out for a surprise lunch and catch them having sex on his desk." Had they? She wondered. "Now I'd better run." At any other time, she would have told Tara about Donovan Breeze and the wild tale he'd come all the way from Oregon to tell her, about her father's death, and her sister's. But right now, she had to think, and plan what she was going to do when her cheating husband finally came home from his mistress. After a quick goodbye, she sat at the kitchen counter, wondering if this day was ever going to come to an end. Suddenly, cheese straws and damn tea cakes were the least of her concerns. Olivia Wainwright was the type of woman Charlotte had always found intimidating. Her hair was black as a raven's wing, styled in the sharp, inverted bob cut close at the back of the neck that Tara had described. Rather than the softer, more feminine look Charlotte, her mother and friends had always worn, both times she'd met Olivia, she'd been dressed in a severely cut power suit Charlotte imagined a woman might wear in New York City, Chicago, or San Francisco. Her jewelry, rather than the pearls that every Southern woman knew attractively lit up your face, had been metallic signature pieces designed to be noticed and to show strength. They were, in their own way, much like the armor knights had worn into battle. Olivia had been born, Charlotte had learned the first time they'd met at a Christmas party when she and Mason were engaged, in the Chicago suburb of Glencoe. Her tone, when tossing off the mention of her Tony birthplace, like her sleek, body-fitting black dress, was intended to impress. After 4 years at Sarah Lawrence, followed by Harvard Law, she'd worked in a Manhattan law firm for 3 years when a headhunter hired by Mason's firm had convinced her that she could either spend a decade working her way up in the strictly structured environment of her current firm, or she could take the very lucrative offer, which, while not nearly what she'd been earning in New York City, given the lower Charleston living costs, had resulted in a substantial rise in income. Having been brought up to believe that talking about money was gauche, Charlotte had changed the subject, asking how she was enjoying Charleston. "It's been an extreme culture shock," she'd responded. "I was telling Mason just the other day that there are times when I feel as if I've landed on another planet." Her brittle smile and crisply spoken words implied a superiority Charlotte had encountered years earlier at the boarding school her mother had sent her to. The smile warmed a few degrees as she smiled up at Charlotte's fiancé. "But I'm beginning to adjust." "How fortunate." Bless your heart, every Southern woman's most deadly put-down rang in Charlotte's head. "And what do you do?" Olivia had asked. "I'm a designer," Charlotte had responded. "Ah." She'd skimmed a glance over the red, scalloped hem dress that had felt so fun and festive when Charlotte had put it on that evening. "That's very cute." She'd made it sound like something you'd design for a 4-year-old. "Not clothing. I have an MFA from the Savannah College of Art and Design." Okay, that was name-dropping, but if this woman could drop Harvard Law, she could brag about having graduated from the country's top-ranked School of Interior Design. "I've been looking for a good decorator. Maybe you and Mason could come over to my apartment for dinner, and you could give me a few ideas." "I'm a designer. Although many people confuse the two, the professions are very different. A decorator works to furnish a space with fashionable things while working within its functionality, which is what you're looking for. As a designer, I work with builders or owners to create a functional space. The simplest way to explain it is that a decorator knows how to change the layout of the furniture. I create the shape and location of the rooms, walls, and floors, and other construction elements. Although I also do enjoy decorating the finished spaces." "That sounds a great deal more fun than law. I envy you, getting paid to shop all day." Charlotte resisted, just barely grinding her teeth. "It's always a bonus when you love your work. And I'll admit to a warm feeling of joy when I create an environment that's perfect for my client." Refusing to allow this Midwestern mean girl to get under her skin, Charlotte placed her hand on Mason's arm in an obvious possessive gesture that drew a smirk from Cruella de Law. She'd had her nails done in a bright red that matched her dress. A Christmas tree had been painted on her ring finger, where a 2-carat Marquise-cut diamond ring set in platinum sparkled like ice. When her manicurist had talked her into the tree, it had sounded festive and fun. Now, looking at the other woman's French manicure, she felt frivolous. "I have my own business," she said, "which is how Mason and I met. He handled the contract for my design work on a downtown boutique hotel." "That must have felt like quite a coup."
"It was love at first sight,"
Mason declared loyally, putting his arm around her waist.
"The moment Charlotte walked into my office conference room, I knew she was the very woman I'd been looking for."
"Well," the smile on Olivia Wainwright's crimson lips wasn't reflected in her calculating green eyes. "Isn't that sweet?" Her tone was saccharine, and Charlotte had known meant to demean. "I'll be honest, I always thought love at first sight was one of those tropes thought up by romance writers to get their characters into bed earlier in the book." A temper Charlotte hadn't realized was lurking inside her began to rise, bringing heat to her cheeks. With Mason's arms still around her, they were hip to hip, and feeling him tense, she decided this was not the time to accuse the firm's new hire of being a literary snob. She was relieved when Dirk Ashurst one of the senior partners, appeared to tell Mason that he had someone he wanted him to meet.
Jonathan Pickney Gibbs' mother passed last month. As you know, his father died 5 years ago.
The former state congressman, another member of South Carolina's first families, had lain in state beneath the iconic dome in the Capitol's main lobby.
He's 26 and has been with Bellinger, Lee, and Vereen, only because they'd handled his parents' affairs,
Dirk said.
Bellinger had taken over the account, but now that Jonathan's inherited the family fortune, he's decided that he'd rather have new representation. That firm's an institution, not only in Charleston, but the entire state,
Mason had noted.
Hell, probably the country. Leon Bellinger has argued before the Supreme Court 3 times. And lost 2 of the 3 cases,
Dirk returned.
Bellinger is also way past his prime and should have retired a decade ago. At any rate, Jonathan is building a strong career in real estate and wants a younger, hungrier attorney, one on his way up rather than one who's outlasted his time. Well then, sounds as if we'd be a good match.
Mason turned back to Olivia.
I'll be seeing you after the new year.
Count on it, she said with a smile. I'm already dreading going home to a Chicago winter. She skimmed another of those dismissive glances down at Charlotte. The 6-inch ice-pick heels of her shoes gave her a decided height advantage. It was nice meeting you. Have a wonderful holiday. Her smile was not nearly as warm as the one she'd given Mason. In fact, it was as chilly as Charlotte imagined a Chicago winter would be. As Mason ushered her through the crowd to the potential client with his hand on her back, Charlotte assured herself that although the new associate might have her eyes on her fiancé, she was the one wearing the engagement ring. And besides, there was a firm rule about partners not dating associates, and she knew her Mason well enough to know that he'd never risk the opportunity of becoming an equity partner, especially with an associate with whom sex would probably be as icy as her attitude. That was what Charlotte had assured herself at the time. Apparently, she'd been wrong. How to do it? Charlotte stood in front of the open refrigerator door, looking in at the long-boned, Frenched lamb chops. She hated conflict, but she couldn't see any way to avoid it. Oh, she had no absolute proof Mason had been sleeping with that female barracuda. But deep down, thinking back on all the times she hadn't been able to reach him, when he'd been out of the office, or his phone would be off, she knew. Although it was the most difficult thing she'd ever done, Charlotte decided to play the evening out. She needed to know, but as conflict-averse as she was, she opted to take things slowly, just in case. Because beneath his smooth, southern Ashley Wilkes charm, she'd discovered on their honeymoon that Mason possessed a quick-fire temper she'd learned not to trigger. She'd been in the dining room lighting the candles when she'd heard the door open.
"Hi, honey," he called out. "I'm home."
Pressing a hand against her clenched stomach, she suddenly thought of the sister she hadn't known she'd had and wished that she had even an iota of Tess Swan's acting skills. Pasting a warm smile on her face, she went to welcome her husband. As he'd gathered her into his arms and gave her a perfunctory kiss, nothing like the sweep-her-away ones she'd received during their courtship, she immediately caught an all-too-familiar exotic scent that was the perfume equivalent of a power suit. "You've changed your aftershave," she said, in what she'd intended to be a teasing manner, but heard the accusation in her tone and knew he'd heard it too, when guilt flashed in his eyes. It had come and gone so quickly, if she hadn't been watching for it, she would have missed it.
"I sat next to this woman who'd bathed in the stuff," he said with a grimace. "I don't know why airlines don't ban perfumes on planes. Everyone sitting within 10 rows of her had to breathe it in the entire flight. They'll probably have to fumigate the entire first-class cabin before turning the plane back to Vegas."
He leaned down and pressed his lips to hers again, causing her to think about where that mouth had been. When that caused an involuntary shiver, he backed away.
"Let me go shower to get rid of it," he said, "so the scent won't ruin dinner. Are those rosemary roasted potatoes I smell?"
They are. We're having lamb chops and chilled asparagus with a lemon Dijon mustard vinaigrette.
That's the first dinner you ever made me.
You remembered?
Of course.
His cheating eyes warmed.
I remember everything about that night.
As did she, damn it. As he left the room, Charlotte knew the dinner was already ruined, but determined to maintain some control as they played out this long, overdue scene, she returned to the kitchen and heated up the pan for the lamb. 7. Over the meal, which had always been one of her favorites, but which she vowed to never make again, Charlotte listened to Mason talk about the project he'd been working on in Vegas. There was a time she would have hung on to every word, wanting to prove herself an intelligent, enlightened conversationalist, even when the conversations tended to revolve around him. Tonight, his words about his supreme success in Las Vegas were little more than a buzz in her head.
"So,"
he said, finally turning the conversation from himself.
"What have you been up to?"
"Oh, you know." She shrugged as she pushed the untouched potatoes around her plate. "The usual. I posted to my blog, finished a mood board for Tara's master bedroom makeover. They're doubling the size and adding his and hers closets and a spa bath, and attended a meeting of the garden club tour."
"It's already that time again?"
"It's always in the spring," she reminded him. "I also had lunch with Tara this afternoon." The telltale sign flashed in his eyes, quicker than the earlier one, but she'd been watching carefully. It appeared Tara had been wrong about not having been noticed.
"Oh? How is she doing?"
"Fine. She and Wyatt are taking the kids to Disney World."
"That's ambitious."
"Her mother's going along to help with the boys, but beforehand, they decided to take a romantic weekend."
"Sounds nice,"
he said, as he speared a piece of spring bright green asparagus.
"We should do that one of these days."
"That would be nice," she agreed. They went to Savannah, which had me thinking how long it's been since we've been there.
"I thought more along the lines of London or Paris."
"But you've been so busy the last few months, and Savannah is so close. They stayed at the mansion on Forsyth Park." The fork clinked as he lowered it to his plate. A chilly cloud descended over the table.
"Did they?"
"They said it's lovely, with wonderfully personalized service." She paused a beat. "And here's the funny thing. Tara thought they saw you there. Of course, I assured her she had to be mistaken."
"She wasn't."
He refilled his wineglass.
"I had a call while I was leaving for the airport in Vegas. A slight problem with the contract point on a planned new boutique hotel. A project much like the one that you and I met on. I changed my flight to stop by there on the way home."
"You didn't tell me."
"I wasn't aware that I had to get approval from you to conduct my business affairs."
Affair being the definitive word. "Of course you don't." Although every nerve in her body was screeching, Charlotte managed to remain calm. "Did you get the situation taken care of?"
"Yes. It turned out not to be such a big deal after all."
"Allowing you to handle it alone?" He lowered his glass, which had been halfway to his mouth.
"So, that's where we're going with this?"
"If you're going to tell me that you are with Olivia Wainwright, I suppose we are."
"Christ, you're insecure." He tossed his napkin on the table. "I've been trying to be patient with you, Charlotte, while you've been so obsessed with getting pregnant."
"Which you wanted."
"I had no idea that your fertility levels and inability to conceive would become the centerpiece of our marriage, or that our sex life would be put on a damn schedule. You've spent months treating me like a stud horse you're using for breeding. Why should you care if I prefer the company of an intelligent, attractive woman who talks about more than procreation, who doesn't expect sperm on demand?"
Charlotte drew in a sharp, painful breath. It's not like that. And again, let me remind you that my taking time off from my career to have a baby in an attempt to attract more potential voters was your idea. And by the way, according to all the books, constant stress can adversely affect fertility.
So now you're blaming me for your infertility?
His tone was like an ice stiletto to the heart. No! This conversation, which she'd hoped to keep calm and civil, was on the verge of getting out of hand. Of course not. Still, if he'd only been tested, as she'd done, to ensure that their problem wasn't due to anything wrong with her, which the doctor had assured her it wasn't, at least they'd have something more scientific than the plan she'd been dutifully trying to stick to. Other women on the infertility boards had described, in vivid detail, their experiences with IVF. Not only was it expensive, it was also hellish to go through with all those shots that would have her hormones raging out of control. Charlotte had always disliked her annual flu shot. She couldn't imagine having needles in her stomach. The fertility plan she'd found that had proven successful with so many other women in her position was, if done according to the rules, admittedly sexually rigid. But it hadn't been a picnic for her either, and she certainly had never felt any urge to cheat. Are you sleeping with her? He sighed heavily, wearily.
Since I appear to have been busted, in a word, yes.
He no longer appeared angry, merely bored with this conversation.
And you, of all people, should understand that my having sex with another woman has nothing to do with us, with our marriage.
What? How could you believe that? What part of forsaking all others did you not hear when we were exchanging those vows?
It wasn't something I planned. It just happened. Considering that you grew up in an open marriage, while I saw no need to mention it, I assumed that if you did find out, you'd be more reasonable.
Wait. She'd held up a shaky hand, which, damn it, gave away her screeching nerves. You believed that my parents' marriage arrangement would make me okay with my husband fucking around?
Must you be so crude?
This conversation had her head on the verge of exploding, and he dared to be annoyed by her tone. Apparently so. Excuse me if I find my husband sticking his dick into another woman not all that helpful to our marriage. And for your information, my parents' marriage no longer exists. That got his attention.
They're getting divorced? After all these years? Fuck. That's all I need, a family scandal.
Charlotte realized that, unsurprisingly, Mason's first thought was for himself. My mother has always insisted that Lillingtons don't get divorces.
I know. That was one of the pluses on my prospective marriage ledger.
You had a marriage ledger? He actually colored a bit at that. Not a full face, but the tips of his ears, which was the most emotion he'd shown thus far tonight.
Not an actual written-down one, but you know, a mental idea of what type of woman I might marry when the time came. You ticked all the boxes.
What a relief I passed your qualification test.
You don't have to sound so snarky. Everyone has one. You can't tell me you didn't.
I suppose I did.
See?
Mistakenly believing the discussion over, he cut a piece of lamb chop.
Everyone does,
he repeated. Mine was, it seems, a bit shorter than yours.
Oh?
I wanted to marry someone I was in love with, and who'd be in love with me.
You've been wasting your time wallowing in those romance novels again, haven't you?
Wallowing? She tossed her head, feeling a white-hot temper rising inside her. I don't have to defend my choice in reading to anyone, least of all an adulterous husband. Have you ever considered that perhaps one of the reasons I enjoy romance novels is because our marriage is so lacking in that department? Anticipating the accusation that any problems in their relationship were her fault, due to her apparent inability to conceive, she held up a hand to cut off any response. But getting back to my parents, which apparently were one of your boxes.
Only your mother. Her old-line lineage made up for Jackson's less-than-respectable career choice.
Okay, he'd crossed the line with that one. My father happens to have 3 Pulitzers! A hat trick, he'd told her over a celebratory dinner at Savannah's The Old Pink House. Although he brushed it off, saying he was just doing his job and had gotten lucky, she could tell he'd been pleased, but more for the fact that it brought more attention to a refugee problem than any acclaim for himself. Realizing that she'd used the present tense, the cold, hard fact of his death hit again, slashing through her own domestic problems. Charlotte felt her eyes filling up. She resolutely blinked the threatening tears away rather than let them fall and have Mason think he was the cause. Well, you won't have to concern yourself with him being a black mark on your unrelenting climb to the top of your legal and political careers, because he's dead.
I'm not surprised,
he said, mirroring what she herself had first thought about hearing the news from Donovan Breeze. But his tone held not an iota of regret. In fact, as she watched him process her statement, she could tell that he felt no sorrow for the loss of a bold, brave life well lived. Not even if that life had been his wife's father.
How did you find out? I didn't see a news flash come in on my phone, and while he wasn't exactly a celebrity outside his own world, I would have suspected his death would have been worth noting.
His attorney is attempting to keep a lid on the story until all the family has been notified. She didn't admit that he was probably correct about Jackson Swan not being a household name. The work he did was of a nature most people didn't want to look at, and the only time he appeared on television to do an interview was to stress the need for the world to protect the vulnerable. Once, she'd asked him if he'd been disappointed in her career choice, which was a very long way from trying to save the world. He'd appeared openly surprised by the question. When he'd asked why she'd think such a thing, she'd responded that designing attractive, albeit functional living places seemed insignificant compared to his work, which was when he'd reached across the table and taken both of her hands in his larger, scarred, life-roughened ones. 2 of his long fingers were crookedly bent, the result of some long-ago beating. Unlike her mother, who'd always rejected physical contact, her father was a toucher, as was Charlotte. Mason was not. At least he'd never been with her. Apparently, Olivia Wainwright was a different story. His lawyer told me they wanted to keep the death under wraps until he'd been able to tell all 3 of my father's daughters.
He had 2 other children?
Apparently. My mother wasn't his first wife. He has 1 daughter from that marriage, and another from a mistress.
So whatever inheritance you'll receive will be divided 3 ways?
I assume so, but I doubt there's much to inherit, given that my father mostly lived on whatever he could carry. She decided, while fixing dinner, not to tell him about the winery. Unlike this house, it would be something in her marriage that was all hers, and she didn't want to give him a chance to try to get his greedy hands on it until she heard the details and could get legal advice. I'm going to Oregon for the reading of the will in the morning. Any plans for sexy times tonight had gone down the drain after he'd so easily admitted to his affair.
Oregon?
It's where he grew up, and chose to die. Alone, as he'd lived. When she'd been in her teens, she'd asked him if he'd stayed away because of her. A reasonable assumption, given that many of her parents' fights had been their disparate ideas of what her future should be. He'd assured her that wasn't the case, that the only reason he stayed away so long was that there were stories to be told, dark stories, filled with pain and death that he didn't want to bring home to her, into her life. That hadn't stopped her from constantly searching the internet for his name and wondering how anyone could possibly live with all those images of what the worst people around the world could do to each other in his head.
How long will you be gone?
He asked. I'm not sure. She somehow managed to keep her emotions, which were swinging back and forth between devastation and fury, tamped down to get through this conversation. The will is being read Monday, probably a day or so. I don't suppose you'd want to come with me? That was admittedly a test born of the question billowing in her mind since Donovan Breeze had left. Should she fight for her marriage? Was it worth saving? Perhaps sleeping with Olivia Wainwright had been just a one-time slip, and some time away together would remind him what he'd be throwing away if he continued the affair.
What would be the point?
He asked, his tone edged with derision.
Your father didn't bother to hide the fact that he never considered me good enough for his princess daughter, and I considered him rough and uncouth. I never figured out why your mother didn't just get an abortion rather than marry a man so far beneath her status.
Charlotte felt the color leaving her face as his cold, uncaring words stunned. You do realize that if she had, you never would have met me, that we'd never have been married.
It was merely a hypothetical, and you can't deny that you haven't wondered yourself why they bothered to get married.
They must have loved each other in the beginning, or I wouldn't exist. He actually had the audacity to laugh at that.
Sex and love can be mutually exclusive.
I know that. And now, damn it, she had to ask. Do you love her? The pause, which Charlotte knew was only a moment, seemed to last forever. She held her breath, waiting for an answer to a question that only this morning she never would have imagined that she'd be asking.
I don't know,
he said finally. Even as the answer was like a dagger to her heart, Charlotte refused to lower herself and give him the satisfaction of asking her if he still, in some small way, loved her, or ever had. Well then. She stood up and began carrying her barely touched plate into the kitchen. My trip to Oregon will give you time to decide the answer to that question, because when it comes to marriage, I am not my mother. Yet, it was her mother's cool, controlled voice Charlotte heard coming out of her mouth, while everything inside her was trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. She was in the kitchen when she heard the sound of the front door open and close. It was not the first time Mason had simply walked out on an argument. Damn how she hated when he did that, treating her as if any upset between them was her fault. She listened to the sound of the heavy metal garage door lifting. As his car backed out of the garage and headed out to the road, she wondered if all those other times he'd left, he'd been on the way to his mistress's condo. But he wasn't the only one who could coldly walk away. Leaving the dishes for that housekeeper who'd always behaved as if Charlotte was an interloper in Mason's overly decorated house, she went upstairs and retrieved the suitcase she'd packed earlier. Then, feeling too shaky to risk driving, she called a cab to take her to the airport. 8. Mount Hood was wearing a halo of lenticular clouds as the Delta jet approached PDX. In the distance, Tess could see the rugged peak of Mount Rainier. The last time she'd flown into Portland, on that hectic book tour trip, Rainier had been hiding in its self-made cloud cover. Donovan Breeze was waiting for her at the baggage claim area. He'd ditched the lawyer suit for a pair of jeans and a blue and black plaid flannel shirt over a black Henley and tan hiking boots. He was still hot, but in an easier, more approachable way. I need to pick up Rowdy at excess baggage, she told him. I decided I'm glad you suggested I bring him. This way I'll have someone on my side.
There aren't going to be sides, he assured her. Everything's very straightforward.
They'd been walking toward the counter where she'd been told her dog would be waiting when she stopped and looked up at him. I distinctly remember you saying the reason that I needed to be here was that it was complicated.
It is, but less so now that all of you have agreed to come. I'll have to admit that I thought you'd be the holdout. Charlotte and Natalie will be arriving tomorrow.
That should be fun, she said dryly. The idea of meeting her two half-sisters was far from the high point of her day. Reminding herself that the reading of the will couldn't take that much time, she decided to focus on the remainder of this trip. Her visit to wine country. She was still hopeful that driving through the vineyards and even over to the coast, she might come up with a new story idea. Perhaps she should try a thriller, drown a person in a vat of wine, put them through a wine press. She wasn't certain what exactly a wine press even looked like, but wouldn't it have to be large to press grapes for a commercial winery? That could be a good way to murder people, like the wood chipper in the Coen brothers film Fargo. Perhaps an easygoing vintner, popular with both townspeople and tourists alike, could, in a dark, secret life, be a serial killer. But where would he hide the bodies? Do wineries still have caves, like I've seen in movies? Those movies had been set in France during World War II, but that might still be a possibility.
Not all, but Maison de Madeleine is one of 2 in Oregon that does have natural ones. They are a series of connected lava caves.
That could work, she mused, then realized she'd spoken out loud, a habit she'd developed by living and working alone. I was just playing with the plot idea, she explained, as they reached the window where she handed over the paperwork and was allowed in a room containing lost luggage and a large gray crate with red, live animal stickers. The moment they entered the room, enthusiastic barking came from the crate. She crouched down and opened the door. As soon as she'd unhooked the harness clip, Rowdy dashed out and nearly knocked her down, vocalizing with wild canine glee. After duly welcoming Tess with many dog kisses over her face, he noticed Donovan, and recognizing him from Sedona, practically dragged her across the 3 feet separating them as he bounded over to greet him, his tail wildly wagging. Since the lawyer was too tall for the dog to stand up and put his paws on his shoulders, as he always did with Tess whenever she returned from a trip into town, he headbutted Donovan's crotch, still barking in a way that sounded more like speech than a nuisance bark.
"Hello, gorgeous boy."
Tess reluctantly gave Donovan points for appearing not at all disturbed at having a 50-pound dog's head colliding with his junk. He squatted down so Rowdy could give him the same wet-faced welcome he had Tess.
"Does he always talk like this?"
he asked, as he rubbed the large head and ran his hand down the setter's neck, which had the dog rolling over in a paroxysm of canine joy, offering his stomach to be rubbed. "Only when he's overly excited or happy," she said, although Irish Setter's personality meters were set at joyfully friendly. She was, yet again, a bit irked by how easily he shared his favors with Donovan Breeze. Setters aren't nuisance barkers.
"I had a Cocker Spaniel growing up," he said. "She was the same way. A bundle of energy and joy."
"Damn it, you're doing it again."
"What?"
He stood up, holding on to the dog's leash to keep him from racing rings around all the luggage carousels, which, having been penned up for over 2 hours, he was all too likely to do. "Being likable. Even worse, you had a cocker, which is one of the sweetest dogs on the planet." He laughed, a rich, deep baritone that drew the attention of more than one woman walking past.
"Not all lawyers are sharks."
"Maybe not here in the Pacific Northwest." She wondered if this man was normal for the area or an anomaly. "But I never ran across one like you in California." She'd certainly met more than her share, especially after having been sued by her record company for not finishing her 3rd worldwide tour in as many years.
"This isn't California."
He handed her the leash.
"Why don't you take him outside to the pet relief area right out those doors, while I collect your luggage?"
It made the most sense, she decided as she handed him the claim tickets. "It's a medium-sized royal blue titanium bag with an oversized red tag with my last initial on it." He took the claim tag.
"Got it."
Tess led Rowdy out to the small dog area created with some sort of bark mulch. As energetic as the dog was, fortunately, his temperament didn't run to nervous, because not only was the location across the busy main terminal roadway from the parking garage, it was also situated beneath an overpass from which the thud of tires and roar of engines echoed. Donovan, she was now thinking of him by his first name rather than lawyer man, turned out to be as efficient as he was friendly, because Tess soon found herself riding along the river while Rowdy sat up in the back seat, taking in the scenery.
How was the flight?
Uneventful. I mostly read about... She paused, deciding that referring to a man who'd done even half of what the articles about him had claimed as merely a sperm donor was both juvenile and spiteful. Jackson. It was the first time she'd ever said his name aloud. It felt foreign on her tongue, but not as strange as Dad would have been. She'd never called any of her stepfathers by anything other than their first names, except for William Moore, who she'd only called Daddy on the series. But he'd also been the only father figure she'd ever known, and look how that had turned out.
Did you learn anything you didn't know?
Quite a bit, actually. If the stories were even halfway true, he lived life to the fullest, that's for sure. She'd also come to realize why her mother had been swept off her feet, and also why they'd had no choice but to divorce. She certainly couldn't have been married to a man who was never home and deliberately putting himself in danger all the time. All I've ever known is that my mother met him on a USO military tour when she was an actress. Shortly afterward, he took a few days off to visit her in California for the preview of a movie she'd been in. Unfortunately, her scene got cut, so he took her to Vegas to cheer her up, where, as the story goes, they got drunk and woke up married. Although she didn't know it yet, she also got pregnant with me. Obviously, the marriage didn't last. But surprisingly, from her mother's wistful tone when she'd mentioned first loves during their phone call, it sounded as if she'd never entirely stopped loving him. Over the past years, she'd watched all her mother's movies as she moved from extra to talking extra to bit player to lead in a series of low-cost B-movies, some of which had gone directly to video, not even attempting a theater release. She'd also appeared in 3 Star Trek episodes because, as the casting director had apparently told her, she was sex on a stick, and her long legs were created for those miniskirts women tended to wear on planets the Enterprise's crew would visit in the exploration of space. Amy Swan had always claimed she was a terrible actress, which had unfortunately been true. But she had a spark that lit up a screen, which, during Tess's younger years, had gotten her enough work that she didn't have to, in her words, sleep with a bunch of hairy old farts. Tess had been 9 and already working on Double Trouble when 12-year-old Denny Marksom, who'd played the older bad boy her nerdy character had had a secret crush on, had explained what her mother had been talking about. But he'd been more graphic, referring to it as sucking some producer's dick, which he then had to explain. She could still remember the embarrassing color flooding her face, and as much as she'd liked him, she'd been extremely grateful that was the last episode they'd done together, because she would have had difficulty looking Denny in the eye after that. Her career had begun serendipitously. When she was 2 years old, her mother had been auditioning for a soap opera role with a producer she'd worked with before, and unable to afford a sitter, had brought Tess along.
"And who is this pretty little girl?"
he'd asked, tipping her chin up for a closer look. "I'm Tess," she'd responded with, as the story went, what had been an adorable lisp. "Who are you?"
"I'm Benjamin, but you can call me Ben."
He shot Amy a look.
"You've been holding out on me," he said.
"Sweetheart, do you like cookies?"
Ben.
She'd huffed out a breath.
Everybody likes cookies.
She'd scoffed, with the same don't fool with me brush-off attitude she'd tried pulling off with Donovan Breeze. She didn't remember the occasion that had put her life on a fast track, but her mother loved telling the story at parties, so she'd had it memorized by the time she was 3.
"Do you like Giggles cookies?"
I love Giggles cookies.
And without any cue, she began giggling, pretending she was eating one of the cookies with the laughing emoji typeface. Her voice, her mother had claimed, had people coming out of offices to see where the musical happy giggles were coming from.
They're my bestest cookies, aren't they, Mommy?
Yes, of course, Amy had answered, going on to tell listeners that in truth, she'd never allowed her daughter to eat sweets because she couldn't afford to get cavities filled. As it had turned out, the cookies manufacturer had been searching all over for a little girl who could giggle, which Tess, who'd also inherited her mother's talent for garnering attention, could. In spades. 6 weeks later, Tess's infectious giggle was causing people to laugh in front of their TVs all over the country. By the time she was 4, she'd appeared in commercials for American Girl dolls, many sugary cereals, another thing she'd been forbidden to eat, Legos, and even Toyota had put her in the back seat of a minivan with a Labrador Retriever on a supposed vacation road trip with her parents. During that time, Amy had married the producer, moving them into a house in the flats of Beverly Hills. The most amazing thing, Amy would say with maternal pride, was that she would always profess that every commercial item she was up for, toys, food, amusement parks, were supposedly her most favorite, and I didn't even train her. She's a natural. Aberdeen's welcome sign included the usual list of civic groups, and with small-town pride, claimed it to be the home of a national spelling bee championship and a country singer whose name Tess recognized, but whose music she'd never heard. In addition, another sign invited tourists to the Visitors Bureau to pick up maps to local wineries and tasting rooms. The main street, lined with trees and tall planter boxes, surrounded by a profusion of spring daffodils and tulips, reminded her of the set in Double Trouble, and much like the town she'd created for her fictional students to attend school. It could have been used on a tourist bureau postcard for the area, or, she considered, still toying with the idea of writing suspense, the type of town that could harbor simmering, long-held feuds leading to a murder. They passed the high school, home of the Aberdeen Highlanders. The message on the changeable school sign reminded students that tickets for the Creative Media Student Showcase were now on sale. The storefronts had been painted in colors that appeared to echo various wines, from the deep purple of a Cabernet Sauvignon to the pale yellow of a Pinot Grigio. There were the expected wine tasting rooms, and for those who wanted to learn to prepare special meals to eat with their wine, a kitchen shop that also had a cooking school on the premises. A rainbow of yarn stacked in baskets brightened the windows of a yarn shop, while the window of Your Next Read bookstore had a display of wine-themed books. Next door was an organic candle shop like those that proliferated in Sedona, and beside it, beneath a vine green and white striped awning, the front windows of Left Bank Patisserie tempted with a dazzling display of pastries. On the corner was a larger building housing a market with a mural of workers picking grapes painted on the dusty red brick. This may not be bustling like Napa, she observed, but obviously tourism is high on the income-producing scale.
It helps pay the bills, he agreed. Though we are getting more and more tech companies moving up here from Silicon Valley and down from the Seattle area. Like I said, it's a quieter lifestyle, so we attract businesses whose workers mostly telecommute.
It reminds me a bit of what old-timers tell me Sedona was like before it became a New Age mecca.
We're more fortunate in that most of our land is taken up with agriculture, so it's harder for the fast food places and chains to move in. Salem has the big box stores, so people in Aberdeen figured they have the best of both worlds.
After passing through the town, they were back into miles of green vineyards with the coastal mountains in the distance, wearing a hood of clouds. Although the scenery, bathed in the glow of a flaming red and gold sunset, was beautiful, so far Oregon's Willamette Valley wasn't giving Tess what she needed.
The red soil reminds me a bit of Sedona, she murmured, after they'd left the city behind and were following an empty, curving road westward with the river on one side, gently rolling hills covered with rows and rows of leafy green staked vines on the other. In other ways, it couldn't be more different. In contrast to Arizona's crisp, dry air, a light rain had begun splashing onto the windshield. Donovan had set the SUV for fresh air intake,
which she'd been enjoying, despite the fact that she could practically feel her curly hair tripling in size and turning into springs. It's basalt volcanic, which, although I'm definitely no geologist, I'm told makes it ideal for growing grapes. Gideon Byrne, he's the vintner, can explain it a lot better than I can. I'm sorry Jackson had to die too young, but at least you're here at a time when the valley really comes alive. Wait until you see the grapes ripening. It's gorgeous.
You were right about it being truly lovely, she said, but I don't intend to be here that long.
Tess planned to attend the reading of the will, turn down her share of the property, giving it to the other two half-sisters, and buckle down on her search for a story.
You never know,
he said mildly, as he turned off the main road onto a gravel-paved lane. Yes, I do.
There's something I need to tell you, he said. I didn't earlier because I didn't want to be accused of emotional coercion.
That got her attention, but before she could ask, he said,
You have a grandmother.
She's still alive?
She is, and quite well, given that she's 96. Though we did have a little excitement this morning when she had some slight heart fibrillations. She insisted she was fine, and initially refused to be hospitalized when the doctor told her he was going to admit her for observation. She can be stubborn, which is undoubtedly partly what's kept her alive all these years. But then, Mrs. White, she's the housekeeper, reminded her that she wouldn't be able to meet her granddaughters if she was dead. That did the trick.
Oh no. Is she doing all right now?
From what I was told while waiting for your flight to land, she's doing fine. The doctor believes the fibrillation was an understandable reaction to the stress of your father's death, along with excitement about finally getting to meet you, which, erring on the side of caution, has been delayed until tomorrow.
Are you certain she'll be up for what will undoubtedly be a stressful situation for her?
The doctor believes she can handle it, and quite honestly, I think having the three of you there will lift her spirits. Except for that heart issue, despite her advanced years, she still gardens and likes to cook. Her French dishes beat any I've eaten anywhere, and although we're obviously not Paris, Oregon has gotten some good press for its food scene. Not just in Portland, but many smaller towns as well. Several of the wineries have gone beyond the usual tasting dishes and have added restaurants.
I can cook, but except for Julia Child's recipe for beef bourguignon, which I taught myself to make after watching Julie and Julia 3 times and buying the cookbook, French cuisine is beyond my skill set.
Madeleine is originally from Burgundy and grew up when farm to table, or, as they say here, vine to table, was the everyday way of living.
Small world, Tess murmured. When Donovan glanced over at her, she clarified. I did a concert in Dijon. It had been a spur-of-the-moment occasion after her tour bus had broken down outside the capital city on the way from Bern, Switzerland, to Paris. It was also free, and within 2 hours of the announcement that Tess Donovan was in the city, all 691 seats were claimed. It had been her smallest venue on the tour, but the audience had been one of her most enthusiastic. When did she come here?
1946.
Was she a war bride?
One of many. She was also part of the French resistance. She met and rescued your grandfather when his plane crashed in the woods near her family's vineyards.
Wow. Okay, now I am really annoyed that it's taken me this long to meet her.
She's very excited about you all coming. Actually thrilled. I think you're going to like her. Everyone does.
A story stirred. Just a whisper of an idea of a heroine French resister. Not that Tess knew all what those resisting the Germans in France had been doing, but she'd been hoping for some inspiration, and perhaps, just possibly, this could be it. He drove around a bend, then went through a wrought iron gate that opened when he pushed a series of numbers into the control on the dashboard. A script letter M in a circle was in the center of the gate, and 5 minutes after they'd passed down a tree-lined lane, they came to a calligraphed sign announcing Maison de Madeleine. She couldn't hold back a gasp
as a large house came into view that would have looked at home in 17th century France. Built of gray stone with a red-tiled roof, it rose elegantly above the vineyards. The entry towered upward, with rows of windows across the front of the house, with more on the second story, 4 with dormers. A riot of creamy camellias, scarlet azaleas, and burgundy rhododendrons bloomed around a fountain in the center of a large stone circular driveway, while rows of fringed parrot tulips lined the beds in front of the house like red and yellow sentries. You've got to be kidding me. Tess had not lived a sheltered life. There was little that could surprise or shock her, but the house that she recognized from the label on the bottles of wine, named for a grandmother she'd never met, stunned. My father grew up here? She'd never given his childhood much thought, but if asked, she never would have pictured this.
Until he was 18. Gideon Byrne, who you'll be meeting, has taken care of both the grapes and the business since your grandfather died 10 years ago.
What would it have been like if they'd been a normal family who enjoyed holidays together? If perhaps she'd spent summers here in this stunningly beautiful place with its vineyards, orchards, gardens, and a chateau out of a fairy tale, visiting her grandparents instead of working on sound stages. My mother didn't know anything about it either.
Like I said, my dad handled both the winery and Jack's photography business. Once he went freelance, which allowed him to choose his own assignments. Although he never shared his feelings about it with me, my guess is that he thought that it'd ruin his tough adventurer's image if people, especially other photographers he worked with, had known he grew up in such a bucolic place in what could be considered a mansion.
Could be?
Perhaps Robert got carried away, but the house was literally built from love. Madeleine was homesick, so he attempted to replicate the house she'd grown up in. Her family was descended from royalty and had owned one of the most prestigious vineyards in Burgundy. In later years, Jack came back at least once a year, at times more often, to decompress. Having known him all my life, I could tell that all the death, destruction, and horrors he'd witnessed for so many years were taking a toll on him.
So, essentially, he came back here to die.
He did. But it was fast.
Damn him. Tess had told herself that she'd quit having any feelings toward Jackson Swan years ago, but the loss still stung. Not so much grief, but anger that he'd never known her, or she him. She'd occasionally wondered what might have happened if she'd tracked him down, which, given his fame, wouldn't have been all that difficult. Now, she'd never know. So many missed opportunities.
He was all too aware of that, at least at the end, which is one of the reasons he wanted his daughters to meet.
I don't know what he thought he'd be accomplishing. From what you've told me, the only thing the 3 of us have in common is the fact that we shared a DNA donor.
That's harsh.
She folded her arms, turned and looked away at the orchards nestled in the lee of one of the hills, their trees wearing pretty pink flower spring coats. You can't survive in LA without developing a Kevlar hide.
I'm sorry.
Both his expression and his tone matched his words.
My father always said that Jack didn't believe he deserved to be happy, that he felt guilty about only being a bystander to evil, not doing anything to help.
Tess sighed. I saw his photos with the articles, some of which she'd recognized from newspapers and magazine covers. To call them brutal would have been an understatement, and more than a few had caused her to tear up, drawing an occasional sideways glance from her seatmate. He documented tragedy. He made people look at it. Bringing atrocities into the light must have made some difference. Yet, who'd choose that life? Why? And what would it do to you?
It undoubtedly did. But it also left deep scars.
That still doesn't excuse his personal choices.
No, it doesn't. And I'm not trying to make excuses. merely explain.
What was she doing here? She'd long gotten over the man's abandonment. She'd proven that she hadn't needed him. Despite having won all those awards, it wasn't as if he was a household name, except among those in the journalism world. While she'd not only had 2 very successful careers, 2 out of 3 wasn't bad, she'd bet she'd earned more. She hadn't needed his damn money. She'd needed him. "I hate this," she said.
"Join the club,"
he said, as he parked in front of the wide entry steps. 9. Tess had no sooner gotten out of the SUV when the front door of the mansion opened and a 60-something-year-old woman wearing a burgundy-colored sweatshirt with the Chateau de Madeleine logo on the front, a pair of khaki pants, and sensible brown leather shoes came out of the house, heading toward her. "You'd be Tess," she said. "And aren't you the picture of your grandmother when she was younger? Welcome to Oregon." Thank you. It had been surprise enough that she even had a grandmother, let alone a French war bride that she resembled. "I hope you don't mind. Damn, she should have checked to make certain Rowdy would be welcome. But I brought my dog." "Of course not. And what a beauty!" The woman looked into the back seat where Rowdy was jumping and straining against the harness Tess had put on for the short road trip. "Boy or girl?" "Boy. His name is Rowdy, and I'll confess that while he has a habit of living up to his name, he really is quite well behaved. When he hasn't been in a plane for 2 hours, then a car from PDX. "Poor baby." She bent down to pat the dog, who'd leaped from the vehicle as soon as he was unfastened from the seatbelt harness. Proving that all those obedience classes Tess had gone through with him when he'd first arrived from Texas had kicked in, Rowdy immediately sat on his haunches in front of the woman whose name she still hadn't learned.
"Tess, this is Mrs. White," Donovan said. "She runs the house and private grounds. I guess you could call her our major domo, like Higgins in Magnum P.I.
"He exaggerates," the woman said, waving the words off. "And despite the look of the house, we're not formal around here. Just call me Rose. Your grandmother and I used to watch your television program all the time. That must have been difficult for a girl of your young age, playing 2 such disparate characters." "It could be a challenge, but a fun one." "Well, you certainly brought a lot of enjoyment into this house every Wednesday night. We were so sorry when it was suddenly canceled."
"Thank you. We all were sorry, too." They'd been in negotiations for a 3-season extension when the scandal had broken.
"But look at you now." Rose White crossed her arms, leaned back, and gave Tess a long study. "All grown up and pretty as a picture."
"Thank you. That's very nice of you to say."
Apparently now fully recovered from the flight, Rowdy tugged on the leash, ready for their next adventure. "We'd best get you 2 settled in. Aubrey, that'd be our vintner's teenage daughter, has been wanting a dog. She's going to be thrilled." Tess decided against repeating yet again that she'd be leaving with Rowdy as soon as the will was read.
"Since Rose will take good care of you, I guess I'll be getting back to the office," Donovan said. "I have an appointment for an adoption finalization in court this afternoon."
"That must be a more pleasant part of your work than dealing with death notifications and will readings," Tess said.
"The adoptive parents already had 1 surrogate adoption fall through last year," he said. "This time, they're adopting an 11-year-old boy they've been fostering, which, yeah, makes it an even better day to be a lawyer."
His smile lit up his eyes. Donovan Breeze was a good man, Tess considered as he drove away, which made her feel a bit guilty at how rude she'd been to him. As imposing as the stone house was from the outside, Tess was surprised how comfortably inviting the interior turned out to be. The wide planked cherry floors had been hand-scraped, and the aged depth of the red tone suggested that they were original to the house. The walls, curved at the corners, had been painted a creamy pale gold, with towering arched windows designed to welcome every bit of sun this rainy Oregon Valley might experience. and offered a breathtaking view of vineyards, rolling hills, and the peak of Mount Hood rising above its cloak of dark clouds. The furniture was solid, either purposely distressed or well lived in, and looked as though it had been taken from a Provençal farmhouse. A huge wrought iron chandelier hung from the open beams in the living room, and a stone fireplace soared nearly to the cathedral ceiling. "It's spectacular," Tess said, "but comfortable. At first I thought it looked a little out of place, but once you get inside and take in the view of the vineyards, it's like being transported to the French countryside." "Your grandfather worked with the builder, and your grandmother had some of her family's furniture shipped from France." Rose gazed around. "Though, like all older homes, it could definitely use some updating. Perhaps your sister Charlotte might have some ideas." When she'd Googled Charlotte Aldridge, Tess had learned that Jackson's second daughter had attended a prestigious Southern design school, graduated with an MFA, and had established a promising career, working on both residential and commercial properties. She also had a popular design blog focusing on achieving personal style entitled Your Home, Your Way, and was married to an attorney. She had noticed there'd been fewer recent projects. The last property she'd found on House was a master bedroom redo. Tess suspected that the couple's appearance at so many social charity events could have a great deal to do with that. Seeing the focus of the online photos and articles change from Charlotte's work to what she was wearing at such events suggested that she'd surrendered a career she must have worked hard for in order to become a trophy wife. "Let me show you to your room," the housekeeper said, breaking into Tess's thoughts. "Madeleine found the house too large after her husband Robert died a few years ago. She said she felt as if she was rattling around in it, so she moved into the guest house. There are 5 bedrooms, each with its own bath, so each of you girls will have your own private space." In the spirit of harmony, Tess decided not to mention that she was no longer a girl who had never been invited to visit her father's family. And having only had a roommate during her short time in Hell House, her name for the boarding school her mother had sent her to, she had no desire to share a room now. "What was my grandfather like?" she asked, as they climbed the stairs, keeping Rowdy on his leash, planning to take him for a walk as soon as she'd claimed her room. "He was a quiet man, born right here on what was called the Swan family farm back then, and grew up when it was mostly orchard land with some Concord grapes and berries for table wine. That was supposed to have stopped during Prohibition, but the Swans continue to grow the grapes, and stories have a lot of them ending up as wine in Portland mansions and speakeasies." My family were bootleggers? Tess rather liked that idea. It would have made a nice segment on a PBS Finding Your Roots episode. "I wasn't alive back in those old days, so I wouldn't have any first-hand knowledge, but people talk, and while I'm not saying they were, I'm also not saying they weren't. Yet, I suspect not all those grapes and cherries ended up in pies. The family went back to making wine after Prohibition, but it wasn't until the 1960s that the first Pinot Noir grapes were grown outside Corvallis. One thing led to another, and more people got into the business, leading to the valley becoming an important name in wine circles." She paused at the top of the stairs. "Since you arrived ahead of the others, you get first choice of rooms." Great. Tess suspected that adding room envy to any possible friction among Jackson Swan's daughters would only make an uncomfortable situation even more difficult. "I'm sure any of them will be fine," she said, putting the choice into the housekeeper's hands. "They're all lovely," Rose assured her, "but the ones on this side of the house have a view of the mountain." She opened the door, and sure enough, the first thing Tess saw was Mount Hood, framed in the window, the mist in the air making it appear to be a watercolor painting backdrop to the rows of vines. "We have towering red rocks in Sedona, where I live. They're spectacular, but I think they may have met their match." For a fleeting moment, Tess imagined waking up to this view every morning, then reminded herself she wouldn't be staying, but she was certainly going to enjoy it for the next few days. It's always special when the mountain is out, Rose agreed. Though I'll admit that we locals probably take it for granted, living here as we do, in God's country.
Tess stifled a smile at hearing the familiar term, even as she couldn't deny that this valley was definitely one of nature's more beautiful places. Apparently, Rowdy agreed because he surprised her by immediately circling 3 times on a thick rug, then settling down in a slice of sunshine with a satisfied, happy dog moan. "You were telling me about the winery's history," Tess said.
I was, and this is my favorite part. After Robert married your grandmother, he planted Pinot Noir and Chardonnay vines, which her family had grown in their vineyards back home. Originally, he'd tried planting vines that Madeleine's family had given him in gratitude for him having helped save their country, but only one of those adjusted to their new land. So the fledgling wine business stayed local as Robert kept the orchard while buying more vines from California. That was about when my mother, who'd been widowed young, came to work for them. Truth be told, I had a crush on Robert for a while in my teens. He was, after all, a war hero and sinfully handsome. Your father was the image of him. When Tess failed to respond to that, the housekeeper continued her monologue. According to Mother, Madeleine was so homesick he built this house, which resembles the one she'd grown up in, and named it after her. That was when he changed the name of the farm. That's why the house looks as if it belongs in France, rather than Oregon, like most of the others we passed driving here from Portland. That's why. Since my mother had a house on the property, I grew up here, and to me this always felt like being in a castle, just like a princess in a fairy tale. Well, I'll leave you to your unpacking while I fix you some supper. Please don't go to any bother. I ate on the plane. Still, you might be wanting a snack later, after your long day. Are you sweet or savory? More cheese and crackers or cakes and cookies? It's your choice. I want you to feel comfortable.
And wouldn't that take a miracle?
Really, I don't need a mix, Rose decided. I'll bring it up shortly. That's not necessary, Tess tried again. It's no problem. It'll help you settle in before the others arrive tomorrow. And things could get complicated.
As if they weren't already. I really need to take Rowdy for a walk. Both women glanced over at the dog, who was now happily snoring from his sunbeam.
Why don't you do that?
Rose agreed easily, without mentioning that he seemed perfectly content just where he was.
And I'll have a plate ready for you when you get back. There's certainly enough space for him to run here.
With that, she left the room, leaving Tess to wonder, yet again, what the hell she was doing here. 10. The flight, which had her changing planes in Atlanta, gave Charlotte plenty of time to think about events she'd locked away into one of the compartmentalized boxes in her mind. Like her concerns about her father, and why, whatever she did, she never seemed to be able to please her mother, who, for as long as she could remember, disliked her so. No, that was an exaggeration. Dislike was at least an emotion, something her ice queen of a mother seemed incapable of. Yet she must have, at one time, possessed at least some passion, or, as Charlotte had reminded Mason, she'd have never been born, never married Mason. Having gotten no hint of his true personality during their courtship, she'd naively expected their honeymoon to be equally as idyllic. But although the St. Croix beaches were as spun sugar beautiful as they'd been in all the brochures and online videos she'd watched, and the stunning house they'd rented was right on the water, Charlotte had sensed a distancing from her groom. At first, she was concerned that something might have happened at the wedding, or someone, perhaps her politically outspoken father, might have said something to annoy him. Then she assured herself that she was being overly romantic by expecting a honeymoon to be perfect. Even with a wedding planner, there'd been so many decisions to make, so many tastings, so many thank you cards to write, anyone would be stressed out.
She'd certainly been when she'd gotten on the plane the morning after the reception with a bit of a hangover from too many champagne toasts. And he'd drunk far more than she had. If he snapped at the waiter their second day during a seaside lunch at the resort for taking too long to deliver the bill, it was only, he'd assured her, because he couldn't wait to get back to the house and make mad, passionate love to her. When he carelessly dropped his towel on the floor after every shower, she told herself that was merely because he'd grown up with servants, as she had. But she'd always hung up her own towels and wiped out her bathroom sink, even when living at home with her parents. Mason had been on his own for several years now. She hoped he didn't expect her to pick up after him during their marriage, then assured herself she was merely overreacting. Even bubbly, optimistic Tara had suffered postpartum depression after each of her children. Could post-wedding blues be a thing? Perhaps her lack of bridal bliss was due to suddenly having too much downtime after the frenzied pace of planning a wedding, including what friends had assured her were normal arguments with her mother over logistics, while rushing to finish a nursery with attached bath for a client pregnant with twin girls. The project on the Isle of Palms had included an adjoining ensuite for the nanny. Having factored in the possibility of a premature birth due to the babies being twins, Charlotte had been ahead of schedule when the stone supplier delivered the same marble for both bathrooms. It was a beautiful white Tuscan Carrara. Its light gray veining thin and feathery, making it one of the more popular stones used in homes. Unfortunately, the expectant mother, wanting something different from all her friends, had chosen a pure, sparkling white, and highly impractical for children, Charlotte had warned, Greek Thassos marble for her twin princess's bath. With the timeline in danger of blowing up and a hormonal client having a meltdown, Charlotte had gotten on the phone and found a supplier in Atlanta who'd not only had the Thassos in stock, but had also put the slab on a truck that very same day. Crisis averted, and working nearly around the clock, she'd finished the project 2 days before her client went into early labor and a mere 3 days before her wedding. After the past months of non-stop activity, it only made sense that she'd be exhausted. She wasn't clinically depressed, she'd assured herself, just suffering a bit of a letdown because she wasn't having the grand fun that couples on the resort's website always appeared to be enjoying. She just needed to take a deep breath and allow herself to relax. They'd certainly come to the right place for that, even if Mason had kept taking calls from his office, which now had her wondering if they'd been from Olivia Wainwright. As the plane approached Portland, she viewed the city spread out beneath her, the lights of several bridges crossing what the interactive flight map on the back of the seat in front of her revealed to be the Willamette River shining beneath her. One double-spanned bridge appeared to be putting on a light show with strikingly changing colors. She'd called Donovan Breeze before leaving Charleston, informing him of her change in plans. As the wheels hit the runway, she was rethinking what for her had been an unfathomably rash decision. It would have been nice to have the lawyer waiting there to take care of the rest of the trip. Then, she reminded herself that before allowing Mason to chip away at her self-confidence, she'd flown by herself to New York, Paris, Madrid, and even India, which had proven a treasure trove for textiles. The rental car would have a GPS, so how hard would it be to find her way from Portland to Aberdeen? "Just breathe," she murmured as the plane taxied to the terminal. While deplaning, she managed to hold back another of the panic attacks that she'd never experienced before all the pressure to get pregnant. She left the jetway into the terminal brightly lit with high, open-beamed ceilings and trees and big boxes lining the concourses. She paused to watch a busker wearing a cowboy hat playing a rollicking, honky-tonk rendition of Johnny Cash's "I've Been Everywhere." 3 little children, siblings from the look of them, burned off travel energy by dancing to the upbeat music, and she felt the tension that had been tangling her nerves and causing her heart to beat like a snare drum begin to ease. When the song ended, she dropped some bills into his fiddle case, causing him to tip his hat. His Texas drawled,
Thanks, pretty lady.
Lifted spirits that Mason had crushed only a few hours ago. The young woman at the Hertz counter proved equally friendly, taking time to explain the directions to Aberdeen, even drawing the route on the old-fashioned paper map that came with the claim ticket. She also put an Oregon State tourism guide in the bag. Not that Charlotte intended to stay long enough to see all the wonders allegedly included within the glossy pages, but it was a nice bonus. By the time she'd found her car and left the terminal, following the signs that would lead her to her father's home, she'd decided that she hadn't made a mistake coming alone. It was giving her more time to calm down, to think, and hopefully decide what her next move would be, when and if Mason contacted her. A light shower, more mist than rain, added a glossy sheen to the street in the glow of the headlights, and while it wasn't a yellow brick road, having just had her life turned upside down by an emotional tornado, Charlotte felt a bit like Dorothy, headed off into the unknown on an adventure. 11. After a surprisingly good night's sleep, Tess was sitting at a table in what she'd been told was the breakfast room, looking out over the vineyard. Although she usually just settled for yogurt and a muffin before starting writing, she was indulging in light-as-air lemon ricotta blueberry pancakes topped with brown sugar and butter. The berries, Rose had informed her, had been grown on the premises. The crisp, thick-cut bacon had been sourced from a local organic farm, and the coffee she was drinking was from organic, fair-trade, light-roasted beans grown in the mountains of Colombia. From the enthusiasm with which the housekeeper imparted all these details, Tess got the impression that Donovan had been serious about Oregon, at least this part of it being a foodie scene, which had her idly wondering why, when she Googled the winery last night, she noticed that not only was any connection to Jackson Swan not mentioned, it didn't offer a tasting menu either, as many neighboring vineyards did. Not that it was any of her business, but still, it seemed whoever ran the place was missing a good profit opportunity. It was just as well that she wasn't intending to stay, she decided, mentally calculating the calorie value of just a single pancake as she cut into her second one. No, don't go there. The days when she knew not only every calorie, but also every Weight Watchers point of any food on the planet, were over. She was comfortable with her body, comfortable with her life. Except for the fact that you never got to show Jackson Swan what he missed out on. "Excuse me," a voice with a decidedly southern accent interrupted her frustrated thoughts. Tess looked up to see the woman standing in the doorway. She'd taken time to use a curling iron or hot rollers on her shoulder-length blonde hair and was wearing makeup, which Tess usually only ever bothered to put on when meeting with her publisher and editors in New York, or getting her author photo updated. In sharp contrast to Tess's crinkled, southwestern patterned broomstick skirt topped by a t-shirt claiming, "My favorite season is the fall of patriarchy," and well-worn brown cowboy boots, her half-sister was wearing a cream silk blouse, taupe linen slacks, and a pair of sandals that revealed toenails painted in seashell pink, and pearl stud earrings. She could have been on her way to Sunday brunch at some Shishi Charleston restaurant. She was also thin as a rail, but not in a good way, Tess, who knew a great deal about weight issues, considered. Her obvious gauntness suggested she'd either been ill or had some serious emotional problems. "Hi, you must be Charlotte." "I am." She paused. "And you're Tess." "That's me. When did you get here?" "Late last night." "I thought Donovan said you were expected this afternoon." "That was the original plan, but I had an..." She paused, as if choosing her words carefully. "Opportunity to change my flight. Mrs. White told me that breakfast was served in here. She seemed very nice when I woke her up last night." "It is, and she appears to be a gem," Tess agreed. "I got the impression from Donovan that she's more like a member of the family than a housekeeper." A family Tess realized she was, like it or not, now a part of. As Charlotte sat down at the table, Tess noticed that her eyes were red-rimmed and her face puffy, as if she'd been crying. And at closer examination, blotches showing beneath the carefully applied foundation and shadows beneath her eyes suggested she hadn't gotten any sleep on the plane. Putting herself in her half-sister's place, as she had when acting, and now writing, she tried to imagine what Charlotte must be feeling. Grief, certainly, as Tess herself would feel if she lost her mother, or even after such a short time, rowdy. But wouldn't she also be resentful at her parents for keeping such a vital piece of information of two half-sisters from her? "I'm sorry for your loss," she said, sounding like a Hallmark sympathy card. Charlotte paused while placing the creamy white linen napkin on her lap. For a moment, something that appeared like confusion appeared in her eyes. But she recovered so quickly, it could have been Tess's imagination. "Thank you," she said. "This is all so strange." "You're not going to get any disagreement from me." Tess had managed to create a quiet, uneventful life that suited her, that, unlike that emotional roller coaster she'd once been caught up in, never changed all that much from day to day, which was just the way she liked it. So yeah, she damn well found this entire situation strange as hell. "In a way, once I was old enough to know what Daddy did for a living, I worried about him dying." The voice, which sounded as if its owner should be sitting on a veranda sipping sweet tea, broke into Tess's thoughts. "But in another way, deep down, I always considered him invincible, so I'm still having trouble accepting that he's really gone. You know?" "No." When her sister actually flinched at the sharp tone, Tess softened her voice. "Look, I realize you're hurting, and I'm truly sorry about that, but I never knew the guy. So to be honest, when Donovan told me the news, I didn't have any feelings one way or the other. It was like reading a stranger's obit in the paper." Which she did nearly every day online. She'd told herself it was to look for names she could use in her books, but the truth was that she was drawn to the daily list of those left behind. Sometimes she even made up little stories about the mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and often, given that Arizona was heavily populated with retirees, long lists of grandchildren and great-grandchildren that read like all the begats of the Old Testament. Families had long fascinated her, and now, suddenly, like it or not, she'd landed in the middle of a complicated one. "I'm sorry you never had the opportunity to know him." Charlotte looked about to say more when Rose bustled in with the table setting and a white cup and saucer. "Here's your coffee, dear," the housekeeper said, putting a cup down on the table. "Black, no sugar, just as ordered." Her face revealed both concern and disapproval as it skimmed a look over her. "Are you sure I can't get you anything else?" "No, thank you. I'm not a breakfast eater." "It's the most important meal of the day," the housekeeper said, in a way that had Tess holding back a smile. Donovan had obviously not been exaggerating when he said that the woman ran the house. "The pantry's well stocked. I'd be more than happy to make you anything you'd like." "Really, I'm fine." "All right, then. Well, I guess I'd best get back to work, but if you change your mind, I'll be sure and let you know." They both watched the housekeeper leave the room. Bustling, Tess would have described Rose White if she'd been a character. "The lemon ricotta pancakes are out of this world," she said, happy to talk about anything rather than their situation. "Apparently, they're our grandmother's favorite." "They look delicious, but coffee's fine." She took a sip as if to prove her words, but her hand trembled ever so slightly as she lifted the cup to lips perfectly lined in a mauve rose. Something more than grief at the loss of a father was going on here. Tess had a flashback to that day in her teens when she'd been given a small orange pill to take that had seemed so harmless but had ended up being a gateway to hell. Rose told me about our grandmother being in the hospital, Charlotte said. I didn't even realize I had a grandmother. Did you?
Nope.
Have you heard any news about her?
Apparently, it was just a little heart glitch Donovan said the doctor believes was probably due to all that's been going on. She's supposed to be discharged and back home later today.
That's good to hear. I never knew anything about my father's family. My mother told me there was a rift, so it was better that I not ever bring it up.
She sighed.
I should have pressed her. Or him.
If there had been a serious rift, it'd be unlikely he'd have wanted to talk about it. Charlotte sighed.
Which is why I never brought it up.
Her lips curved in a smile that held little humor.
The southern side of my family doesn't believe in making waves.
I may not be southern, but I've certainly been there, done that. Tess had spent the first 20 years of her life allowing others to make all her decisions. At the time, when she'd been younger, it had seemed to make life easier to hand over control to others so she could concentrate on her work. Work that she'd decided long ago had started way too young. If she ever had any children, she was definitely going to try to ensure they'd have a normal childhood, whatever that entailed. One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small. The lyrics to Jefferson Airplane's White Rabbit rang in her mind. It didn't work out all that well for me. She learned the hard way that the lyrics were true. When you chased rabbits, you were bound to fall.
Me neither.
Those deeply shadowed sky-blue eyes glistened with tears that Tess suspected, yet again, were more than simple grief. Donovan told me that they met during the Second World War, Tess said. Apparently, our grandfather's plane crashed not far from her family's French vineyard.
Gracious, I wish I would have known. There's undoubtedly a wealth of wonderful stories there.
I was thinking the same thing. She'd lain awake long into the night, playing with possibilities, and although it was a terribly selfish thing to consider while an elderly woman's life could be hanging in the balance, Tess hoped Madeleine Swann stayed alive long enough to share her life story, which sounded as if it could offer some valuable grist for that much-needed plot. Charlotte's gaze had drifted back to Tess's breakfast, her expression reminding Tess of a starving Dickensian orphan looking into the window of a bakery. Hell. Here. She removed the saucer from beneath her cup, took a fluffy pancake from the short stack, put it on the saucer, and pushed it across the table. At least try a bite. Believe me, you've never had any better. Charlotte's wary gaze moved up to Tess's. It's okay, Tess said, knowing those tumultuous love-hate emotions regarding food all too well. It's got blueberries, which have some of the highest antioxidants of all fruits and vegetables. And believe me, there's not a food I don't know all the values of, including calories, which thankfully I gave up counting years ago, or I wouldn't be experiencing what have to be the best pancakes on the planet. Recognition flashed in eyes that revealed her half-sister's every feeling. Unlike Tess, who'd learned to repress her true emotions early, allowing them to be overlaid with those others had written for her. Then, damn it, despite her determination not to get involved with either of her two half-sisters, a moment of shared understanding passed between them. Charlotte picked up the heavy sterling fork, cut off a sliver of pancake, and took a bite. Her expressive eyes closed as a soft sound escaped her lips.
Oh my God, she murmured. You're right. This may be the most amazing pancake ever.
Didn't I tell you? You'd probably make Rose the happiest woman on the planet if you asked for one. Or two. Bam. Shields up. So, Miss Moonlight and Magnolias could hide her feelings after all. Tess was reluctantly intrigued.
Perhaps tomorrow, Charlotte said. But thank you for sharing.
So much for any sisterly bonding. A thick silence settled over them. Tess continued eating while Charlotte sipped her coffee. They were back to behaving like two strangers forced to share a table in a busy coffee shop.
Rowdy, who'd been in his usual place under the table waiting for a piece of people food to drop, sensed Tess was getting close to finishing and suddenly made an appearance, backing out to sit next to her chair to give her the look.
"Oh!"
The silence shattered.
"You have a dog!"
His name's Rowdy, and he's a mooch.
"He's beautiful, and you both have almost the same color hair."
I guess we do. Her half-sister had not been the first person to notice that. But that's not why I rescued him.
"Of course not."
Those shields lowered, revealing, yet again, a near childlike wistfulness.
"I always wanted a dog."
Here, Tess held out the piece of bacon she'd been saving. Give the gluttonous beast this, and he'll be yours for life. Unlike the pause over the pancake, Charlotte didn't hesitate to take the bacon from Tess's hand. Rowdy, who'd been watching it carefully, immediately bounded the few steps to the other side of the table. And, as if sensing the same vulnerability Tess had felt, instead of the quick snatch and swallow that was his usual habit, he sat and delicately nibbled the bacon down to the last bit.
"He's so beautiful."
Charlotte stroked the top of his head. He's a rescue, so the name came with him, but believe me, Rowdy fits.
"He seems perfectly behaved to me."
She leaned closer and looked the setter in those expressive brown eyes.
"You're a good boy, aren't you, Rowdy?"
Charlotte's voice had gone into the sing-song tone Tess had seen parents using with their babies.
"The very best dog."
Rowdy thumped his tail in agreement on the wooden plank floor. He was accustomed to being admired by strangers. It ranked right up there with bacon, fetching tennis balls, and tummy rubs on his canine happiness scale.
"I always wanted a pet,"
Charlotte repeated her earlier words.
"A dog, specifically. Though I'd also have loved a cat, which wouldn't have been as much work, but my mother wouldn't allow it."
Because she appeared oddly fragile, perhaps due to losing her father or whatever else was going on, Tess resisted pointing out that it had been a while since she'd lived with her mother. So what was stopping her? "The first dog I had wasn't really mine," she said instead. "It was rescued from the local shelter for the TV show I was on."
"Double Trouble,"
Charlotte said.
"I watched that show every week for years. I always thought it was cool that we had the same last name. I envied you having a twin. I mean, I knew you were playing both parts, but the idea of having a sister to share clothes and secrets with seemed wonderful. My family was far from the stereotype of a typical TV family, but for an hour a day, I could pretend that your life was mine."
Soft color flushed into her cheeks.
"And that probably makes me sound terribly foolish."
"Not at all. I felt the same way, and I certainly understood those other actors weren't my real family, but it felt like one for all those years. I just realized something. The three of us are only children."
"Not anymore,"
Charlotte pointed out as she bent down to give Rowdy, who'd collapsed onto his back beside her chair, a belly rub. And wasn't that something to think about?
"What do you think she's like?" Charlotte asked. "Our other sister."
"All I know is the little bit Donovan told me and what I found online. She's a French photographer who was having a showing in New York when she found out about Jackson's death. She's scheduled to arrive today."
"I honestly had no idea about either one of you. My mother knew. When I asked her why she'd never mentioned Dad had been married before, she told me that it had never come up."
Although there was nothing humorous about this situation, Tess laughed. Like every kid asks her parents, "Hey, Mom, does Dad have another family somewhere out there that you neglected to tell me about?"
"That's the same thing I said when I called her about you and your mother. She said Daddy had already moved on when they met. As for Natalie and her mother, Mother said it didn't have anything to do with her, so there was no reason to bring them up either."
"I've never been married, but I've witnessed enough breakups to have decided that marriages are complicated."
"That's definitely true."
Charlotte wondered why Tess had never married. It wasn't as if she wouldn't have had opportunities. though the feminist message on her t-shirt was not something women in the properly stultifying Southern circle she'd grown up in would ever wear. Although it wasn't easy to admit, during the drive down here from PDX, in the tiny car that had apparently been the only one available, with rain and the dark creating the sense that she was all alone in the world, Charlotte had realized she shouldn't be all that surprised by Mason's affair, especially now that she'd learned that her father had had a mistress for nearly 3 decades. And she had friends whose husbands had strayed during their marriage. Most simply ignored it, seeming to take the men will be men idea that she'd actually heard used as an excuse for such behavior. Others, like her mother, countered with their own affairs. Something, as she'd told Mason, Charlotte couldn't imagine doing. Although there were times when she'd wondered if she was hopelessly old-fashioned, expecting wedding vows to be taken seriously. In a way, the timing of her father's death could prove to be another gift he'd given her. If she'd stayed in Charleston, she might have been forced to watch Mason indulging in an affair with that woman, perhaps even openly now that she'd discovered his infidelity. And that was all it was. He couldn't really be in love. He'd come to his senses once he realized how much he risked losing. They were, after all, planning a family he'd already stated was important for his political image. Her husband was too ambitious to risk having both a pregnant wife and a mistress. That sounded like something they might do in France. Which brought her mind back to her youngest sister. My mother used to take me to Paris Fashion Week. My mother went occasionally when I was growing up. I think most every year since she married into a Greek shipping fortune, Tess replied. The French intimidate me, Charlotte confessed. I always found them very friendly when I was touring during my pop days. You were super famous, so everyone was undoubtedly thrilled to meet you. Tess shrugged. I suspect it had more to do with the music crowd being different, more open to various social behaviors than the high-priced, high-fashion one. I just hope she's not snooty. Why would you care? It's not as if we're going to be cheerfully bonded together like the Brady Bunch after the will reading. Charlotte tilted her head. If you feel that way, why are you here?
Whether you're walking, resting, or just listening, this musical pause is here to bring you peace and presence. Thank you for watching.
Good question. Rowdy had moved back to Tess's chair, a pleading look seemingly meant to assure her that fluffy ricotta lemon pancakes were his new favorite thing. Tess placed her hand on his long, lean head. I have no earthly idea. Well, so far, this wasn't exactly going well. Despite the sharing of the pancake, which, under other circumstances, Charlotte wouldn't have let past her lips, her half-sister certainly hadn't seemed open to a relationship. What did you expect? She asked herself. That you'd all immediately bond? Like Tess's sarcastic Brady Bunch remark? Unfortunately, the pitiful truth was that was exactly what she'd been hoping. She understood Tess's resentment, but the eldest of the sisters didn't seem to have an iota of regret about losing their father. Undoubtedly because she'd already lost him at such a young age. So she'd simply moved on with her life and never looked back. It occurred to Charlotte that possessing that ability might make Tess the most like their father of all of them. It'd be interesting to see once Natalie arrived how much she resembled him. Do you hate me? Tess, who'd risen to take her plate and cup into the kitchen, looked back over her shoulder in surprise.
Of course not. Why would I?
Because our father left your mother and married mine?
She shrugged. 5 years passed between when he left us and married your mother. It wasn't as if they'd been carrying on some torrid affair. So no, I don't hate you. At all. And I am sorry you're hurting. She was hurting. Deeply. Because as she'd flown here from Charleston, it had occurred to Charlotte that she'd lost the only person who'd ever unconditionally loved her. Her mother had always treated her as an inconvenience. And Mason, well, after that first rush of courtship, an old-fashioned word, but it had felt more like that than mere dating, he'd taken her for granted, as if she were some 1950s housewife who'd do his every bidding, which she was forced to admit, damn it, she had. She'd never been all that introspective, going along with the role set out for her by societal norms. Even when she'd been determined to have a career, she'd chosen one that didn't stray too far out of the box women in her circle were supposed to be happy to dwell in. Despite Tess's words, Charlotte suspected her newly found half-sister had to have been wounded by their father's desertion. How must it be to feel you'd been unwanted by a parent? In her younger years, she'd wished for a closer connection with her mother. Even the loud, door-slamming fights Tara had described with her own mother during their teens would have been an improvement over the chilly distance she'd received. Fighting at least demonstrated emotion, which her mother seemed to lack. The same way Mason had been so matter-of-fact about his affair. It was at that moment an unpalatable idea struck. In an attempt to marry a man more steady, more dependable than her father, whom she'd always adored, but had known from an early age wasn't family material, she'd ended up marrying her mother. In the cab on the way to the airport, she'd been certain that if Mason saw how life would be, even for a few days without her, he'd come to his senses. Though she doubted he had it in him to grovel, the least he could do would be to assure her that she was the woman he loved, the only one he would ever love. But what if he was incapable of loving anyone? Would she still want him back? Perhaps with some counseling. Are you sure you're all right? Tess's voice broke into Charlotte's tumultuous thoughts. She pasted an automatic smile on her face. I'm as fine as anyone can be under these circumstances. If they had been the Brady Bunch, she might have told Tess everything, if only to have a sounding board. Given that the eldest Swan daughter didn't appear to want any type of sibling relationship, Charlotte was going to have to work things out herself. After taking her cup into the kitchen, again turning down the full breakfast Rose White offered to make her, she went upstairs. From her bedroom window, she could see Tess, who'd left the house, walking the magnificent Rowdy through the vineyard. 12. Donovan was waiting for Natalie in the baggage claim area. Even in jeans, a blue and black plaid flannel shirt over a black t-shirt and work boots, he still gave her the urge to muss him up. Just a little. Okay, she decided as she sighed inwardly at the knife crease pressed into those jeans. A lot. Taking advantage of his greeting, rather than a brief continental kiss on both cheeks, as she'd done in the gallery just days ago, she touched her lips to his. It was the first time they'd ever actually kissed, like a woman kissing a man she was attracted to, and it was as electric as she'd always imagined. Even more, she thought, her head spinning a bit as he lifted his head and stared down at her. Oui, he'd felt those sparks too. Although she'd planned the outwardly extemporaneous kiss all the way on the flight from New York to Portland, had imagined exactly how she'd surprise him and take what she'd been wanting for years, Natalie nevertheless felt shell-shocked. She had no idea how long they stood there, her looking up at him, drowning in the warmth of his eyes, him looking intently down at her as the crowd awaiting their luggage swirled around them. Well, he backed a few steps away.
An adorable flush had risen in his cheeks as he seemed, for the first time that she'd known him, at a loss for words. He was always so serious, Natalie enjoyed being able to fluster him. And wasn't it about time?
"Welcome back to Oregon," he said.
"It's always lovely to be here," she said. "Although, I'd prefer it be for a different reason." It occurred to her for the first time that her father would never walk her down the aisle. Raised by a mother who preferred the freedom of a committed yet unmarried life, Natalie, nevertheless, had always imagined herself being escorted up a flower-petal-strewn aisle to her waiting groom. And in her fantasies, from the time she'd been a young teen, that groom of her dreams had always been Donovan Breeze. "How is Grandmère?" She'd received the call before her flight and had spent much of the time worrying.
"As I told you, it was a mild fibrillation. They did a chest x-ray, an EKG, and an echocardiogram, along with blood tests for infections, none of which showed any heart problems. Nor did she have any risk factors except age. So from what the doctor said, and what I could find online, it appears it was a case of what some refer to as lone AFib."
"Is that dangerous?"
Donovan shrugged. "I suppose at 96, anything can be dangerous. But the doctor said patients who experience it have a lower risk of stroke, which is a positive. Physical stress can cause it, but Jack hired a weekly crew to do the heavy work in her garden, so she mostly plans and putters. Emotional stress is another trigger."
"She's had a lot of that lately, what with Papa dying, and, I suppose, the arrival of the three of us. So if we can reduce her stress, she'll be okay?"
"Not entirely. I was told people with lone AF can still develop heart problems, so it's important to have regular checkups. Meanwhile, they're sending her home with a smartwatch that'll record any future episodes and push the results to her doctor."
"That's good news, but still scary. And although I'm going to sound outrageously selfish, I just can't lose her. Not now, after both Maman and Papa."
"Life's always a crapshoot. But from what I was told, I don't think you have to worry about that. We'll be picking her up at the hospital on the way to the vineyard. When I called to check on her release, the nurse at the desk told me that she was already up, showered, dressed, and impatiently waiting at 6 this morning."
Despite the seriousness of the topic, Natalie laughed. "That sounds so much like her. She's always been the heart and soul of Maison de Madeleine, especially after Grand-Père died." "Have the others arrived?"
"Yesterday. Charlotte's flight had originally been due to arrive about now, so I thought I'd be picking you both up together. But she called me last evening to say she was taking a night flight, got the directions to the vineyard, and planned to get a rental car here at the airport."
"Honestly, that's a relief that we won't be stuck together on the ride. So, what exactly am I walking into?"
"I told you. They'll like you. Everyone does."
As he stepped away to take the luggage she'd pointed out off the carousel, Natalie hoped he was right. But the doubts she'd felt about her two half-sisters since he'd broken the news about her father's death continued to grow, like a wildfire on the horizon. 13. Most of the vineyard crews had arrived, and the rest were coming in today. As he watched the families moving back into their temporary housing, Gideon was grateful for the way both Jackson and Madeleine had given him carte blanche when it came to running their family wine business. One of the first things he'd done as vintner was hire Reynaldo Salvazar, a longtime seasonal crew chief at the winery Gideon had been working at in Napa, to relocate with his family to Oregon as a full-time foreman. As Gideon approached the larger of the houses, which had been updated over the years, Reynaldo came out the door.
"So far so good," he greeted Gideon. "We're going to have a great season."
He glanced up at the morning blue sky and made a sign of the cross.
"God willing. I hear you've got company."
"Yeah. Rose has been bustling around as if she's preparing for royalty."
The foreman's teeth flashed in a wide grin.
"She's always bustled anyway. but I can understand why this is a big deal. It's only too bad it took Jackson's death to get all his girls home. Ana made a tres leches cake for the dinner tonight. That was kind of her. It was a gesture from the heart. Though I suspect the baking competition those two women have continued for years has her determined to top Rose's Italian cream Christmas cake. That's not a contest either you or I can lose, Gideon said on a laugh. Then the conversation turned serious. So, Rinaldo said, crossing his arms. Do you know any more about what's going to happen to the vineyard? Ana naturally worries. Gideon guessed she wasn't the only one in the family concerned. I won't know the specifics until tomorrow, but Jack assured me everything will be all right. I never knew Mr. Jack to lie, Rinaldo said. Yet, you can't know a man's mind as he approaches that final door into the beyond. True enough, Gideon allowed. Wasn't Jack deciding to bring all his daughters here to Maison de Madeleine proof of that? Not to mention his claims to have been visited by Josette. The short discussion ended abruptly as the door opened and John, Rinaldo and Anna's son, came out. Good morning, Mr. Byrne, he said. He'd always been a polite boy, and he and Aubrey had practically grown up together. But now, looking at the slight brush of hair above his top lip and hard biceps, Gideon realized that he was no longer a boy. Remembering himself at that age, he also realized the kid with his mother's soft brown Bambi eyes and his father's wide smile was nearly a man. Worse, he probably had the same raging teenage hormones as Aubrey. I'm going over to the court at the park, he told his dad. We're going to shoot some hoops. I'm still working on my three-pointer. John was a smart kid with a straight-A average at Aberdeen High, who wanted to follow in the footsteps of Jose Moreno Hernandez, who was, John had informed Gideon, the first Mexican-American to go into space. Although only a junior, he had more than a few scouts from some powerhouse basketball programs looking at him for a scholarship. He'd be the first in his family to go to college, so if that athletic ticket didn't come through, Gideon was going to make sure that somehow John Salvazar went to school. Once he got his education, becoming an astronaut wasn't going to be easy. But having watched his dedication to his studies and his strong work ethic, as he'd worked in the summers in the vineyards, Gideon had the feeling John might actually have the right stuff. Gideon returned to work, like Rinaldo, pleased with the progress of the vines thus far. They'd made it through bud break without a frost, and now the vineyard hillsides were a promising, brilliant green color. A new season was beginning, one he had no way of knowing whether he'd be a part of. Jackson had assured him that he had no reason to worry about his future, and hadn't he said he'd come to think of him as his son? Which wasn't all that reassuring, given that Jack had sucked at being a parent. He looked up from checking a vine and saw Tess Swan walking her Irish setter through the rows of vines. He'd noticed her doing the same thing last evening and first thing this morning. Her hair, in the glow of the sun rising in a boldly blue sky, gleamed a fiery bronze. He waited as she turned the corner. The dog, who'd been prancing along, well-behaved, but obviously not all that happy with the leash he was on, spotted him first, and stopped dead in his tracks, causing the redhead to look straight at Gideon. He watched her, seeming to make up her mind. Go back, or keep heading toward him? After a shrug, she continued forward. Good morning, she said in a voice he recognized immediately. She sounded like a grown-up version of that teenager from Double Trouble that Jack had streamed over and over again in his last weeks. But there was a sexy throatiness to it that the teen hadn't yet acquired. She was wearing a tiered skirt that hit at her ankles, a pair of cowboy boots, and a t-shirt that let him know that she was a woman who spoke her mind. Morning, he said. I'm Gideon Byrne, the vintner. Rose told me about you. She put her sunglasses up on her head, revealing eyes as blue as the sky.
She said you moved here from Napa to run the winery after my... She paused for an instant. Grandfather died.
Your grandmother didn't want to deal with the business end of the winery, although she probably knows as much, if not more, about wine as I do, having grown up on her family vineyard in France. But she prefers her gardening and painting.
Are those paintings in the house hers? While Madeleine might not have wanted to deal with the nuts and bolts, dollar and cents, day-to-day running of the eponymous named winery, her love for this land she'd married into had shown on every canvas.
They are. In earlier days, according to your father, her paintings were sold in a gallery and a couple restaurants in town.
That's interesting, that she'd be artistic too. It appears to run in both branches of my family. But it's odd enough having a late grandfather and a living grandmother I'd never heard of. I've spent most of my life not thinking about Jackson Swan as my father. I don't believe a switch is going to suddenly click on in my head and make me feel like part of an extended family. He folded his arms.
Yet, here you are.
Yet, here I am, she agreed on a sigh. Rose says you have a daughter.
Aubrey. She's 15 going on 30.
She laughed at that. People used to say that about me. Although, having started working as a toddler, I certainly didn't have a typical American girl teenage life.
You only played twin teens on TV.
He cringed inwardly at the lame joke. But instead of derision or annoyance, he saw humor in her gaze. I think I like you, Gideon Byrne.
Thanks. I like you too.
He'd felt a flash the moment she'd looked up at him. Not one that had come from having watched her play those crime-solving teenagers on TV back in middle school. No, whatever feelings had begun messing with his mind were definitely for an adult. You don't know me.
You laughed at my bad joke, and you have a dog. That's a good start.
I'm not sticking around.
Okay.
I'm just here out of curiosity, and to do a tour of wine country.
Good plan.
The dog tugged her closer, offering his head for a pat. When Gideon obliged him, he moaned in canine pleasure.
You've definitely started your tour with a good winery.
I know. I drink your Pinot Noir. It's excellent.
Thank you. It's too bad you're not sticking around. This is when the vineyards really take off.
As I told Donovan, I don't know anything about wine, except drinking it, and that the Pinot Noir from this house is excellent.
I could give you a short course in the season, but I don't want to be accused of mansplaining.
She gave him a blank look. Then, when he gestured toward her anti-patriarchy shirt, trying not to focus on her breasts, she laughed. It was the first thing I grabbed when I got dressed this morning. You're safe. I didn't want to come here to Oregon, but now that I'm where the magic happens, I'd really like to know about it. Donovan already told me you're growing in volcanic soil.
It's known as jori, formed from ancient volcanic basalt that consists of silt, clay, and loam, making it nutrient-rich and able to hold water well.
He bent down and scooped up a handful of the reddish-brown soil and smashed it between his fingers, where it stuck together.
All of which makes it perfect for Pinot grapes. Also for fruit, which is why Jeremiah Swan built his cherry orchard here before statehood, when Oregon trail pioneers began flooding into the area in their covered wagons. Christmas trees flourish in it too. In fact, Oregon represents 90% of all the live Christmas trees sold in this country.
We passed some tree farms on the way here. I already know this area is part of the Ring of Fire, what with the Cascades being volcanic, she said. So I suppose that explains the jori?
In a way. It's also the state soil.
You're kidding. Oregon has a state soil?
That may mean more when you realize that the state has 300,000 acres of the stuff in 9 counties and produces a lot of crops, which in turn produces a great deal of state revenue.
I stand corrected in my misguided comment. He tilted his head.
How much do you want to know? I should probably warn you that you're talking to a soil nerd, which is a necessary thing when you start out your career in a region with more than 100 soil varieties.
Okay, now you've gotten my attention. I'm a serious trivia nerd. I collect little bits of information from everywhere because I never know when I'm going to need something. Since I've made the trip, I might go ahead and decide to set a book right here. So, you'd be doing me a favor. He liked her smile, the way it lit up her blue eyes and made little crinkles at the corners.
Okay, but don't say you didn't ask for it.
He wiped his hands on his jeans, which already bore red stains.
One of the first things I had to learn, coming up from Napa, is that dirt is all. And before you point out, as a card-carrying trivia nerd, that dirt is dead and soil is alive, for some reason up here, people talk dirt.
So, when in Rome?
He nodded. Exactly. After a while, you get so you can taste a Pinot Noir and know exactly what vineyard it came from. In fact, it's so different from field to field that a lot of houses, Maison de Madeleine being one of them, won't combine the grapes to preserve the taste of where, exactly, the grapes are grown. While we're not alone in that, other vintners believe that mingling the grapes from various fields gives you more variation. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another.
You could also be sabotaged, she said thoughtfully. Perhaps a competitor could do something to the vines, maybe introduce some sort of disease. She paused to look out over the rows of vines running up and down the hillsides. Though that might take too long, even if there was a way to do it without it being spotted. I suppose burning would be the quickest solution.
Don't even mention fire around here. What with climate change, we've been having more over the past few years. And even of those that escaped losing their vines, some had to dump their entire season of grapes due to smoke taint.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
Consider how it'd taste to lick a wet ashtray, and you've pretty much got it. But I can't imagine any other wine grower burning a field.
Although he wasn't prepared to say it to this woman he'd just met, there was a certain reverence in what he'd chosen to do for a living. A reverence not just for the land and the grapes and wine, but the history and tradition as well. A reverence he knew from the few stories about her family's Burgundy vineyard during the war years that Madeleine had shared over the years, that others had risked death to preserve. She shook her head. I'm sorry, I've been living alone too long. We writers have a tendency of talking to ourselves, especially when we're working on a plot. And, unlucky you've just been given an up-close and personal look into a writer's brain. I've been writing a teen series for several years.
I know. Pleasant Meadows High. My daughter, Aubrey, has read them all. She's currently spending the weekend on the Oregon coast with a girlfriend's family, but prepare for her to ask you if Madison ends up with Ethan, the All-American high school quarterback, or bad boy Brock. Needless to say, since she appears to take the stories as a guide to high school life, as her father, I'm rooting for Ethan.
This time her laugh was rich and throaty and pulled chords inside Gideon he hadn't experienced for a very long time. That apparently seems to be the question of the day. Donovan already asked me so he could tell his niece, and the bulk of my reader email and Facebook posts ask the exact same thing. She lifted a hand. As I've already told him, everyone will have to wait until the book comes out. She paused, gazed out over the vineyards. When I started, I had no idea the series would go on so long, which you'd think would be every writer's dream. Those teenagers have definitely given me a very comfortable life, and I've enjoyed my years with them. But I've been dealing with writer's block lately, and I've been thinking that perhaps I should switch genres, shake things up a bit for a fresh start. On the way here, passing the quiet, peaceful fields, it crossed my mind that this could be a good place for a thriller. You know, murder in a small town.
You've just jumped from arson to murder.
I have. She tilted her head and studied him. I also have no idea why I told you that. Even my agent doesn't know I'm stuck. And honestly, bored.
Well, You don't have to worry about me telling her. Although it's good to know ahead of time that I might have to console Aubrey if you decide to end the series.
Oh, I definitely will. I just haven't decided what to write in its place.
Maybe getting away from your usual routine and place will help you sort it out.
That's another reason I'm here. So, you were going to tell me about the dirt. Jory, she said, as if committing it to memory.
It's specific to this part of the valley, and the quick answer is that it's from the Missoula floods back in the Ice Age between 15,000 and 13,000 years ago, having left behind all the fertile sediment. But our story actually begins around 200 million years ago when the Pacific Plate started sliding beneath the North American Plate. Over millions of years, it left behind shards, which, though it was once a seabed, began to build up and create Washington, Western Oregon, and the Willamette Valley. The movement creating new land still continues, causing about 60 volcanoes a year. Fortunately, although they register, we don't feel the earth moving unless it's a really strong one.
I'm not certain if that's encouraging or not,
says the woman who grew up in Southern California.
And lived to tell about a few, she said. I'm never going to drink another glass of Pinot Noir again without thinking of the millions of years that went into making it.
Stick around a while, and I can have you being able to taste a glass of wine, and you'll immediately know what dirt it was grown in.
Now that's a line I've never heard before. She tilted her head and looked up at him. Does it work that often?
I don't know. It's the first time I've tried it out.
Ah. A red brow lifted. So I'm a test run. He thought about that and decided that, yeah, it had been.
I suppose so. I'm admittedly a little rusty being a single widowed dad with a job that gives new meaning to the word full-time, so I don't get out that much.
Same here. Except for the single dad part. I've got an idea.
Oh? Why don't we exchange numbers, in case you need more information for your research, or just want to talk more to someone who won't share your problems?
After taking a moment to consider that, she handed him her phone so he could type in his number, and she did the same on his. Afterwards, they stood there, looking at each other, as a topic about dirt, which had to be the worst ever pickup line in the history of guys trying to score with a woman, seemed to be segueing into something entirely different, when the phone, still in his hand, chimed. He looked down at the screen.
Sorry, he said, but I have to take this. It's my daughter.
No problem. Rowdy needs to walk off more energy, and I need to get more steps in against those amazing pancakes Rose made for breakfast. I suppose I'll be seeing you at the reading tomorrow?
I'll be there.
Whatever he's left me, I'm not going to accept. When her dog gave another, more insistent tug, she surrendered, and with those parting words, began walking away. Gideon watched her and the dog disappear between rows of vines, wearing their spring coats of bright green.
Hi, Dad,
Aubrey said as soon as he picked up the call.
How are things going? Did Jack's daughters show up?
When they'd first arrived from California, Gideon had instructed Aubrey to address his employer as Mr. Swan, but Jack had vetoed that idea, claiming that his father had been Mr. Swan. He was just Jack. Since Gideon hadn't felt right about a 5-year-old using an adult's first name, they'd compromised on Uncle Jack. And he had been like that favorite uncle who shows up a few times a year bearing all sorts of cool gifts with fun ideas that a child's stodgy old parent would never think of. Then off he'd go again, disappearing without a word until the next time. One thing that Gideon had noticed was that however drawn and tired and near burned out as he'd looked whenever he'd arrived, Jack had always had the energy for Aubrey. During their first year in Aberdeen, he'd sit through tea parties, looking like a giant on a tiny chair next to various stuffed animals Aubrey would pour pretend tea for into tiny flowered cups. He'd push her on the swing he'd had installed in the backyard and played hide-and-seek. Later on, he'd taught her how to draw chalk boxes on the driveway stones so they could play hopscotch. The penultimate time he'd come home, he'd taken her into town for ice cream and warned her about boys who could break her adolescent heart, which Gideon found highly ironic. She dropped the uncle when he came home to die, and although they'd spent a great deal of time in the sunroom together, sometimes engaged in long conversations, at other times just sitting quietly, looking out over the vineyards and flowering cherry trees, they seemed content with silence.
2 of them,
He answered her question.
Tess and Charlotte. Natalie's coming in today.
I miss him so much.
He could hear the tears welling up as her voice went weak and trembly.
You're not alone there.
It's not like he was around all that much, but it's knowing that he's never coming back again that's so hard to imagine.
I know.
Which was why he'd been relieved when she'd received that invitation to go to the coast with a friend and her family for the weekend. She sniffled.
What are the other 2 like?
I've only met Tess. She seems nice enough.
So she didn't act all stuck up?
Not at all. Why would you think she would?
She was a famous TV star, and now she's a famous writer. She's probably used to having people ask her for autographs and stuff.
Well, she didn't seem to take offense when I didn't ask her for her autograph. She seemed like a normal person.
Do you think she'd sign her books for me?
Now that, I know she'd probably love to do. But she did tell me which boy Madison is going to end up with is top secret, so there's probably no point in asking.
Darn. Okay. What time is Natalie coming in?
In the afternoon.
I've always liked her. Remember how last year she took me shopping in Portland? I'm going to need some new summer clothes. Maybe we can go again.
She'd enjoy that.
Oh, I caught a Dungeness crab yesterday from the pier. Then the guy at the crab stand killed it, then steamed it in a big pot, which was kind of gross since I'd been responsible for it being murdered. But it was also dope because I got to eat something I caught myself.
That's very dope.
Would he sound ridiculous echoing her, like some old guy trying to be cool? He never knew these days.
Yeah, I wonder if that's how farmers feel when they eat fried chicken or steak.
I suspect it's like your crab, part of the life cycle.
He braced himself for the announcement that she was turning vegan.
I guess so. I also decided that lobster is pretty much a butter delivery system.
He laughed.
It sounds as if you're having a good time.
I am. I didn't think I would, what with Jack dying, and I feel a little guilty about that.
Don't. You're 15, sweetie. You deserve to be having fun.
Thanks. That's what Mrs. Ellis says, too. She says that she's sure Jack wouldn't want me to be sitting around and moping and crying.
Mrs. Ellis is a wise woman.
I do think about him, but everyone's keeping me so busy, it's hard to stay sad for too long. How come we never go here?
Because it's cold and stormy in winter.
That's why we should go in the summer.
They'd had this argument before, during the summers when all her friends would take off on vacation while he'd be deep into the season.
We went to Seaside, he reminded her. Twice.
Which was a long time ago. I was just a kid, and you were trying to distract me from missing Mom.
I didn't know what else to do,
he admitted. Before she died, Becky had warned him that when dealing with teenagers, the best thing was to tell the truth, no matter how difficult, whenever you could.
We used to go skiing every winter.
They'd started their first winter here, spending 5 days at Mount Bachelor. They'd taken lessons together, and even at 5 going on 6, she'd shown more talent than he had.
You enjoyed it until you told me you wanted to stop.
It was fun when I was a kid, she allowed. But when you're 13, going on a ski trip with your dad is just lame and embarrassing.
She'd been firm about that. So they'd stayed here in Aberdeen, where she'd spent most of her Christmas vacation, either on her phone or staying over with whatever friends hadn't gone off to Hawaii, where so many in the Pacific Northwest tended to go to escape the unrelenting winter rain, while he'd worked pruning vines with seasonal workers in order to get ready for spring bud break. Growing grapes for wine was a full-time job. Perhaps it looked as if nothing was happening when the vines were bare and gray, but the ultimate goal was to turn out a wine he could be proud of, and that would uphold Maison de Madeleine's reputation.
Well, I've got to get going, she said. There's a surfing competition in 10 minutes.
You're surfing?
No, well, I've been sort of learning. Brandon, he's Aaron's cousin, is visiting from LA. He's a surfer and has been trying to teach me, but it's a lot harder than it looks.
A picture swirled in Gideon's head of his daughter in a bikini on a surfboard with some guy with a mop of California sun-streaked hair, his tanned hands on Aubrey's waist. And maybe other places. Hell.
Isn't the water awfully cold this time of year?
It's cold all year up here, Daddy.
Since she hadn't called him Daddy in months, he overlooked her huffy tone that he suspected came with the familiar eye roll.
That's why we wear wetsuits.
Of course.
He'd known that and felt marginally better since it'd be harder for that California kid to cop a feel through an outside layer of neoprene. At the advice of a woman he'd been dating at the time, he'd attempted an awkward, safe sex conversation when Aubrey was 11. He'd barely started when she'd breezily assured him that she knew all that because, unlike back in the old days, when he was a student, she had sex education in school, which had taken away the burden of getting into details. Thinking back on nights parked beneath the stars with Becky, he could almost hear his wife laughing at him, telling him that worrying about what his daughter might be doing with boys was called payback. Aubrey was an intelligent girl, Gideon reminded himself, or had been until aliens had taken over her teenage mind, and she'd never, not once, given him a reason not to trust her.
Have a good time,
he said, trying to sound as if he was totally on board with the horny teen surfer dude.
And stay safe.
I will, I promise. And Daddy, I really am sorry about Jack. I loved him too.
She was a good girl, Gideon reminded himself, as he began walking again. However, even though her mother had also been a good girl, the best girl to Gideon's mind, a memory of those long, anxiety-ridden 10 days of a pregnancy scare when they'd both been 17 after spring break rose in his mind like a dark cloud of last year's smoke that had blanketed the West Coast. 14. While Tess was out walking her dog, Charlotte checked her phone for the umpteenth time. Her battery was at 60%, and she still had a signal. But there'd been no calls, not even a text, from Mason. "Call Tara," she instructed Siri.
"Calling Tara,"
the Australian male voice said immediately. If only he were real. Siri would be the perfect man. Always there and ready to respond and help. And even if he did sometimes leap in to offer assistance when she was just talking to herself, at least he tried. "Now you're officially crazy," she muttered as she realized that she had fallen so low she was anthropomorphizing her phone.
"I'm sorry,"
the voice responded on cue.
"It's not you. Oh, never mind."
The phone stopped ringing.
"Hi,"
Tara's voice said. It was morning cheery, but she could hear the hesitation in it. Charlotte decided to cut straight to the chase and blurted it out.
"You were right. About Mason."
"Oh, hell. Honey, I'm so sorry."
"He told me last night. Over dinner."
"Your special dinner? After you gone to all that trouble to make his homecoming perfect?"
"That would be the one.
The woman you saw him with is a lawyer in his firm." "Is he at the house now?"
"He left last night to go to her."
She choked back a sob.
"He thinks he loves her."
"I'll be right over," she said.
"You're going to Disney World today."
"The mouse can wait. You're my best friend."
"And you're mine, but I'm not at the house. I'm in Oregon."
"Oregon? Whatever are you doing there?"
"My father died."
"Oh, I'm so sorry. Damn. You've had a rotten 24 hours. But what does that have to do with you being in Oregon? He owned a vineyard, Maison de Madeleine. No way! We served that wine at our Christmas party. I know. And Jackson Swan bought it? Without you knowing? He didn't buy it. He grew up here. I have a grandmother in her 90s. Wow. Talk about family secrets. You had no idea? None. Neither did Mother. But it gets even stranger. I have 2 half-sisters. Seriously? Seriously. One's older than me. She's Tess Swan. The Tess Swan? From my former favorite TV show? That's her. She's older. From a previous marriage my parents failed to tell me about. The other one, Natalie, is from a decades-long affair with a French singer. Tess seemed nice enough, but I haven't met the French one. Wow, what a tangled web you've fallen into. Though you did always wish for a sister. I did when I was younger, then I realized I had you. That's sweet, and I feel exactly the same. Although I already have 2 blood sisters, you're my favorite. And not just because I'm a middle, who pretty much always got overlooked being stuck between the beauty queen and the genius. Are you sure you don't want me to come there to be with you? As your support team? No, I'll be fine. But she wasn't. Just thinking of her disintegrating marriage had tears flooding her eyes. How could I not know? Well, obviously your father was living a secret life. You think? Charlotte was not typically sarcastic, but there was nothing typical about this situation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap, but I was talking about Mason. This mess has me all turned upside down and inside out. Honey, I'm amazed you're not cussing like a sailor. I wish you'd let me go over and cut his balls off with my butcher knife, the rusty one that Wyatt keeps putting in the dishwasher. Charlotte laughed just a little at that, not just because of her BFF's strong loyalty, but at the small domestic drama she'd give anything to watch right now. How could I not have known? She repeated the thought that hadn't stopped spinning around and around in her head. He was sleeping with her, sneaking around to Savannah, while I was home trying like hell to have a baby I wasn't sure I wanted in the first place. Not that I don't want children, she tacked on quickly, not meaning to sound as if she was casting aspersions on Tara's life choice. Someday, it was just that the timing was off. I never said anything, because you seemed to be all in on that program, but I did find the timing a little odd, given that your career was beginning to take off. I wasn't sure you realized how much time and work a newborn, and especially a toddler, was going to take. I did, which is why I wanted to wait. But he had this political career plan all set out before we got married that he'd failed to tell me about. Fuck Mason's damn political ambitions, and fuck him. I'm not really in the mood right now. Even as they both laughed together, as they had so many other times over the years, like when Tara and Wyatt had fought for a day over what had turned out to be an honest misunderstanding, tears began to flow again. I trusted him, Charlotte said. Even when you were telling me about seeing him in Savannah, I was sure you were wrong. Well, at least 85% sure, but I still pushed doubts aside because right after I got home, this lawyer showed up to tell me that Daddy had died of lung cancer he never told me he had. That sucks. I know, and the lawyer said that I was supposed to be here for the will reading and to meet my sisters I had no idea existed. That is so weird, like you've landed in a soap opera. I know! In 24 hours, I discovered my father had 2 other families I knew nothing about, and my husband is not only sleeping around, but thinks he may be in love. How could I be so stupid? She wailed as she paced the floor. It's embarrassing. You are far from stupid and have nothing to be embarrassed about. That falls on Mason, and I don't see how he's going to get elected when that comes out. I don't think voters care about that anymore. Maybe not, Tara agreed reluctantly. Yet, hey, they should, because having an affair shows character, or more accurately, a lack of. But here's the thing, honey. You're a good, loyal wife. and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I've watched you change since you got married. That girl who constantly redecorated Barbie's dream house, with her eye already on the prize of doing big things, has gradually morphed into a trophy Stepford wife.
I have not.
Then, as the idea sank in, she sighed, dragged her hand through her hair.
You're right. I have. I was thinking along those same lines yesterday. I should have just insisted on the cheese straws.
Damn right you should have, but you didn't want to make a fuss, and were afraid of being accused by bitch Melanie of behaving ugly. Ugly, in Southern parlance, was the exact opposite of charming and the worst thing a woman of her social standing could be. You trusted that cheating, lying, snake-in-the-grass husband of yours because you believed in those words you said when exchanging your vows. You not only believed in them, you lived them every day. 2 extremes, in my view, but hey, you never criticized my choice to be building Wyatt's and my own basketball team, so I certainly wasn't going to question yours. But the thing is, Char, him cheating is totally on him. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, though you should be pissed as hell, and given the circumstances, relieved that your sperm meets egg plan didn't work out. You have to have sex for it to work, and the last few months it wasn't me he was having that much sex with. Another thought occurred to her.
Oh my God, I'm going to have to be checked for STDs, aren't I?
Yes, and again, that's nothing to be embarrassed about. You know you're not the first cheated on wife to show up at the doctor requesting one. How long are you going to be in Oregon?
Probably just a couple days. Then I'm not sure what I'll do.
I can't move back in with Mother. You'll stay with us. You're going to be in Orlando. Then you'll stay at the house and have some peace and quiet to yourself to work out your next move before we come back from Florida and my hordes descend on you. Unless you want to come with us. That drew a smile. Charlotte loved Tara's hordes, but they could be whirling dervishes on a good day, even when Tara was denying them sugar. She couldn't imagine the level of energy they'd crank up to at a theme park.
Thanks, but in a way, although I'm heartbroken about Daddy dying, at least this gives me time to plan my next move.
The first move you should plan right now is to call a lawyer. Charlotte's hesitation gave her away. Oh God, please tell me you're not considering giving him a second chance.
I was, maybe, if he'd called.
But he didn't.
Not yet.
The long pause suggested Tara was choosing her words carefully. Call the lawyer, just in case, she suggested. She named a popular Charleston divorce attorney whom many women they both knew had used. She's a dynamo at unearthing hidden money and other assets. Mason wouldn't... Honey, think. He's been fucking another woman while insisting you procreate to advance his lofty political career plans while giving up your own. Not that I don't love my life as a stay-at-home mom, but you're meant for other things. What makes you think he's not going to hide income from you, like Tiffany Grimes's bastard husband did? Tiffany had been part of their crowd until her husband, a trust fund baby who, from what Charlotte had been able to tell, mostly traveled the world on the yacht racing circuit, had run off with his personal trainer to the Cayman Islands, where he'd hidden his billions in a network of offshore accounts scattered across the Caribbean. While the others had essentially deserted her, Charlotte had tried to stay in touch, even secretly lending her money for the private investigator the lawyer hired. But after selling out her closets filled with designer clothes and all her jewelry, Tiffany had moved to Aspen, where she'd reinvented herself as a high-end real estate agent. Charlotte had been glad she'd landed on her feet, but it had been a humiliating time for her friend. And while she might sell 7-figure homes, she definitely no longer lived in one. Neither had she paid Charlotte back, which had resulted in Mason's accountant discovering the withdrawals in their joint account, which in turn had earned a strong lecture from her husband about her apparent inability to handle money. At the time, she'd pointed out that she had managed to build a successful career, and by the way, business management happened to have been one of her courses. which she'd earned an A in, to which he'd responded that obviously artsy colleges, and yes, he'd put that word in finger quotes, had lower business standards since how many graduates ever earned enough to live on anyway? That memory served to strengthen her resolve to somehow manage to come out of this having regained the woman she'd once been. When you put it that way? Okay, I'll call. Good. Oh, I just remembered something else Tiffany told me. Adultery is a crime in South Carolina. Seriously? Seriously. And get this, the legal term is guilty of the crime of adultery or fornication. Don't you love how old-fashioned Southern that is? Mason, the bastard fornicator, could get fined between $100 and $500 and go to jail for 6 months to a year. I wonder how voters would take to that. I can't believe any court would enforce it, though the idea of Mason behind bars was definitely appealing. Probably not, unfortunately. But also, according to Tiffany, South Carolina is an equitable apportionment state, which means that any property acquired during your marriage would be split between you and Mason in a way that's equitable. Not necessarily 50-50, like a community property state. Unfortunately, the house is his, unless he added you to the deed. No, but I hate the house anyway, so he can have it. And the scowling judge and fake Greek statues. Still, half the income from a forced sale would come in handy. But here's the thing. The court decides what's equitable, based on a set of factors, including income. I don't want his money. Well, unless you inherit the winery, which he can't have any part of because private inheritances during a marriage aren't considered marital property, unless you add his name to the deed, which he wouldn't do, right? Of course I wouldn't. But she might have 2 days ago. You may need those funds while you get your business back up and running. And here's another thing that Tiffany discovered. Bad behavior can factor into the settlement. So legally, Mason not only impacted your career by insisting you cut back on your business to concentrate on building up his, bad sexual fornication behavior can be factored into any settlement, which you should and will take. Charlotte pressed her fingers against her forehead, where a tension headache felt like a steel band around her skull. There's so much to consider. I know. Compassion and empathy had Tara softening her tone again. Especially with your dad, and whatever your part of the inheritance may be, not to mention discovering those 2 sisters you'd never heard about. You must be angry at your parents for never telling you the truth. Charlotte was not used to being angry, and it felt like a sick, slimy ball in her stomach. Although I'm very upset, I can't really be mad at my dad, because he's dead. But I'm furious at my mother, who acted as if it was no big deal. That's good. It shows you've still got some of that spunk that had you bucking your mother not wanting you to go to SCAD and getting not 1, but 2 degrees. Just try not to let all this overwhelm you, because you're going to need a clear head, especially if the other 2 show up with their own lawyers. I met Tess. She insists she doesn't really care one way or the other and has no intention of keeping any inheritance, so I doubt she'd have hired her own attorney. And I think Daddy's lawyer would have told me if Natalie was represented by anyone. Well, just keep your head and don't let anyone screw you out of anything. He might not have been around all that much, but your mother sure as hell didn't get pregnant by herself. If I were you, I'd take his estate for all I could get to at least get something out of his neglect. That's cold. It's reality. Promise me you'll try to keep emotions out of your decision and keep in touch. And if you need me, I'll come there. Or again, you can stay with us. Whatever, just know that I'm here. You can call anytime, day or night. After promising Tara she'd keep her filled in on unfolding developments, Charlotte disconnected the call. And the tears that had dried up during the lawyer talk began to flow again. 15. Tess was just returning to the house when Donovan Breeze's SUV pulled into the circular stone driveway. Always willing to give others the chance to admire him, Rowdy thumped his fringed tail just as the driver's side door of the SUV opened. Tess paused, watching as he got out, went around the car, opened the back door, and held a helping hand out to the passenger. Madeleine Swann was not the frail, elderly woman Tess had pictured in her mind. About 5'6", she was slender without being thin. She wore her silver hair in a tidy chignon tied with a jewel-toned burgundy silk scarf at the back of her neck, and even clad in dark jeans and a white cotton blouse with the sleeves rolled up halfway to her elbows, she looked every bit the lady of the manor. As if sensing she had an audience, she turned toward Tess, who felt every muscle in her body stiffen. What if Madeleine, like her son, didn't want anything to do with her? What if she was only putting up with her first grandchild being here because of some legal matters that Donovan had only alluded to? When the woman's eyes met hers, it was as if an unseen switch had turned on a light inside her. She was glowing, and while Tess had written that expression before, she'd never actually witnessed it in real life until now. She watched as Madeleine shook Donovan's hand off her elbow and hurried toward her. Although her stride was long and sure, not wanting to make a 96-year-old woman walk to her, Tess met her halfway.
"Oh, my dear Tess."
After decades in America, her voice still carried a soft, musical touch of France. Veined hands, the skin looking as thin as tissue paper, took hold of Tess's free one. Rowdy, having always proven intuitive, apparently recognized her possible fragility and sat down without a word of instruction.
"Aren't you beautiful?"
She swept a gaze over her.
"You have your father's eyes. And height."
A smile curved lips tinted a deep rose that contrasted with her silver hair. The costumer for Double Trouble had been into dressing the cast in seasonal colors she'd explained suited them best, and while Tess had been a fall, Madeleine Swann was definitely a winter.
I wouldn't know.
Tess could have bit off her tongue for the touch of bitterness in her tone. The woman was ancient and had just gotten out of the hospital. There was no reason to blame her for her son's lifelong absence. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
You are only speaking your truth, which is all any of us can do. I told so many lies during the war that I swore I'd never tell another, so I'm not one to mince words now. You undoubtedly know your father had problems with relationships.
You think? Tess thought. Yes, she said instead.
Your mother sent me a photo when you were born. You were the most photogenic baby I'd ever seen. Given where you lived, I wasn't at all surprised when you became a child actress at such a young age. Although I couldn't know you in person, I was, in a long-distance way, able to watch you grow up from that adorable infant into a beautiful young woman. But even then, the camera couldn't do you justice.
It didn't have to be long distance. If the elderly woman was going to be outspoken, Tess decided to be equally open. Watching me grow up? Gray eyes shadowed.
I'm afraid it did.
After their divorce, your mother wrote and asked that I remain out of your life. She felt it was going to be difficult enough for you growing up without a father, and didn't want to confuse matters by having your grandfather and me in the picture.
She believed it would make your loss that much sharper. She wanted you to move on and forget Jackson.
I hadn't realized that. Tess had moved on, and while she couldn't remember Jackson Swann, Donovan Breeze's arrival in Sedona had her realizing that she hadn't entirely forgotten the loss.
I'm sorry. I'll admit to always being torn by that decision, and it doesn't excuse my absence. But under the circumstances, I believed, perhaps wrongly, that it would be best to respect your mother's feelings.
Madeleine Swann had gone worrisomely pale, and the earlier glow was gone, like a candle being snuffed out. The topic was obviously not an easy one for her. Tess wondered if having anticipated rejection and worry about what her reaction might be had something to do with the elderly woman's hospitalization. And wouldn't being responsible for killing off her grandmother be a dandy ending to this already surreal experience? It was probably for the best. Since I couldn't remember him, I didn't really miss him. It was a lie, but a necessary one, Tess decided. I had a substitute father in the actor who played my dad on TV, and stepfathers, so I managed just fine without a birth father. Her lack of any connection with her father's side of the family wasn't just her newly discovered grandmother's fault. There wouldn't have been anything to keep Tess from tracking Robert and Madeleine Swan down. At this moment, she wished she had. A bit of color had returned to Madeleine's cheeks.
Well then, we'll just have to make up for lost time.
I suppose we will. A slight tug on the leash had her aware of Rowdy. I hope you don't mind that I brought my dog. Damn, despite what Donovan had told her, she really should have asked ahead of time. He's very well behaved. He's gone through all the obedience classes and has passed the Canine Good Citizen test. In Arizona, he was a big hit on the nursing home visitation circuit. He'd always sensed, in some mysterious canine way, which of the residents were more wary and needed him to remain calm and quiet, and those who were up for more show of doggy love.
Of course not, the older woman said. I'm French. We love dogs. What's this beauty's name?
Rowdy, but though he can live up to his name, he also knows his manners.
So it seems.
She leaned down and confirmed that not only did she love dogs, she knew them as well when, rather than pat the top of his head, she held her hand beneath Rowdy's chin, giving him the choice whether or not to interact. He turned his head, inviting a pat while rubbing the side of his face against her hand.
What a good dog you are, Rowdy darling.
Her still strong voice was warm with the same emotion she'd shown Tess.
I'm so happy that you're here.
At that moment, the back door of the SUV opened, and a young woman a few years younger than Tess climbed out. Her glossy, copper-hued hair was cut short, highlighting striking hazel eyes and a burnished gold face with cheekbones that could cut glass. A scattering of freckles added interest to that already exquisite face. She was wearing a crisp white shirt beneath a cropped, oatmeal-hued jacket, a pair of taupe ankle pants, and black ballet flats. The shirt appeared to have not a single wrinkle, not a hair was out of place, and if she was wearing makeup, except for a bold matte lipstick, it was so well done as to be invisible. She was stunning, without even having appeared to try, and so central casting French young beauty that Tess pitied poor Charlotte. She'd already seemed nervous about meeting Natalie. Now she'd have even more reason to be intimidated. "Allô?" She started to hold out a hand, then pulled it back. The slight show of nerves made her seem more accessible, less perfect. "I'm Natalie, as you've undoubtedly already figured out since I'm the last to arrive," she said, in a quicker-paced Parisian accent than Madeleine's. "And you'd be Tess." "And you'd be right. Hi." Years of acting had taught Tess to not only learn to fake emotions, but how to read them well in others, too. Natalie Swan was definitely anxious, perhaps even more so than Charlotte. Thanks, Dad, she thought with a spark of irritation. What had he thought would happen? That throwing them all together would make up for decades of neglect and have them all bonding with a group hug? "How was your flight?" Tess asked.
"Uneventful, which made it lovely. And yours?"
"It was fine. Not nearly as long as yours. Fortunately, my dog is a good flyer."
"He's gorgeous. I lost my dear Frenchie last year, and my heart is still broken. May I pet him?"
"Sure." She loosened her hold on the leash, and when Rowdy glanced up at her, she nodded, giving him permission to move. He moved directly to Natalie, flopped down, and offered his stomach for a rub. The long, slender fingers massaging the fur were unadorned, save for a small topaz on the fourth finger of her right hand. Her unpainted nails had been buffed to a soft sheen.
"You're a beauty, that's for sure. And such a very good boy."
Rowdy thumped his fringed tail in agreement, signaling his encouragement for continued rubs. "He'd let you do that all day," Tess warned. "Unless he spots a rabbit or squirrel. Then all bets are off."
"It's good to have spirit."
Natalie gave the furry stomach 2 more pats, then stood up. Without the dog as a focus of attention, all conversation came to an abrupt, uncomfortable stop.
"Shall we go in?"
Donovan offered his arm to Madeleine. At the same time, the front door opened, and Rose came bustling out, headed straight to the older woman.
"You're back. Thank God you're all right. I was worried sick all night."
"I told you I was fine. All of you worried needlessly."
"Perhaps. However, if we were right and you wrong, you could have risked not ever meeting your granddaughters."
"Which was the only reason I caved in to all your pressure."
They did not behave like employer and employee. They reminded Tess of 2 sisters. Rose turned to Natalie.
"Hello, dear."
The housekeeper's embrace confirmed Donovan's statement that Natalie, the daughter their father had kept, was familiar with the winery that Tess and Charlotte hadn't known about. How was she supposed to plot a new idea that would get her agent off the idea of college for her overage teens when so much personal drama was swirling around her? Before she'd decided to scale back her life and not, as her mother accused, become a hermit, Tess had experienced enough drama to last a lifetime. She'd created a calm, peaceful existence that worked for her. The thing to do, she decided, was to somehow get through tomorrow, then come up with a damn story idea, perhaps something to do with that intriguing idea of her elderly grandmother's former life as a French spy, that would let her move on with her life. As comfortable as she was with silence, the awkward one that had settled over them felt different. While she still didn't believe in the woo-woo of Sedona's vortexes, she could literally feel all the varied emotions swirling around her. "You have a lovely home," she said to Madeleine, looking for a line of dialogue she might have one of her characters use in such an awkward situation.
"Thank you. Although I realize it's overdone for Oregon, my Robert,"
she pronounced it the French way, Robert,
"built it for me so I wouldn't feel so homesick."
"That's very sweet of him."
"He was a very sweet man, but strong and brave. He put a lot of himself into the winery. But then, your grandfather never did anything halfway."
"He came home from the war with medals," Rose said. "But he wasn't the only one. You need to ask your grandmother about hers."
"Please."
The elderly woman waved that enticing bit of information away.
"It was a long time ago, and I'm certain Tess isn't all that interested."
"Actually, I am," Tess said, as her missing muse stirred again. At the same time, Natalie said,
"Oh, you must tell Grandmère. Tess is a writer. She undoubtedly enjoys stories, and yours and Grandpère's is so exciting and romantic."
"With a teaser like that, I really want to hear it," Tess said.
"Perhaps later."
Madeleine exchanged a look with Rose.
"All that's happened, along with being in a strange bed and excitement about your arrival, cost me sleep last night. I think I'd like to greet Charlotte, then take a short nap. Perhaps we could get together later in the day, for some pre-dinner wine and cheese?"
"That sounds lovely," Tess said, even though she wasn't certain what she was supposed to do in the meantime.
"I thought Donovan told me Charlotte had arrived," Natalie said. "She's in her room," Rose responded.
"I'm so looking forward to meeting my middle granddaughter," Madeleine said. "Why don't you both go into the sunroom? It's lovely there this time of day, and I'll send her down."
It had only been a suggestion, not an order, but Tess realized that she was stuck. Making small talk with Natalie and Charlotte wasn't on her top 10 list of ways to spend the day. It wasn't as if she was jealous, but she wasn't in the mood to hear their remembrances of lives spent with Jackson as a father, one of whom must have been his favorite, having been fortunate enough and loved enough to visit Maison de Madeleine every summer, to be part of the family. And yes, despite continuing to attempt to tell herself that she didn't give a damn about the man, that thought stung. 16. Charlotte paced the pretty bedroom, trying to burn off some of the turmoil that had kept her from sleeping last night. Maybe Mason and her mother were right. Maybe her beloved romances did cause her to expect too much from life, from marriage. No, she decided, pausing at the window again as she viewed Donovan Breeze's SUV pull into the driveway. There was nothing wrong with expecting her own happily ever after. The books had admittedly proven an escape during her teen years, showing a very different relationship than that of her parents. Perhaps they'd also influenced her to decide that when she married, she was going to choose a man who openly loved her, who put her first, like Wyatt always seemed to do with Tara. Of all of them, Tara was the least wealthy, having chosen to marry a high school history teacher who'd worked his way up to school principal, instead of an attorney, doctor, or any of the other high-earning occupations the rest of her social group had chosen. But having watched the couple from the outside, she'd always thought that Tara had won the marriage sweepstakes, because it was obvious that her best friend was well-loved. Charlotte had gone into marriage believing that she'd chosen well, wisely, only to discover that she hadn't been doing the choosing at all. She'd been played. The idea that Mason had married her only to elevate his career was soul-crushing. But, she considered, still grasping at straws, perhaps he'd only said that because he was angry and upset, even embarrassed that she discovered his tawdry affair. Even the most perfect couples fought from time to time. There'd been times when even Tara had called or dropped by annoyed at some spat she and Wyatt had had over some seemingly, to his male mind, inconsequential thing. Like that year he'd bought her a shiny new red crock-pot for Valentine's Day, which he'd defended himself by reminding her that she'd mentioned when seeing it on display at Target while they'd been shopping for a new shower curtain for the boys' bathroom, how much prettier it was than the ancient beige one they'd gotten from his great-aunt for their wedding, and look, it was even programmable. The night after that less-than-successful gift-giving, he'd come home from work with a dozen roses, a gift-wrapped box of chocolate truffles, and 2 tickets to Giselle performed by the Charleston Ballet Company, even though he was more into University of South Carolina football than watching dancers twirl and leap around a stage. The makeup sex, Tara had told Charlotte the next day, had hit 12 on a scale of 10. Was the reason any disagreement with Mason had never turned into an actual fight because, from the beginning, she'd caved into everything he'd wanted? By playing the role of a dutiful little wife he'd professed to want, she'd become diminished from that self-confident woman he'd taken to dinner that first night they'd met. The woman who, while allowing her heart to lead her head, had been swept away by the suddenness of what had felt like love at first sight, while somehow losing the creative, ambitious designer she'd worked so hard to become. No wonder he was bored. Just as Donovan helped an elderly woman, her grandmother, out of the SUV, her phone chimed. Perhaps it was Mason. Perhaps he'd returned home, found her gone, and realized the mistake he'd made. Perhaps he was calling to grovel, beg her forgiveness, and assure her that she was the one he loved, the one he wanted by his side as he entered the political arena. But no, it was her mother. Tempted to ignore the call, but knowing that Blanche Lillington Swan was not going to give up until she had her say, Charlotte hit the green accept button. "What do you think you're doing?" That all-too-familiar judgmental voice snapped without so much as a hello. "I told you that I was going to Oregon. My father died." "So you said. You did, however, fail to tell me that you were leaving your husband?" That news had traveled fast, even for Charleston. "You have it backward. He left me. And who told you?
Anne Cunningham. Apparently he called and told her that he wouldn't be needing her to come in for a few weeks, because you were leaving town and he was moving into the Spectator.
Having always maintained tight control on her emotions, Charlotte had never realized that anger, no fury, could run hotly through her veins. And she thought to run to you with this newsflash. Why?
Because naturally, she's concerned about how appearances might affect any future senatorial race.
She's a housekeeper! Remembering that the window was open, Charlotte lowered her voice.
Not his mother. She's been with the family since he was a child.
Her mother reminded her what Mason always pointed out when Charlotte complained about the hatchet-faced woman who'd felt like an interloper in her marriage from day one.
She's like family.
Another thing Mason always said. There were times, and this was one of them, that Charlotte considered that for some, the antebellum period had never ended. She wondered how many other places there were in the country where house staff was handed down to grown children, like all the heavy furniture and oil paintings cluttering up her over-decorated house. Or where an adulterous husband could move into a hotel where every guest was given his or her own butler. Anne Cunningham had been an annoyance since the beginning of her relationship with Mason. Charlotte had been looking forward to newlywed privacy, fantasized about him wildly taking her on the dining room table, up against the wall, or in the pool beneath the full summer moon. He hadn't been happy when she'd first presented him with the idea of them having their home to themselves, but when she'd shared those sexual fantasies, he'd appeared to find them appealing enough to agree to a compromise. Mrs. Cunningham would come in twice a week to tidy up and prepare a week's worth of meals that they could heat up. Given that Charlotte worked from home, even that intrusion wasn't ideal, but knowing that marriage required compromise, she'd agreed to his counteroffer, as she'd gone along with so much. He's been having an affair.
Men stray. Your father never stayed on that pedestal you put him on.
I know he had his faults, but I also understood by the time that I was in middle school that you and he had an open marriage, although I didn't know the term at the time. You certainly haven't stayed celibate.
Silence.
Charlotte had known that moment she'd heard the words leave her mouth that she'd broken a lifelong taboo by bringing up her parents' unspoken arrangement that had existed for seemingly all of her life.
How I choose to live is none of your business.
Frost dripped from every word. There was a time Charlotte would have backpedaled because she was supposed to be a good girl who never challenged anything. Even her career had been a sore point between her mother and her. Just as my life is no longer yours, she pointed out. Another, longer, deadlier silence. Then, finally, her mother found her voice.
You will take care of whatever business Jackson left behind for you to deal with, then you will return home and do whatever it takes to fix your marriage.
And I'd be the one forced to do the heavy lifting. Why? It was what Charlotte had first intended to do, what she'd always done when the slightest disagreement would cause her husband to punish her by trivializing her feelings, shutting down communication, withholding affection, and, as he'd done again last night, walking out. Now that she'd put some distance between them, Charlotte was no longer sure what she was going to do about her marriage, what she wanted to do.
Because even you wouldn't be so selfish as to ruin your husband's career and throw a comfortable life as a senator's wife away because you have a juvenile, overly romanticized view of marriage.
Her mother's sharp tone returned her mind to their conversation. There it was again, that accusation that expecting her husband to abide by his marriage vows was a childishly idealistic viewpoint. But once again, she thought of Tara, who had the marriage Charlotte had always dreamed of. Maybe she hadn't fantasized all those kids and dogs, but it was obvious that Tara adored Wyatt, and he loved her unconditionally right back. I have to go, she said, as she saw the group walking toward the house. And before her mother could say another negative, cutting word, she broke the connection. Deciding that she couldn't hide up here forever, She took a few deep breaths to calm the anxiety when there was a knock at her bedroom door. She opened it to find Rose and the grandmother who'd been kept from her all these years, standing in the hallway lined with watercolor landscapes.
"Oh, my darling Charlotte," the older woman said. "I'm so grateful to finally meet you."
Eyes brighter than her age drank Charlotte in. The only other person who'd ever looked at her with so much affection and seemingly love had been her father.
"You're even more lovely than your photos."
"You've seen photos?"
"Of course. Online, and in all those glossy decorating magazines in the market. Although, as you can undoubtedly tell from this house, I don't have a decorating gene."
"I think your home is beautiful. The decor might be a bit dated, but the bones were good, and unlike the one she'd been residing in the past 2 years, it felt like a home. All it was missing, she thought, was a family, which was a shame."
"Aren't you sweet? Robert never cared about such things, and to be honest, as I said, I lack any French home-style gene, which is undoubtedly why my mother felt it necessary to ship some pieces of furniture over with me after Robert and I married. Although Rose keeps excellent care of it. Once your grandfather died, the house was so large that I felt I was rattling around in it, so I moved into the guest house. My husband," she confided, "always hoped for a large family, which partly explains its size. I'm sure he imagined all the rooms overrun with children and grandchildren. Unfortunately, pregnancy proved difficult for me, so I ended up with a single son."
Her eyes shone, which could have been a trick of the sun shining through the tall windows, but Charlotte didn't think so. Whatever thought had gone through Madeleine's mind, she shook it off.
"But, although Robert didn't live to meet you, at least I now have all 3 of my granddaughters under my roof. And, as heartbroken as I admittedly am about losing my son, having you girls here soothes my soul."
Charlotte didn't know what to say to that. Then, taking a page from Tara's playbook about speaking out, even when the topic was difficult, she steeled her nerves and told the truth. At least, as she knew it.
"I wanted you at my wedding, but I was told there was a family rift that I shouldn't bring up because it'd only hurt my father."
Ah. A silver brow lifted.
"I suspected it might be something along those lines, but I did see the photos in Town and Country magazine and Charleston Living, both of which I subscribe to, and I honestly haven't been stalking you, but I also follow your Instagram page, which Aubrey, Gideon's daughter, showed me how to access. You were a stunning bride."
In a dress her mother had chosen for her. Charlotte's favorite of the 12+ she'd tried on at the bridal boutique had been a simple, long silk slip dress. Instead, her mother had gone all out, insisting on something more suited to an antebellum plantation wedding. All that had been missing was the hoop skirt and parasol.
"Thank you."
She wasn't about to share the argument over the dress and the formal, stiffly sprayed, upswept hairstyle woven with pearls.
"I'm sorry you weren't there."
Bygones. I wouldn't have wanted my presence to cause any discomfort. I myself had 2 weddings.
"You did?"
The first one in France, at a church dating back to the 13th century. It took a lot of paperwork for the wedding to be approved so Robert could receive the proper permission from the army. Then, after he returned home, it took another 6 months before he was officially out of the service and could return to take me back to America as a war bride.
"That's so romantic,"
Charlotte said.
"Wait until you hear the rest,"
Rose murmured. Their courtship was anything but typical.
"That's a story for another time," Madeleine responded. "At any rate, the second wedding was held right here so Robert's family and friends could celebrate the occasion."
A reminiscent smile crossed her lips and warmed her eyes.
"It seemed as if everyone in the valley came. Rose was a child then.
Her mother had worked for the family for quite some time, and she looked like a little angel as a flower girl, scattering her rose petals on the white runner laid down on the grass. It was a very special day. She turned to the housekeeper. "Rose, we'll have to get out the album."
"That's a great idea,"
Rose agreed.
"Right now, I think it's time for your nap."
Rose was in the military, Madeleine revealed. A nurse who rose to major, and there are times that I believe, while well-meaning, her inner commanding officer comes out. Rather than an insult, the look the two women exchanged showed fondness and what sounded like a lifelong friendship, almost like a mother and daughter, at least the type Charlotte had